What is good, everybody? We back day 2 of the NFL draft, rounds 2 and rounds 3 tonight. Hopefully lots of fantasy football relevant information today. We got a lot of wide receivers that could be going this evening, a lot of running backs that we hope to go this evening, getting that day 2 draft capital. Maybe some quarterbacks. Shador Sanders still on the board. Jalen Milroe maybe tonight. Tyler Shuck. We'll see what happens, man. Lots of stuff today, but we are here with a special guest this evening. We got Caleb in the building. So you guys have had Caleb on the channel before. We all know who he is. Let's just get him in here, man. And Caleb, how you doing, dude?
I am here to have a blast. It's going to be a great night. And, the League FFB, it's like my second family. And so this is going to be an absolute blast hanging out tonight, Andrew, and seeing my beloved Buckeye running backs hopefully get drafted early second round. That's what we're here for.
Dude, we need that. We need that. Where do you think would be the best spot for both of those guys?
Oh, that's an interesting. I mean, we do got some juicy landing spots coming up here in the second round. I would love to see maybe one of them land here with the Browns. As much as I hate it from an actual team perspective because I'm a Bengals fan, I do think a Trevion on the Browns potentially would be pretty juicy. I think you got the Patriots. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that for the Ramondre Stevenson shares. I think that could be good. You got a Saints would be another team. But if for some reason they fall to the juiciest landing spot of them all, which is the Dallas Cowboys, I think I'd be happy. But they should easily go.
I actually think that Denver is the juiciest one on the board, in my opinion. I think Denver's the juiciest. If Henderson gets there, that's like I'm starting to have very uncomfortable conversations about him being the 102 or the 103 in this year's draft. But that would be like my dream landing spot. I will say I think the most realistic and what I think would happen, which would require them both to go early, but I think there's some of the best players on the board. I think if Judkins goes to Cleveland with one of these first 2 picks that they have here very early today, that would be nice. And then I think Trevion Henderson going with Caleb Williams there in the Jahmyr Gibbs role with Ben Johnson in Chicago is probably pretty realistic as well. So I think those might be some landing spots.
Yeah, well, the good news is we should hopefully see a ton of running backs off the board. So that'll definitely create some excitement for us tonight, especially as last night we saw. I don't know. How did you feel like round 1? I know you kind of did a recap as you were streaming with War yesterday, but how did you feel round 1? How did this impact kind of your thoughts on the class overall?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of did a brief one, but, at that point, I feel like I like to step away from it and kind of like get a feel for it. So I think some things where I left yesterday's stream, sat on it, thought about it, got comfortable with it, came back today. I don't hate the Egbuka landing spot as much as I thought I did. I think the Egbuka landing spot, that initial gut reaction was like, damn, dude, we have to, wait on Egbuka. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. I think another point that was brought up too could be the Godwin injury recovery is maybe not going as well as they thought it was, or that Egbuka was loved so much by Tampa Bay that they said, hey, we got to get this guy on our team anyways, which means that they're going to go get him some targets in the first place. So I think obviously if you have Jalen McMillan, not ideal for you, but everybody else, I think Egbuka is going to get some targets. So I'm not as worried about him as I was yesterday when I left. I think another player that I'm rising on was Travis Hunter in Jacksonville. Travis Hunter going number 2. That's a player that I rose on a little bit overnight. Feels like some of the stuff coming out from Liam Cohen, he said we're going to start him primarily on offense. We want him to play offense. I think that's good. I've seen some people being a little bit nervous about BTJ. I'm not nervous about BTJ. I think BTJ is still going to be a superstar, but having, Hunter there as well, that's going to be really good. Trevor Lawrence, a huge winner for me yesterday. I think probably the biggest winner in all of football.
I am slightly upset about Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars because I know your love for Trevor Lawrence, and I'd been thinking, how do I sneak him away in some of our Dynasty leagues together? And I was like, I saw the Travis Hunter pick, and I said, well, that pipe dream just vanished outside of my mind. But I do love it. I do love Travis Hunter landing with them. I also, like I said, I'm still a big BTJ believer. I still have him as a top 6 Dynasty wide receiver. I think what's going to be interesting is what you're doing at the 102. And I know yesterday I came into the stream, I said some bold claims of, hey,
we got to talk about
Amarion
it, right?
Hampton, and we could talk about it. We could talk about it for sure. I think I might have just been, on the good yesterday, and I was hyped to see Amarion Hampton land with the Chargers. I was like, hey, like they're gonna run a ton. It's only gonna benefit a guy like him, and I think I've just kind of been under the belief that as much as I love Sebastian Genti, I still believe he is slightly overvalued compared to if we look at like previous classes. Like I don't
I
have
can
him. I
agree.
didn't have him. I didn't have him as like a Bijan Robinson, even like a Jameer Gibbs level prospect. I really purely believe that the reason he went 6 overall in this class was just because overall it was a weaker class of weapons at the top. You know, especially not super strong at wide receiver. So a guy like an Ashton Genti, you're like, hey, like if I need a generational type, player, which I guess there's kind of levels to that sort of discussion. I understand that, but I do think Amarian Hampton, when you think of him landing on the Chargers in like 2 years, are we going to be surprised if Amarian Hampton's like the RB2 in Dynasty Fantasy Football? I don't think we'd be that surprised. And I think right now, if you put after kind of the yesterday, I mean, is he RB4 right now in the Dynasty landscape? Like, you have Bijan, you have Gibbs, you have Genti.
I don't think we can dethrone like Saquon yet. You know, Saquon doing what he did, I think you still got to hold him there. But I mean, to your point, Hampton's a player that even pre-landing spot, people were having him as like a top 6, top 7, top 8 type of running back. And then you get one of these really good, very offensively run heavy type of landing spots. And yeah, it's going to get some people excited. I could see people going from, like you said, people excited yesterday to where maybe they're not passing him 101 over Genti, but there's going to be people that are like, he is the clear 102, he's my 102, and I'm taking him 102, and you can't stop me. There's going to be people that think that.
Now, we kind of hit on it. We both talked about it, but like Travis Hunter, the elephant in the room, like I said, if we could wait until later in the summer to draft, maybe we get a better perspective of, okay, cool, he's actually going to be playing like 80% of his snaps at wide receiver. We're good. Of course, Liam Combs says what he says yesterday. We all get excited.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you don't take him at 102, and let's say you take a guy like a Hampton or you take a Ward if you're a super QB needy team, are you going to regret that? Like, Travis Hunter, top 2 pick wide receiver in the NFL draft. It's insane to me that we are having this discussion just because we think he might play some cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing that needs to be put into consideration, which wasn't talked about enough last night live as that happened, because obviously as that happens, you got to process everything. And I think one thing that wasn't talked about enough last night is that they paid, to go up and get him. So it wasn't cheap. They're going to use him on both sides of the ball. I don't think that's a question. But you don't pay that much for a player that you don't have a clear plan for. And it seems like Liam Cohen and Gladstone, what's his first name? James Gladstone. They have a clear plan for what Travis Hunter is going to be. And I think he's going to be a weapon for them on both sides of the ball. And in this particular landing spot, it does feel like it's going to be probably a little bit more wide receiver than it is corner, at least right away. Maybe over time, as they get him acclimated to the NFL, he can play a little bit more both ways. But it feels like early on they want him to be the number 2 next to BTJ.
And I'm just excited to see this Jacksonville Jaguars offense next year, because especially in their division, you got the Titans, you got the Colts, a lot of question marks. You got a lot of question marks even around the Houston Texans. Like the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think, are setting themselves up very nicely to be kind of the front runners.
I think Etienne's on trade watch tonight. We've heard rumors of him maybe being, shopped around. He could be a guy that maybe gets moved tonight, but we'll see. CE says they paid a lot to go get Hunter, which, again, yes, I think that just needs to be baked into his price. You mentioned the Titans, though. The Titans, they did take Cam Ward. We all knew that they were going to take Cam Ward. It's kind of like the worst kept secret in the NFL for the last, 2 months. But Cam Ward, he was really the only guy it seemed like the NFL deemed as a top quarterback prospect type of player this year. I mean, obviously you still had Dart, who went in the back of the first round. The Giants come up and get him, but Shadur falls out of it. Jalen Milroe, is Jalen Milroe at this point. Like, we'll see what happens tonight. But Cam Ward, I mean, he's the clear QB, I think, in this class right now. And if he wasn't in a tier of his own for you already, he's already kind of been put into it because of the draft capital now. How do you kind of view this fit? Do you like him for fantasy if you're a QB needy team? Like, are you comfortable, pulling the trigger at 2 on Ward, or, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I think it just depends. I would most likely, if I was super QB needy and I was staring down, the gun of, do I get a guy like Cam Ward, or can I trade out into, a guy like, you can probably get more than Michael Penix. I haven't seen where his keep trade cut kind of landed today. But he's probably anywhere in that QB probably 14 to 16 conversation
I was,
right now.
yeah, my initial gut was going to say like a 15 range. So you're right where I'm at.
And so, I mean, if I can trade, like I said, if I can trade him for somebody like, I know it's crazy to even say like a JJ McCarthy, someone like that you like, or like a Michael Penix type, I think I would still do that. But like, if, I mean, if your only options are like, I'm staring down the gun of like Jared Goff, or Cam Ward, like, of course I'm going to be taking Cam Ward. And I do think there's a ton of upside with Cam Ward. I mean, if you're looking at, uh, yes, he's maybe not the most Konami code quarterback upside, but he still is a scrambler. He can still extend plays. He still is able to keep his eyes moving downfield. And I think we always talk about it. And I know this is not an excuse for us, but we suck in the dynasty landscape at scouting or predicting quarterback success. But you know what
Yeah,
we
I
do
mean,
know?
I do believe that a lot of like quarterback evaluation needs to be done after the NFL draft, because when we're talking about landing spots, like there is no position more important for landing spot than quarterback.
Exactly. And we don't know how to, we don't always know how that's going to kind of, come through, in the sense that we year in and year out, we see the top tier, draft capital, but like there's the Trey Lances, there's the Zach Wilsons, like we can go all the way, but Josh Rosen's, like we can go back and talk about the bus, but at the same time, like there's been so many hits. And so Cam Ward getting that number one overall draft capital, he's going to be locked and loaded for the Titan starter for, at least the next 3 years guaranteed. And so I'm excited to see what they can do to build around him, because I think that's kind of the question mark of what happens today, and kind of what happens over these next few years as they try to add some more weapons. And maybe if they didn't give up AJ Brown, we wouldn't be in this position, but that's okay.
Maybe. So this question got brought up actually last night, and you kind of already touched on it a tiny bit, but I want to kind of revisit it and just get your opinion here, because somebody asked me to rank last year's quarterback class and this year's quarterback class together to kind of see where Cam Ward and Sanders and Dart would fall within that class. To me, I was very much like, if I was going back to my pre-draft process, how I viewed these players as prospects, Cam Ward to me probably comes in as QB 6, maybe 7, with Michael Penix being at the end of last year's class. So after that, Dart and Sanders, they would have been like quarterbacks 7 and 8 in the merged back classes together. But overall, I think for me it was Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Those were my top 3. Then I had JJ McCarthy at 4, Bo Nix at 5, Penix at 6. Are you taking all 6 of those guys over Cam Ward, or does he sneak up a little bit further?
I think that's a great question. I definitely think I leaned it. I still think I take JJ McCarthy and Michael Penix, the prospects, over Cam Ward. I think it's hard too, because like we did see some electric performances this year from Cam Ward at the University of Miami. I think part of it is just the level of competition. I feel like he played in the ACC, where, I mean, granted, I know it's still, Power 5 college football, so I'm not trying to discount that at all. But I still think I'm giving like that advantage over to a guy like a JJ McCarthy, who, as much as, as a Buckeye fan, I didn't appreciate him just dumping on us 2 years in a row, but he did. Led his team to the national championship. Michael Penix was still able to kind of take a Washington team that had never gone super far and, turned him and Rome into first round picks. And yeah, I definitely have him in that range. Yeah, definitely probably about QB6.
Yeah, I just had that question come up, and I just felt like the first 5 guys off of the board, actually, even like, for me, Penix and Ward is an actual conversation. I think I might lean Ward just because he has some more physical tools that Penix doesn't have, but you can't argue that the situation that they're both at the NFL level, you'd much rather have Penix's situation. So that's kind of where I was at. Let's talk a little bit about, actually, let's answer this. Let's talk Genty. Dixon, I see your question. We will get to that here just after we talk Genty. We haven't talked Genty yet. But he lands with the Las Vegas Raiders here. He gets this Pete Carroll offense where Pete Carroll wants to run the football. He's always wanted to run the football. Obviously, the offensive line is bad. The team feels like it's maybe not fully ready to have a top 6 type of running back ready to go, but they can make some improvements today. How do you feel about Genty as far as fantasy goes? Is this good, bad, or, just average landing spot for you?
Yeah, I think it could have been worse for sure. But I think we're looking at Genty as somebody that's going to be getting 250 touches in year 1 easily. Now, how are those touches going to be, how high value are those touches? I don't assume the Raiders are going to be super efficient without a good quarterback. Of course, we love Brock Bowers and everything that he brings. I think Chip Kelly can be a master in the run game, but it's one thing to be able to scheme up runs when you're Ohio State and you have 5-star tackles and guards and you're going up against, whether the same or some slightly worse competition, and then going and all of a sudden you're back in the NFL and you're on the Raiders and you have, one of the bottom 3 offensive lines in the whole entire league. I think Genty's definitely going to be talented. I definitely think they're going to give him the share of touches. I just think, like I said, I'm more indifferent than anything else. He's still clearly the 101 just based on his production that he had in college at BYU, not BYU. Oh my gosh, Boise State. Boise. Goodness gracious. Yeah. And so I'm excited. I'm excited for Genty, but I still think him and Hampton are closer, and of course the discussion with Hunter. So I think there's a clear top 3 for me.
Yeah. Do you feel better or worse about that 101 today than you did, early morning yesterday?
I probably feel about the same. Okay. I think any class, when you have an elite running back at the top, you wish it was deeper. I wish, and we kind of knew Cam Ward was going 1. We saw some other landing spots, that we like that kind of, I think, solidified at least the top 5 for me. Me but too. Genty, he's still. I just think the discussion becomes how close are Genty and Hampton. And I know I put that in the chat yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, like they're neck and neck. I also understand, like, is it just because the class is weak? Like, that's the part that I've been trying to figure out is, like, is it a weaker class that made Genty go top 6, or is it purely just he is that type of dude? He's a Zeke Elliott type running back, Saquon Barkley. I think he's up there for sure. And of course, we're going to have to value him that way in the dynasty landscape. But I think those are kind of the things that I'm processing because I don't necessarily look at him in that same light.
Yeah, I've seen, a couple people in some of my leagues personally that have started to maybe shop the 101. And I think maybe it's because they don't love the Raiders landing spot. But I'm with you where I think, the opportunity is going to be there. I don't really feel like there was a landing spot that Genty could have went unless you told me that he landed with the Falcons next to Bijan, or he landed with the Lions next to Gibbs, where I would have been like, he's not the 101 anymore. Pretty much everywhere else, he would have just still been the 101. It would have kind of been like that for me. So I'm not too worried. I think you probably should still feel the same. It's not like a, it's not, I don't even realistically, there weren't many landing spots that I felt like were just crazy landing spots for Genty anyways. He was rumored to the Bears. He was rumored to the Jaguars. I don't feel like either of those are much different than, what Genty got. So that's kind of where I'm at. We did have some wide receivers. We'll start at the back end because Dixon asked this question. I told him we'd get to it. But Dixon says, thoughts on Matthew Golden to Green Bay, first first round wide receiver since 2002. So we got, Matthew Golden landing there. He spent a lot of time on stage. They're the home team, pretty much hosting the draft. But what do you think about Matthew Golden? I think that a lot of people are excited about the landing spot. Maybe a lot of people are excited that it was Green Bay who drafted a wide receiver. But overall, did this change your opinion on Golden, or do you feel the same way you felt about him, last night?
I still feel the same exact way that I felt last night. I'd never liked Golden as a prospect, in the sense that I didn't think he should be deserved. I mean, the speed alone makes him deserve a first round grade. But we've also seen these speedsters, the players in his type of archetype, especially when we start talking dynasty, there's a lot more misses than hits. Specifically when we start talking through the John Ross, the Henry Ruggs, which, we unfortunate situation there. But landing with the Green Bay Packers, I understand there's not an alpha. There's not somebody there that we're like, oh, everyone's already kind of pushing Golden into that spot because we're almost saying, hey, Jane Reed's dead. Wicks, right, you're dead. It's really just, Dubs. It's going to be Golden. It's going to be Tucker Kraft. For me, he's probably got bumped up. If you're looking probably right around that 108 to 109 range in your dynasty rookie draft, but I'm also not someone bumping him up any further because I'm hyped that the Packers drafted a wide receiver in round 1 and it's been so many years. So
what's up, John? I kind of agree with pretty much everything that you said there. Matthew Golden, to me, he was a player that coming in to draft night, I had him as my prospect wide receiver 5. So he was a player that I was like, he's a second round type of talent wide receiver that's probably going to go in the first round because, it's a weak wide receiver class. Some of these, his combine performance had some good numbers. Like, he's probably going to go a little bit earlier than I think his talent speaks for. His analytic profile isn't great. Not really a huge producer in college. Not really, a lot of the stuff we wanted to see out of him for the most part in those metrics. I think when it's all said and done, I think Golden's probably going to find himself in the conversation where you said, 109, 110 type of range in those drafts for you. I don't know if I'm going to be drafting him just based on how I value some of the other players and maybe how I'm going to value, hopefully how some of these running backs get drafted tonight. I think you can argue that some of the running backs that get drafted tonight probably should move over him anyways. If Henderson and Judkins get early capital, I'm probably moving them up over him anyways. I think the real conversation for me and where I kind of debated back and forth was getting out of pre-draft priors and then reacting to new information, but having Golden in Green Bay where you could see him potentially seeing some usage early on as like their number 1 or their number 2. I'll be totally real. I still think Jayden Reed is probably the most talented wide receiver in that room. But I know that that's probably beating a dead horse at this point, and a lot of people don't agree with that. It may be spicy, like a hot take there, but I like Jayden Reed. I think Golden's going to be a really good piece next to him. They should work together, 1A, 1B. I don't care how you cut it. They're probably both the 1 and the 2. But I think the real conversation for me was like, do I take Golden, a lesser viewed prospect in my pre-draft rankings with a better landing spot than Igbuka, or do I take Igbuka with maybe a worse landing spot who I viewed as a much better player pre-draft? And I think I've kind of flip-flopped a little bit, but I'm still sticking to my guns. I think I'm going Igbuka over Golden in my rookie rankings right now. Are you kind of the same way?
You better believe I am, Andrew. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers landing spot for Igbuka, a lot of people are going to overreact to that, thinking, Godwin, Evans, they're just going to be stealing all the, targets. And I agree. Like, there are a lot of mouths to feed for that offense. But let's not forget Chris Godwin getting older, coming off another major injury. We got Mike Evans, who's now on the twilight. He's probably going to be fading away into dust here in the next 2 seasons, which I keep saying that. But if you would have bought Mike Evans like 3 years ago for an early second, you're still profiting. So like, yeah. I digress. But no, I think Igbuka, especially in the slot, playing with a guy like a Baker Mayfield in especially a warm weather climate down where you're able to throw the ball because the weather's always great. I love me some Emeka Igbuka. And so I think easily taking him over Golden. I had it that way pre-draft. I still have that way post first round, just based on the draft capital. I think Igbuka getting, top 20 capital was not something that a lot of people had on their bingo cards. I know I was talking to a few friends and everyone was like, well, what if he landed with CJ Stroud again with the Houston Texans at, pick 24 or something like that. And he didn't even make it that far. So I think that top 20 capital, I think he'll probably be a lot on that same trajectory as like a JSN, where maybe year one's a little bit more quiet. So I understand why people might want to take the upside shot of a Matthew Golden, but no, I still would be taking Emeka Igbuka in my rookie drafts.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at too. We'll kind of see what happens with Burden tonight, because I had Burden above Golden in my rankings as well pre-draft. We'll see what the landing spot looks like. Maybe those guys switch for me ultimately when it's all said and done. But I think I'm pretty locked in, with my top 3 wide receivers in this class, and it's Hunter, McMillan, and Igbuka still, and I don't really see that changing at all for me. We didn't really talk about McMillan. He got a pretty good landing spot. There's a lot of chatter for the last month or so of Ted McMillan hate. People fading the hell out of Ted McMillan. He's not a good player. He doesn't watch film, yada, yada. Who cares? Lands top 10 draft capital, goes to Bryce Young to be the number 1. This feels like a landing spot where he could go in and really, we're talking about clearly establish yourself as an alpha in that room. I think this is a guy who could get 100 targets year 1 with Bryce Young. We saw Bryce take the step forward last year in the back half of the season. Dave Canales got himself a quote-unquote Mike Evans clone now. We get him in that offense. Do you like this or love it? To quote John Gruden, do you like this or love it?
I absolutely, I love it. And you know what? If you had Xavier Legette, he's dead. Jalen Colker, there's some potential there. Adam Thielen, probably on the twilight. it is time for Tet. And I think if you're looking at him from the prospect, yes, he wasn't on the same trajectory as a Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. from last year. Like we said, prospect wise, he was right kind of in line with a Drake London. I know everyone's going to compare that because Drake London was compared to Mike Evans, and now we'll kind of put Tet in that same range. But a guy that has that positional flexibility to play in the slot, to play outside. And I think when you have a play caller like Dave Canales and you know they need weapons, and to be completely honest, they're going to be down a lot in the second half in games. They're going to have to throw, and Tet's going to be the beneficiary of that. So definitely excited. Definitely kind of, I wouldn't still put him after the landing spot. Like I'm not putting him in the same conversation that we were looking at, whether it was with Rome, Marvin Harrison Jr., or Malik Neighbors last year. But I do think he's in that same conversation of like the 2022 class when we had Garrett Wilson and Drake London.
Yeah, no, I love this for McMillan. He says first thing he sees Mel Kiper talking about Shedeur as soon as he turns on ESPN. He had a meltdown yesterday with Shedeur being his QB1, not getting drafted in the first round. But we're getting close to first pick being on the clock. There's 3 more guys we haven't talked about. We can kind of speed through them briefly, but we had the 2 tight ends. I'll kind of put them up on the board. You had Loveland go 10 to the Bears, and we also had Warren go 14 to the Colts. I think that there's a little bit of a conversation that Warren and I were having last night where it was like this makes it more of Loveland or Warren, where it felt like pre-draft for me it was Warren then Loveland. Do you feel like they're in the same tier now, or did you always feel that way, or do you still prefer Warren?
I do not prefer Warren. I actually prefer Loveland right now. But
Okay.
pre-draft or pre-first round, I was a huge Warren believer. I was not in on Loveland at all. But really for me, what killed Warren was just knowing that he landed with the Colts. There's just too many mouths to feed, in my personal opinion. And I understand Shane Steichen, he can run an intuitive offense. There's a chance that if he can lock in an Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones, can be a competent quarterback play. I hear all of that. But I mean, at the same time, we still got Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, A.D. Mitchell on top of Jonathan Taylor. There's just a lot. And so for me, I'd rather take a guy with a Colson Loveland who's clearly sliding into that Sam Laporta role for the Bears. Now, do I think the Bears overreached? Like, would I have taken Colson Loveland with the top 10 pick? No. Brian Poles, I do think, is an idiot, but that's besides the point. I will take Colson Loveland over Tyler Warren, but I definitely won't be taking them like over a guy like an Emeka Ibuka. Or, I mean, I think they kind of, especially if it's a tight end premium in your rookie drafts, you'd be looking at them in that like 108 to 110 range. And I'm probably going to be taking them on the 109, 110.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to think about where I put them, because I've been tinkering with some of these rankings, and I'm going to be tinkering all weekend until we get, this whole thing finished. But I think I had Loveland and Warren kind of like 8 and 9. I still had them behind Ibuka. They're kind of in the conversation. Like, you could lean Loveland or Golden right now for me. Like, they're kind of in the same tier, a Loveland and a Golden type of player. So we'll see. I think it's the landing spot for the Bears is growing on me. That's another player that I think I'm growing on since the shock of last night. I don't dislike the landing spot for Tyler Warren. In fact, we kind of all felt like they were going tight end anyways, and so we'll see what happens. I still think Warren's the better talent of the 2 tight ends. I definitely hear your argument that Loveland's in the better landing spot. But the only other guy that we haven't talked about was Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart, they trade up for him in the first round. Brian Dable comes up and gets himself a guy that he says has traits like Josh Allen. That's a little bit of a far-fetched to me, but how do you feel about Jackson Dart? I mean, we want to see those QBs get first-round draft capital. They paid to come do it. The question to me is this regime of Daboll and Shane, however, are they going to be here to see him become the starter? Because Russell Wilson is the starter this year.
For sure. And I think the question that arises, especially as you have to start thinking about this from, and I'm talking about it from a Dynasty perspective, but we can talk about it from a real life perspective, is the hit rates on these back end first QBs is really not great. I mean, if we're talking over the last few years, we have Lamar Jackson, pretty much endless. I mean, Jordan Love is turning into, if you want to call Jordan Love a hit. But there's a lot of misses, and we could start going through the names. Like an EJ Manuel. I mean, we could probably go on and on because of these quarterbacks that probably should be early day 2. People trade back up into the end of the first to get them. And So I'm not trying to like discount Jackson Dart at all. I'm just a little bit concerned that I'm probably not going to be reaching in my rookie drafts on him just because we know that number one, the regime's leash is super short. And to be fair, even if Jackson Dart is the starter, who's not to say that the Giants aren't going to be a bottom, a top 5 team again next season. And so for me, I'll take a shot if I really, really am desperate for a quarterback, especially in the back half of the first. But I'm also not going to be holding my breath too much because, to be completely honest, I had, you had Cam Ward. I still did have, Shadur and Jackson Dart in that next bucket. I also did have Will Howard in that next tier as well. Then you had Jalen Milroe. So, like I said, I'm not a quarterback evaluator. They don't pay me the millions. Otherwise, me and Andrew would be working for, I don't know who would be working for, the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah. Hopefully your Minnesota Vikings and the GM telling them what to do. But they don't pay me the big bucks to do that. So I just kind of let draft capital determine. And since it was not top 10, not even top 15, I'll just kind of pause and say it's probably not what I was hoping for Jackson Dart, but it's okay.
100%. I'm with you there. And I think this is a player where I'm definitely looking at him like, you're a QB needy team, you got an early second round pick, maybe like the 112, something like that. And you're like, hey, I'll throw a dart on Jackson Dart. Like maybe that's where I'm at with that. But for me, I will say based off of what we've seen last night, Shedeur Sanders sliding, obviously these teams having some concerns with him, whether that be off the field, on the field, whatever it may be, because let's be honest, there's things in both of those realms that do have some questionable, things to his game. Dart has moved QB2 over Sanders for me now, moving forward, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even if for some reason, best case scenario for right now for Shedeur Sanders is that he's going to go to the Browns here in the next 4 picks. Like if this does not happen, like Shedeur Sanders is probably falling to the 3rd round. Like
absolutely, 100%. I think we need to see, that change, and we need to see how that develops. But look, I think we're about to be, ready to go. Let me pull this up and make sure that we got this going, and then we'll be reacting live for you guys all night long. I got it up now. I had to have the other one on the screen, NFL, so we could track all the stuff. But yeah, we're up. Cleveland is on the clock, so let me just switch it over and put Cleveland on the clock, and we'll get going, guys. Keep in mind, folks, as we're here tonight, we're just all hanging out, chilling together. So we got a lot of moving parts tonight. If there's a little bit of issues, let me know in the chat. We'll fix the audio or whatever it may be. But we're just chilling. We're hanging out. We're watching and reacting to this and trying to give you guys some fantasy analysis. But look, Cleveland's on the clock. You got any predictions right here at 33?
Nah, I think they probably go, I would say Henderson. That's going to be my prediction. But I want to hear this, Andrew. I do feel like if I'm the Browns, I thought they cooked last night with the trade with the Jags. Now, do I think Hunter's worth it? Yes, but I don't think Hunter was worth it on the Browns, especially with they felt pretty confident with their DBs. Of course, he could have slid out a wide receiver, but you don't have a quarterback to throw him the ball. So it's like, well, might as well not trade up. And so I think by them picking up that extra first, I didn't necessarily love going with D tackle, but I do think picking up all that extra draft capital and only having to trade back,
yeah, picks. I mean, it kind of feels like to me this is a team that is almost accepting that they're going to get their QB of the future next year. They have a multiple firsts now next year from Jacksonville and for themselves. They could maybe wait until the 3rd round, shoot a shot at Milroe, shoot a shot at Howard, whatever it may be, and have him come in, compete with Flacco. If Flacco's the guy. We've seen that before. We've done that before. Nothing new. It could be Pickett, whatever. But it seems like this might be a team that, Russian roulette's this quarterback position, and then next year they go get a guy.
Well, what's crazy is, next year I think everyone's already hyping up the fact that Arch Manning's coming out in 2026. Good Lord, he's coming out in 2027. But you know what? If he does come out in 2026, let's not forget what happened with good old Eli. The Manning said, "You are not going to the Chargers, buddy. You're going to the Giants," and they literally strong-armed the NFL into it. They could do the same exact thing with Arch. And so I want people to have that perspective. As I do know a lot of Browns fans, as a guy that grew up in Ohio, it can be desolate in the streets. Maybe we should have just kept Baker. Maybe they should have just kept Baker Mayfield because that would have been
Oh,
the
100%.
the
I mean,
solution there.
100%. I mean, they have 20 years of bad luck for the Watson deal. Let's just be honest. They got 20 years of bad luck for that. So they're going to be paying for that for a while until you and I are old and gray. But at the end of the day, man, I think this is it's interesting, man. I honestly believe I've heard rumors already that the Rams moved last night to move out, get that first round pick from Atlanta. That is them wanting to make their move for Arch. Is they're gonna have multiple firsts next year. They might be able to move up. Les Snead has been buddies with Arch Manning and his family for a while. You want to come be the guy, after Stafford with Sean McVay? I think that's the one that gets Arch Manning really excited. That would be, I mean, that dream scenario for Dynasty for like
Oh, for sure.
everybody.
Well, the pick is in. We saw some
It
clapping.
is.
The fact that Andrew Berry still has a job after the Deshaun Watson trade is actually the
Who
greatest
does he know?
miracle. I don't know. I don't know. Him and Nico Harrison better call him up and figure out exactly how he kept his job after that. So
Yeah, the
no,
job security concerns will. What's the trick here?
I don't know. Kevin Stefanski too. Like actually, I really do think Kevin Stefanski is a really good coach. I just think he's had zero offense to really help propel them. So that's why, as much as I would love to see Trevion Henderson here as kind of the Nick Chubb replacement, I just don't think they go that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody wants the running back to land in Cleveland. I don't see this as like the greatest landing spot really for us. I think maybe it's just because it's what I'm used to seeing with Nick Chubb, but it feels like with what they have there in Jerome Ford, they do need that kind of bigger power bulldozer type of running back. And I just don't love the Henderson fit here. Even though I
Can
do
we
believe
also
he's the best player on the board.
can we also talk about how they milk these picks? Like we could get this thing just boom, 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 boom. It could be the greatest draft spectacular ever, but here we go.
All right, Browns pick is in.
They have such loyal fans too. Like they've just been in the mud forever.
All right, Carson Schwarzenegger. They don't go offense. No running back, no quarterback for Shador Sanders. Let's just play the game. Let's have the conversation right now because if Shador doesn't get picked by this next Cleveland Browns pick, like you said, there might be a lack of quarterback needy teams here.
No, I mean he could go to the Raiders right after the Browns. The Raiders could get him.
Okay, the Raiders could, but he would be going to be the backup to Geno for now.
Potentially the Saints.
Maybe the Saints, but there was all those rumors that came out last night that they had concerns about him. Like, do those concerns change now that we're talking a second round pick instead of first? See, we got War in the chat. War says trash landing spot for running back. He doesn't like the Cleveland landing spot either. We got the Texans on the clock. They didn't pick last night. A lot of people wanted them to go wide receiver. What do you think this is? You think this is Luther Burden? I think this could be a great spot for Luther Burden.
I mean, Luther Burden is essentially a juiced up Tank Dell. I mean, I think this could be interesting.
It's gonna make a lot of people upset. I think if Luther Burden is if Tank Dell was better at everything, it's Luther Burden.
I think the thing that's crazy is like when we were talking about this class last year, we were talking about Luther Burden as the clear wide receiver one. Like it was Tet and Luther. And I understand he had a down, junior season for sure. But I mean, if you watched the Missouri quarterback, it was dreadful.
It was awful.
And I don't know if I blame, like, I understand you got to get yours. Like Tet McMillan played for Arizona.
That was McNamara. Was that McNamara?
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
it's just is like I'm trying to remain positive for Luther Burden, and I think you know what, this just reminds the young gentleman out there, like, go play for a school with a good quarterback, because otherwise all of a sudden you could go from a clear bona fide top 10 pick and then the next year you're sitting here in the second round thinking when's my name going to get called. So
yeah, I mean, I think also if you're like looking, if we're being totally honest with ourselves, like when we're looking at these late first rounds, these early second round rookie picks in our dynasty leagues, which is kind of what Burden is projecting to be at the moment, the hit rate on these guys isn't crazy. You know, as soon as you get out of those top 5 picks, for the most part, like the hit rates really start to deplete, and they deplete really fast. So having a guy like Burden, he feels like an upside swing where he could be more valuable than some of these guys, but he may not be as safe of a prospect as some of the other guys you're debating between. But we do got to pick. It's moving faster tonight so far already.
Yeah, they're walking in and they're walking out. I love this type of energy.
Well, you saw what Goodell said yesterday, right?
No, I didn't see. What did he say?
Jaden Higgins. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think about that? We get Jaden Higgins going to be a big wide receiver next to Nico Collins now. We get the two guys. Not the wide receiver I thought we were going to get, but we get a wide receiver regardless. How you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I you know, would I have preferred Luther Burden because you could see him sliding in the slot? Sure, but hey, you can have 2 X's, one on each side of the field. So we'll give it to CJ Stroud. Now, the real question that has to arise for us here, Andrew, is can they even block to get this guy the ball down the field? That's really the question in play here. But no, I like this pickup because who was the veteran? They have Christian Kirk who can play the slot. So you got Higgins, you got Nico Collins, and then you got Kirk in the slot.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, we heard a lot of rumors of Jaden Higgins maybe being floated towards the back of the first round yesterday. If it wasn't that, it was going to be an early pick today. You know, I thought maybe they would have went Burden. Higgins comes off the board. At the end of the day, you know, they address the need. I like the draft capital here. We just got a trade, actually. Breaking news. The Tennessee Titans have traded this pick to the Seattle Seahawks. So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock instead of the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, this has to be Shedeur.
You think this is Shedeur?
I think so.
That would be pretty interesting, actually.
Or who else would they be trading out for, like a Will Johnson type? Or
I got a Seahawks friend, and he said he'd like to see Luther Burden in Seattle to be like a growing piece for Cooper Kupp, who eventually dies off.
Wait, so we're gonna have 3 slot wide receivers running around out there? Are we kidding? What? Who's the X?
Can you guard 3 slots?
Whatever offense this is, everyone's gonna be in line. Like there's gonna be no one far out. It's gonna be crazy.
War says the Burden disrespect has to stop. But by the way, what they said last night, I was talking about it before the pick came in. Roger Goodell said he was watching the NFL draft last night. He was laying there thinking about, we got to speed this up. He thought to himself that it was too long and they dragged it out too long. And so he said, we got to go and figure this out. So I think tonight they might be on it a little bit more because Goodell said something.
Well, the point is why when the media outlets are tweeting out the pick and then we have to wait 7 minutes for ESPN to say it.
Yeah.
Like just get your butt out there. I don't even too, like, you know what? And this is the great idea. If they're so worried about their sponsorship or, you know, the ad money, just put sponsors before every pick. Hey, with the 88th pick, sponsored by Coca-Cola, the Miami Dolphins, you know what I mean? Like that could help speed it up. You don't have to worry about the ads.
Team could buy a sponsor. You know, the Seattle Seahawks picks this year are going to be sponsored by Lowe's, you know, like do something like that. But yes, the Browns have picked one of their picks already. They haven't picked 2 of them. They're up next for their second one. They did not go Shedeur or any offensive players with their first pick. But yeah, I mean, you think this is Sanders then, huh?
I said that, and now I'm like, they don't really need Sanders though. They probably do need a cornerback.
Mike Green fell out of the first round last night.
It could be one of these. I do feel like there's like 3 cornerbacks left. I'm Amos, Johnson, and there's one more that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But they could go cornerback because I do feel like they do need a quarterback. Also, the pick yesterday, I'm intrigued with all the offensive linemen off. Like, I didn't love the Seahawks' choice. And like I said, I'm not an offensive lineman guru either, but I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We'll see. I think the other, I don't know. To me, I feel like this, maybe I just think Burden's, you know, a fit here, but like you said, it's another guy that maybe wasn't a good fit, but Um, I don't know, man. Maybe it's Mike Green. My guess is Mike Green. They're coming up for Mike Green.
He
Give
shouldn't
me
have
the
fallen
Super
this
Bowl
far.
winner, Kenny Pickett over Shadir. Fair enough.
Competitive edge. That's what a legendary comment.
Notice I didn't pull that up on the screen.
I know. I'll give you one of my coworkers today is like all excited because he's like 34 years old and he matched with somebody that's like 44 and he's going on like a date tomorrow. And so I'm like,
compensation on this trade is 35th overall for 52nd and 25 third. So they move back about 18 spots, 17 spots, and they get a third round pick.
Up a third.
In.
Oh,
yeah.
That's killer. That's a killer deal.
Yeah, it's pretty good. CE says, is Jaden Higgins going to start at OT for the Texans? CJ on the phone with Andrew Luck asking for career advice.
What if Vegas sneaks Burden? Dan, I agree. I think they could. They also could be a shooter landing spot. Do you think, Andrew, do you think Shadur falls to the third? Does he go in the second?
If he doesn't go in the second, I'm very uninterested. Like, almost do not draft list in my rookie drafts for the most part.
I'm also like, before you say this pick, hopefully it's not one of the Ohio State running backs.
They're taking forever.
Please, Lord.
R.I.P. Burden if he goes to Vegas. We had, who traded this? The Titans. The Titans traded this pick to the Seahawks. So Richard Sherman's going to give us his whole speech. Come on, Sherm.
Oh, take a step back. Love the fans. Okay. What a fit, though. Green with blue. I wish I could pull that off.
He's milking this.
Really good.
Okay, they went safety. Nick Emenwari or whatever his name is. They go the safety out of Carolina, South Carolina. He was projected as like a first round type of guy, could sneak into the first round. He didn't end up going. They paid a third to come up and grab him. I don't hate it for him.
I just felt like there was, like I said, we mentioned 3 other cornerbacks. We mentioned 2 other safeties. Like there was five players on the board, and you just traded up and gave a third. I would have just waited. I think one of those guys would have been there. But
yeah, dude, I'm getting real sick of these ESPN comparisons. Yesterday when Cam Ward was picked, ESPN threw up Pat Mahomes comparisons. Today, this guy Nick is drafted. They're talking about Kyle Hamilton and Derwin James are the comps. Like, we're giving every single player that comes in a high-end, elite, 99th percentile, outcome type of comp.
When those guys were first-round picks, actually, top 22 picks, and this guy just got drafted
as well.
Yes.
How do you like the Chargers backs? How do you think they're going to be used? Is Hampton this year's Bucky? I will say no, he's not this year's Bucky because Bucky was a dart throw that you got in the 4th round. Hampton's a guy you're going to have to draft top 5. But how do I think they're going to be used? It's going to be annoying, I think, this year a little bit. I think Hampton's going to come in. He's going to have a little bit more juice, but I think that they're going to ride Najee Harris early because he's kind of the vet, and it feels like that Harbaugh and Roman are like the types of guys that want to ride the vet for a little bit. And then Najee's going to be a little bit annoying because he's going to get some goal line work. He'll get some pass catching work here and there. Ultimately, Hampton, to me, if you're drafting him for 2026. But 2026, he should smash because Najee will be out of town.
I'll say this. If anyone remembers the last time that a Greg Roman offense drafted a running back super high, it was all the way back with good old J.K. Dobbins, early 2nd round. I guess it was mid-2nd round. Was it mid or it was like late 2nd round? I'm forgetting. But anyway, he did come in and steal work from Mark Ingram right around, it was like week 7, week 8. And so I think the idea for me with Hampton is that week 7, week 8, it probably becomes more of his backfield.
Ooh. Quinshon Judkins goes to the Cleveland Browns, baby.
Let's go.
This is the fit that I thought was going to be the one. This is the fit. I think Judkins profiles as the Nick Chubb replacement. He can kind of do it all. He's going to get a lot of usage. This is the type of draft capital you want. This is nice. This is nice. How do you feel about this, Caleb?
Oh, I love this. I mean, I think Quinshon Judkins just solidified himself. I mean, top 7 dynasty rookie pick right now. I think the question that's going to be is where we see Trevion Henderson land. But for me, you always had Hampton and Genty, or Genty Hampton. And then it was always a question between Henderson and Judkins. I personally have Henderson, depending on where he lands, assuming he comes in this next few picks, probably still above
Cleveland.
Judkins. I do like. Well, sorry, what were you saying, Andrew?
I was going to say Henderson lands with Chicago here. That's my prediction.
Okay. And if that happens, cool. I think I just think Judkins all around back. I think he got discounted for coming in, going to win a chip, didn't get to have the full workload on his back, but that also means less miles, so I like it.
Yeah, said this puts Judkins in a good spot, top 7 for sure. I think for me right now, without Henderson being selected and not including him in my rankings, I would say I would put Judkins 5-6 range for me with Tet McMillan. I think that's kind of where I'd have him.
I agree.
This is nice. This is what you wanted, and this is he's going to be a bell cow in this offense. He's going to be a bell cow. Now we need to get the quarterback play figured out. Maybe it's Flacco and we're okay, but he's going to be a bell cow in this offense, and we know that Stefanski likes to run them like that.
Yep.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah, and his, honestly, this story, his mom, crazy story. Such a great mom. She just always came to his games and super supportive. And I mean, he grew up in, where was he at? Alabama, I think is where he grew up. And so she flew to all the games and really interacted with fans and stuff really well. So yeah, really happy for Quinshon.
Well, there you have it. We're already 5 picks into the day, and we got Jaden Higgins and Quinshon Judkins off the board. We needed some fantasy relevant players to come off the board quick to kind of help, these rookie drafts.
You know what you asked me? You said, "Hey, do you want to come on round 1?" I said, "Let War come on round 1," because I said there's not going to be as much juice as there is going to be in round 2 and round 3. So I'm cool to come day 2 over here on the League FFB channel because this is hype. Oh.
Trade is in. The Raiders have traded this pick to the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock now, here in the second round. So
Trevion Henderson, market,
brother, stop it. Henderson
market.
With Achane, I don't love it. I would not like that.
Okay, but you need to literally, if you watched Mike McDaniel watch Trevion Henderson run, hit this 40-yard dash time, that dude literally had his pants so wet. It was...
this needs to be Will Johnson because Jalen Ramsey wants out of town. This needs to be Will Johnson.
It should be, but do the Dolphins ever do the right thing, though? That's the thing. They don't.
I don't know, man. I think... Or, what if?
Oh, don't... Really? You think they would do that to Tua? After signing him to an extension?
What if they need that QB? They might need one. Their QB does spend half the year on IR every season.
Yeah, but you can get I feel like you could draft Milrow or Will Howard or somebody, like you said, later. So
this is where Mike McDaniel does something insane and he drafts Bashal Tootin.
Oh, I do like Tootin a ton.
What if that takes Sanders? I'm telling you. All right.
Snap. The worst part is you're 2 seconds ahead of me. So I'm always watching and listening for you to tell me.
37th pick. The Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya, guard out of Arizona.
You sure?
Not as exciting as we thought it could have been. The Sanders pick would have been way more exciting. Let's just be honest.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so that's going to take us to New England. New England is on the clock now. Now, I will say this one. I said this in my group chat earlier today with a lot of my guys from back home. Burden with Drake May here would smash.
As somebody that, recently traded away one of his Drake May shares and still kind of slightly regrets it, yeah, this would be pretty juicy.
This is like, you signed Stephon Diggs, go get another one and get another one to put here.
This is like, Drake May loves himself some Pop Douglas, so why don't we get a juiced up Pop Douglas? Like, that's how this is going to go.
Dan, I said this wasn't exciting, but you said Tua's brain got excited. Maybe Tua got very excited about this one. You're right. Crimson Mass says Tua made that pick for sure. That was, sometimes you just do what you need and not what you want. Even though we want to do what we want, sometimes we got to do what we need. Who are the running backs that you would take over Genty in normal fantasy, not Dynasty? Gibbs, Bijan, Saquon. You could probably have a conversation there. Maybe Henry over him.
Maybe
Achan. Yeah, like I think that's kind of, you're probably looking at Genty redraft wise. I mean, Caleb's the prime redraft guy for you here, over at 4 for 4. But like running back 6 maybe or 7.
Yeah, he's probably 6. But I mean, let's be completely honest. By the time we get to actual like drafting in late August, he'll be easily 4. So
if Burden goes to the Pats, he's my 102.
Holy.
How do you feel about that?
That's an insane take, War. But we'll give it to you because you made fun of my Hampton over Genty last night, so we can both play devil's advocate there.
War's been giving me Burden propaganda for the last 48 hours. I feel like if Burden picks up his phone to get an Uber, War sends me the location he's going just so he knows, Burden's on the right track. He's a Burden guy through and through. He said that's his guy in the 2025 class. Burden is his guy.
I do love me some Burden. Like I do. But let's say Burden goes here over the next few picks. Like, are you taking him over Golden? I don't know.
If he goes to New England right here, I'd take him over Golden.
Where would he have to land for you not to take him over Golden?
Probably fall outside of the top 50 picks and to a landing spot where he's like a wide receiver 3, day 1.
Okay. I was always hoping that he would land on someone like the the Commanders to play with in that, but then we got Deebo Samuel. I was like,
yeah.
They went, instead of getting, they're the same exact player. So I was like,
Yeah. War says Burden over Golden. I agree with that from a prospect, perspective, but it's hard not to ignore Golden's draft capital right now. Jaden Higgins, that was a little bit of a I didn't expect Jaden Higgins' name to be the first one pulled up today, to be honest.
I didn't either, but the Houston Texans always surprised me with the wide receivers that they like. When they drafted Nico Collins, a few years ago, was that they drafted him in third round? A third round. I remember being
third round guy.
I was like, I remember being like, interesting. And then, we've seen how that's turned out. So I don't know.
Hey, they're good at picking them. They picked Nico, they picked Tank. They've found a lot of good wide receivers.
It's like the Steelers. It's the same way.
Yeah. there's a few teams when it comes to drafting wide receiver talent, you trust the Steelers, you trust the Vikings land wide receiver talent like crazy. You trust, I think at this point, the Texans, they're pretty solid at getting day 2 guys, day 3 guys. Other than that, am I missing anybody?
No, that's
I feel like
probably
the Buccaneers have been pretty solid especially as of lately.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, you
talking
could
about,
maybe
man. Look at this. The graphic has notable additions as the wide receivers being Mac Hollins. Like, we got to add another guy, bro.
yeah.
Tank Dell's
They're all like,
inactive this year, probably most of it.
okay, we're dude, Mike Vrabel's smiling. This got to be a wide receiver.
Mike Vrabel just got himself Trevion Henderson. I hate when they hit the chime on the broadcast and then they talk for 5 minutes because I hit the chime
I
when they
know.
hit the chime.
I just saw a tweet. Did it just go down, or am I crazy?
You might be a little
Oh no,
ahead.
that was no. This was 2 minutes ago. Dolphins and Raiders.
Oh yeah, we saw that one.
Oh, why did that just get tweeted 2 minutes ago though?
NFL broadcast moving fast today. Goodell said, "I got time
Sheesh.
today." All right, well, come on, let's announce it. The New England Patriots select Trevion Henderson. Oh my god. Okay. Trevion Henderson, bro. Um, let's talk about it. Cause this feels like it was like not the greatest of landing spots, but it feels like there's a lot of fantasy point potential here. What do you think, dude?
I mean, I think the issue is we're right now comparing like, do you want Quinshon Judkins on the Browns, or do you want Trevion Henderson on the Patriots? And I think
Um,
I might be. I mean, I think I
Judkins, I
lean
think.
Judkins, but I also would say Henderson playing like if they do a little bit of that, like David Montgomery's Ramondre, and then Gibbs
Mm-hmm.
is Trevion Henderson. Like I don't think that's terrible. I also think he blocks really well, so he's going to be 100% in there on third downs. The issue that arises for me, Andrew, and I don't know if you feel the same way, is Drake May. He's not a check down type quarterback. So the check downs in the receiving game aren't necessarily going to be there unless they're manufactured for him. And that's the part where I'm like, oh, that was going to be a calling card that I'm not 100% certain is going to be there for Drake May with or
Yeah,
for Trevin Henderson with this list.
I really think he has home run potential. I mean, Josiah says, "How does this affect Ramondre?" I think this is really not good for Ramondre Stevenson because I do think Henderson does for the most part everything that Ramondre can do, and then is way more electric. When it comes down to it, the thing that I would be worried about is maybe Ramondre, like you said, ends up getting some of the goal line work and some of that bigger, like I'm gonna punch this one in when we're close type of role. But then Henderson's just lighting it up the other 80 yards of the field. It feels like to me, initial gut reaction is it kind of stings, I think, right now because I don't love the landing spot for Henderson, but I think it's fine. You add Campbell in the first round, he should improve this offensive line. I mean, clearly Vrabel, he has a history of wanting to run the damn ball. He did it with Derrick Henry. If they bell cow Henderson, this could be great, but it's just we're gonna have to see it. So for me, I think this is a player that you hit the nail on the head. When it comes to like Judkins and Henderson right now, Cleveland versus New England, virtually the same draft capital. I'm kind of with Judkins right now. I'm kind of leaning Judkins right now. Dan says
And
Henderson is my RB4 now. Do you think that's? I mean, we said if you take Judkins over him, it does move Henderson to 4.
yeah,
Crimson says
I do.
Bears about to take Caleb Johnson.
I- yeah, I don't love it for Trevion Henderson. I mean, I think ideally we would have seen a better spot for him because, like we said, I think we could have seen Hampton or Genty land pretty much anywhere. We would have felt good about it, but Henderson
Yeah,
was a little bit. Even Judkins could have landed anywhere. And we're like, oh, it fits. Henderson was one where I was like, he needs to land in a very kind of specific type of situation,
right.
which I mean, I'm happy for him. Like, I think the draft capital is enough that 100% I will have shares of Trevion Henderson. But I also maybe he falls a little bit, but I also don't think you're only probably going to get a pick discount on Trevion Henderson now because Quinshon Judkins just got pushed over him. So
Yeah, I mean, this was a player that pre-draft, like just raw prospect rankings, I had Henderson competing with Hampton for two. You know what I mean? Like to me, I viewed it as like 2A, 2B type of situation. There's a clear tier now. You know, Hampton is in the tier above, and Henderson has now moved to the tier below. They're not 2A, 2B anymore, but I think this is interesting because, like you said, for rookie drafts now, you probably get a pick or two, couple picks maybe if you want to if you're playing in a tight end premium and people like Loveland, maybe they move Loveland over Henderson. You might get a couple picks discount, and you're still getting a very fucking talented player that can go out there and get 13 touches or 14 touches in a game and light up an NFL field. So I think you're still getting a really good player who has a lot of high upside in fantasy. I think the one thing why I feel the way that I feel right now, and maybe you feel the way that you feel right now, is it feels like the floor for Henderson got lower, but the ceiling remained the same.
exactly. And I think sometimes too, we do a bad job in the dynasty community of always like we're talking about safety here. I think is really where it comes down to the pick difference, like you said. And so if it's the same, I should still feel the same about Trayvon Henderson, but I just don't right now.
It shouldn't move too far. Like you said, it's gonna maybe adjust him a pick or two. Like it's not gonna be a lot. We got the Bears on the clock right now. They got the pick is in. They're getting booed right now by the Green Bay crowd. He said they're the 25 NFC North champions. Calm down. Okay, Luther Burden, baby.
Oh snap!
Luther
Oh,
Burden to the Chicago Bears. War, where you at, bro? Where you at, War? Because you are the
oh,
Bears fan
oh
and you get Luther
snap!
fucking Burden, bro. Okay, all right. We got the New Orleans Saints on the clock. He says, "Whoa, there is a God." So look, the Chicago Bears, they lose Keenan Allen this offseason, who's playing in that slot, by the way. They lose Keenan Allen. They have Odunze on the outside. They got DJ Moore on the outside. And now we plug in Luther Burden. Caleb Williams, we're going to load you up with Colston Loveland, Luther Burden. We improved your offensive line this year. He says we're going to go, War says they're going to go get Caleb Johnson or something later today, maybe. I mean, is Caleb Williams a big fucking winner right now?
Oh, he has to be. I mean, Andrew, I think me and you, we've always talked, and the Caleb Williams right now, what in dynasty startups, falling down to what has he been like early second, kind of maybe even like middle second a little bit. I mean, I think this pushes him back up into the back end of the first in startup value, and I think the other piece of this is for those people, and I was one of them that was like, hey, let me go try to shop for Romo Dunze. Well, Romo Dunze's value just took a little bit of a knife in the back. Colson Loveland, I think we now have to say Tyler Warren's ahead, just based on this now addition on top of DJ Moore. So yeah, I think this benefits Caleb Williams. This doesn't benefit for me Luther Burden. Doesn't benefit Loveland. Doesn't benefit Romo Dunze. Um, but yeah, good for War. War, are you still taking him at 102? Actually, War's probably taking him at 101 now.
Bro, look, he said 102 locked. So he's got him. No, we didn't. They did not re-sign Keenan Allen. They did not re-sign Keenan Allen. JD was in here last night talking a lot about the Bears. He said Caleb Williams can't handle all that talent. I think he's going to be fine. The end of the day, though, I think you're right that Romo Dunze was a player that I really liked buying this offseason. I still don't feel bad about buying Romo Dunze. I think he's, from a talent perspective, a raw talent perspective, I think he's the most talented player in that room. But you're starting to get a lot of mouths. And a lot of mouths to feed mean inconsistency in fantasy football, and we don't love inconsistency in fantasy football.
Yeah. Goodness. Well, you know what though? They're going to do everything to make sure that this Ben Johnson offense is humming.
They shouldn't have look. They hired Ben Johnson, the offensive guy, and then they said, "Why don't you come help us draft?" And he said, "Give me Colston Loveland, give me Luther Burden. I'm gonna take Caleb Johnson next round. I'm gonna do this." He's about to load up all offense. They're gonna just say, "We'll figure out defense next year because we're about to put up 60 a game."
Yeah,
I don't
it's
mind it
great.
at all. Okay, so let's ask the question now: Luther in Chicago or Matthew Golden?
I think I got to go Golden still.
I think I go Golden as well.
Just purely based on there's less mouths. I mean, there are the same. There's a lot of mouths to feed with Green Bay, but they're less talented
Less
than the,
talented,
the
yes.
than the Chicago Bears. And to be honest, I don't think it changes for me that I mean Caleb Williams and Jordan Love. Like I still believe Jordan Love is a competent quarterback. Like I still think he can get his weapons involved. Um, but yeah, I yikes. That's just terrible for anybody that bought Romo Dunze. Like I was in the streets like, hey, like if I need a wide receiver, hey, I might flip the 103 for Romo Dunze. Well, you could probably right now flip the 107 for Romo Dunze after this trade that just happened. So
If you can do that, I would still encourage people to go flip it and buy though.
for 103?
No, no, no. You said if you could probably flip the 107. If you can flip the 107,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. Oh,
100% going. Like,
what would
okay,
be the
what
the max picks that you would do?
5, 6?
No.
You kind of the same?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like Quinchon Judkins versus Romo Dunze, I'm probably taking Romo Dunze.
Yeah, that's a conversation though, I think. Oh my god. Tyler Shuck. Oh my
Oh,
god. Okay, Shador Sanders. What's going on, buddy? We got Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. People talked about him potentially maybe being a first round pick yesterday. It felt like a lot of smoke and who gave a shit. But at the end of the day, the New Orleans Saints say, Spencer Rattler, we're going to go with Tyler Shuck this year. How do you feel about this one, Caleb? Oh my God.
I mean, I'll be clear. I still think Shadur Sanders is more talented than this guy.
A thousand
And
percent.
that's but my thing is, what the heck was he saying in his interviews? Like Shadur Sanders had to
Dude,
be either the most
he must have been in the interviews going, buzz down my AP, perfect time. Like he must have been in the interviews doing all that.
it just makes zero sense to me, man. It just makes absolutely zero sense. Because I do like me some Shadur Sanders right now. Like I would have taken Shadur Sanders there. Like I don't understand what the risk is. Like it feels like
Even
you
even instead of him, Howard, Milrow, there's more talented guys than him, I think.
like what then oh yeah. I would take
Than
Milrow over this guy.
Tyler Shuck. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
take Milrow, you take Howard, you take there's a lot of other guys I feel like are more talented. Dan says Shadur about to have a seizure.
Dude, Dion's regretting not accepting that Dallas Cowboys job right now. He's like, I could have taken my son.
Damn, dude, this is crazy. Okay, so look, the draft capital in itself tells you that the Saints like the kid. So, as much as you and I don't like the player, the NFL is telling us they like him right here enough to take him top 40. Does this make Tyler Shuck a second round rookie pick in your rookie drafts?
Oh, 100%. 100%. I now how early in the second? I mean, let's not forget even I know it's crazy to say last year because we can't compare last year's dominant class to this year's. But even last year, I mean, we were talking at the end of the first, early second, like Michael Penix was still going at like the 202, 203. This year, we're easily going to see Jackson Dart probably in that 110 to 112 range. Maybe he gets
Yep.
higher, but let's just hypothetically say that. So I would say he's probably going to go somewhere in this like the 204 to 207 range is kind of what I would say price range should be.
Dan says the Jets might be a decent Shador landing spot. What do you think there? They kind of already told Fields though that they weren't drafting a QB, right?
A first round QB.
This is kind of
Everything's
a
off the
guy
board
that,
once we get to the second.
oh my gosh, Shador is down horrendous. The Shador slide is crazy. I'll be honest, folks. I don't even know if Shador's the next guy. Uh, did we have a trade?
What?
Did we just have a trade, or we got the Bills on the clock? I thought it was the Bears on the clock.
Did I miss a trade? I'm
I thought
just
the
double
Bears were on the
checking.
clock. Yes, breaking news. The Bills are trading pick 56, 62, and 109
Whoa,
to
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
Bears in
whoa, whoa,
exchange for
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, sorry. You keep
what?
going. Keep going. No, you keep going. Keep going.
Okay,
I'm an
in
idiot.
exchange for picks 41, 72, and 240. So the Bills did move up. The Bills on the clock right now.
Wow. We're showing this guy broke his foot, his tibia, and we're still taking this guy over Sir Sanders. Goodness gracious. Like, what is happening?
He's also, by the way, Tyler Shuck is like significantly older than a lot of quarterbacks in this class. He's like old.
Yeah, he is old.
Bill's going to get their James Cook replacement. I think most of the running backs that are gone now are the ones that would have replaced James Cook. Anybody after now, I don't feel like is necessarily there. Like, are you super worried anymore about like most of these? Like, if it's Scatabo, are you super worried for James Cook?
Not really. I mean, it affects him for sure.
Yeah.
But no, I think you know who really is the big winner right now?
Who?
It's Tyrone Tracy. That dude was literally
So
a
far,
running back away from being a well. I don't well. If you look at the picks, like they don't really have any picks coming up until like the back end of the third round.
I
So
still think like
with the
if you bring a Scatabo or a Dylan Sampson or one of those guys in, like I think they're better than Tracy.
but are they even going to get a chance at those guys? That's the thing. I mean, I think Dylan
Maybe.
Sampson and Cam Scatabo are gone by middle of third.
Like if you bring Tootin in, is Tootin better than?
Well, that's my guy. So let's let's just clarify.
All
That's
right,
me and Tootin are best buds. So
rootin'
anywhere he
Tootin'
goes, I'm
buds, huh?
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, so I was gonna say though, I'll be honest, folks. I think we still might have another quarterback come off the board before Sanders. By the way,
I do too. Who do you think it is? I'll tell
I
you who I
think
think it is.
Milrow comes off before Sanders.
Oh, okay.
You think it's Howard
I think it's potentially Howard. And the only reason
or
I'm saying
McCord?
that is because it's not McCord. For sure not McCord. It'll 100% be Howard. I mean, Howard's
I
literally
forgot you
looks
got
exact.
you don't like McCord, right?
No, we don't like McCord. It's his daddy. That's the real issue, but that's besides the
Fair.
point.
All right, so after the trade, the Bears traded to the Bills. The Bills are on the clock. They're using pick 41, and they're selecting TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. So
Not bad.
they traded up to go get him. They must have liked him. And the
What did they
Bears
give up?
just moving back. They gave up 56, 62, 109 for 41, 72, 240. Basically, they moved their like seventh round pick and turned it into like a fourth round pick, basically, is what happened.
Hmm.
They just basically got a fourth round pick for staying in the same
Yeah.
2 rounds.
Also, if you to any of the 107 people watching this, if you guys are watching over on X, come check out the YouTube channel over here at the League FFB. Andrew is absolutely
100%.
growing a huge, just makes the best content on YouTube, in my personal opinion. And I also make
Appreciate it,
YouTube
bro.
content, but and so if you guys wouldn't mind, come subscribe if you haven't checked him out. Is the best way to support the channel, and he does everything for free. So, come support him. Come give him some love. Hit a like on the stream. Hit a subscribe. We'll help him out. So
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, we got a lot of people in here, man. Everybody come over, check over the YouTube channel, interact with us in the chat, man. We got a lot going on today, but look, we got the Jets on the clock. Somebody said, Shador, you think they just get lucky here? And for nobody in their right mind expected Sanders to be on the board when the Jets were picking here.
no, I think this is the thing. You got to do what's best for your franchise. And Justin Fields, I love it, but he got bridge quarterback money. Now, I think he's
Yep.
probably the starter this year. Was he going to be guaranteed the starter next year? The contract would say maybe, but the contractor also probably said they're drafting his replacement.
It's front loaded too, so like next year, if they want to get out next year, it's not that bad.
So I mean, I could see them pulling the trigger on this, but no, I probably think they probably do go. I would say they go defense.
Oh, hold on. We've been hearing some Sauce Gardner trade rumors. Do you think they draft Will Johnson as insurance?
I mean, I could see that, or just draft Will Johnson so you have Will Johnson and Sauce.
And
That'd be a
Sauce,
nasty
that'd be
deal.
pretty nice. Vegas Sinatra says, did that kill Henderson's value going to the Patriots? We don't think it killed it. We think it lowered his floor, the safe floor of him. But overall, I think we still view him as like a mid to late first round pick.
100%.
JD says, Andrew, for real, I'm not new to your content, but you have quickly become a favorite this rookie season. Keep it up. Love the receipt video. Wish more people in the space did stuff like that. I appreciate you, JD. Means a lot, really. We put a ton of work into this. I put a ton of work into this. So, when people come over, they find the content, they enjoy the content, they want to stick around and keep supporting the content. It means a ton to me. So, the fact that you are willing to come out and say that, it means a lot to me. Appreciate you and glad to have you. And we're going to keep killing this shit all year round for years and years and years. So you're still here on the ground floor.
You are. And eventually, JD, you'll see me when Andrew hires me on full time in like 5 years. So it'll be a good time.
Kayla's just waiting for me to get big, and then he just wants me to give him a paycheck.
We were both in individual creators, and I said, "No, I'm jumping out of this rat race. I can't do it anymore." And then Andrew just continued to grow, and I was like, "Oh, okay, here we go. Let me be nice to this guy." I give him dynasty trades from here on. Every so often, I'll throw him a free second just to keep him happy.
Keep the door open. I see what you're doing. It's the classic. It's the salesman approach. I see it.
You know what it is. No, it's actually not that. I don't think me and Andrew have done a trade in a very long time.
No, you always want to get one over on me, dude.
I know. I can't seem to just do one that's fair. I always have to have a slight edge.
I didn't have my what do you call it? I didn't have my walls up the first time that we traded, and you took advantage of me. You took advantage of me the first time we traded. And now every time I trade you, I'm like, I got to remember that this guy's a savage. So I can't. We're playing in the same ball league now. I can't just go into negotiations silly.
What was the trade? It was it was
you want to revisit this?
It was DJ Moore for Rashee Rice in a 25 first. Was that
a 25 first in Rashee Rice, but you also gave me Derrick Henry in the deal. So Derrick Henry.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So it was DJ Moore and Derrick Henry for Rice and a first, which now, knowing what I was trying to accomplish last year.
It was fair. I mean, Derrick Henry was.
It's going to age worse and worse every year, but it was a trade where I was trying to win last year and I didn't. So goal was not accomplished.
It's okay. I traded Mark Andrews for the 107. So who's really wiped my hands of that one? That could have been you. That could have been worse.
Yeah,
actually.
Fair. I think the worst one that I saw there was one that you had earlier in the year. I think it was the Mahomes deal. The Mahomes deal was the one where I was like, that was a lot. You got a lot from Mahomes.
Yep.
What was it? It was May and Kyler?
I got May, Kyler, and Xavier Worthy from Mahomes.
Jesus Christ. You probably can't get May from Mahomes right now.
Nope.
All right, pick is in. Okay, we heard about this happening. Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, is the pick for the Jets. I heard rumors all day that this is who they were targeting early today. He goes here to be Justin Fields' tight end with Garrett Wilson there. Look, this was my clear tight end 3 in the class. I kind of had him in a tier of his own. He should be in a spot here where he can get some targets. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about Mason Taylor, man?
Well, they clearly needed a number 2 receiving option because, the ghost of Alan Lazard is just not enough. And so
haunting New York right now.
It's haunting New York. So I like it. I think Mason Taylor, he's an athletic tight end. Now, would I have preferred a guy like a Fannin maybe in round 3? That's kind of where I would have leaned personally. But I think Mason Taylor, he's got the pedigree. His dad being Jason Taylor here, clearly on the string. You love it. You can play him in the slot. And this is just maybe my personal opinion. I understand Justin Fields does love to throw to his tight end. Like we can think even back to his days at Ohio State, seeing him and Cole Kmet early on at Chicago. But man, I would have tried to address the position, like maybe get a wide receiver.
Fair.
Would have been what I would try to do.
I like the pick for Taylor. I think that makes Taylor interesting to me. Dixon says, Andrew, I found your channel through BDGE last year, but you helped me get my first chip. My 4th year playing fantasy. I love your content, even as a redraft only player. Much love. Appreciate you, Dixon. And you've been super active in the Discord too. So appreciate you being here, man. And I'm glad that BDG could help introduce me to you. Pick is in.
Oh snap! I swear, if this is Caleb Johnson.
San Francisco 49ers select Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas.
Ooh. Oh.
Dude,
all right. Texas.
Who did you say? Caleb Johnson?
I said, I'm behind you. I'm like behind you by like 3 seconds. So I'm like, if it's freaking Caleb Johnson does seem like a 49ers type running back. Like,
but yeah, that would have been interesting. They're drafting somebody, by the way. You thought Shanahan was sitting out of this draft class? Hell no. There's a reason they traded Jordan Mason.
He said round 4, round 5, round 6. You better believe I'm loading up.
I'm taking Tootin, I'm taking DJ Giddens, and I'm taking RJ Harvey. Like, he's just gonna go get all of them.
You just wonder, like, him and John Lynch are out on the golf course, and it's like a bet, like, hey, like if I hit this shot, you'll let me draft one in round 3 this year instead of round 4. And it's like they're just playing, and so then like, I don't know, but it'll be exciting to see.
He misses the shot, and he's like, fine, 5th it is. 5th it is.
Fine. I'll accept it. The year that he drafted Trey Sermon in the 3rd and then Elijah Mitchell in the 6th, he must have just been absolutely cooking. So
yeah, he said, I don't care who we drafted where. It's just I want 6 running backs in training camp, and whoever wins the job wins the job. I don't give a shit. Get the undrafted guys. As soon as the draft is over, he's calling every running back on that went undrafted. Hey, do you want to come play for the 49ers? Hey, do you want to come play for the 49ers? All right, we got a pick here. The 49ers selected, like we said, we're going to the Cowboys pick. The Cowboys are on the clock. Could they be a team that is
yes,
they kind of need a running back here for sure.
Okay, so hypothetically, let's just speak this
is a little
into
spicy.
Existence. If they go, do we take Caleb Johnson over Trevor?
If they go who?
If Caleb Johnson goes right here to the Dallas Cowboys, are we taking him over Hender?
I wouldn't.
I don't think I would
but
either.
I could see people doing it.
But it'd be juicy.
I could, because people want this. They want this Cowboys landing spot so bad. But I don't think I could do it because I think the talent gap between those two guys I had pretty significant.
Do we think there's a shot that our boy Shadur Sanders lands here at the Cowboys pick? This is a Jerry type. This would be a Jerry Jones type move of like, well, Dak's getting up there. Not
Dion calls
actually,
in a
but
favor. Hey Jerry, I'll reconsider that job offer if you take my boy right here. It could happen. I think it could happen. Oh man, now that you say it, I can't unsee it.
I know.
Edson says, bro, what is going on? Shador QB4. He was with us last night, very excited because he thought his Rams were going to draft Sanders, and they didn't in the first round. Sanders, I'll be honest, Edson, I think there's another quarterback that's going to go above Sanders right now, unless he goes, like we just said here on the stream, unless Jerry got the do me a favor phone call. But it's going to be interesting. He says Rams got to get him in the second now. I mean, if the Rams have him on the clock, I don't know why you wouldn't, because they already had the Stafford rumors this offseason.
No, I do think you have to take him if he's there for the Rams. But I don't know. They just keep pushing him down the board.
It's, I'll be honest here, because I thought the Sanders fall yesterday, I know a lot of people were really surprised by it. I wasn't super surprised by it because I just don't believe he's that great of a talent. But I think we're definitely getting to a point now where it's like, okay, he's better than this, guys. Like, why are we fading him this far?
I'm right there with you. I didn't think it was that.
He should have been in the consideration where like Dart went last night.
Yes, yeah, like this. I feel like this is like, but this comes back to the fact that we can talk about it from a dynasty perspective, but there's just so many quarterbacks right now. There's so many good quarterbacks. Like, this is the deepest the league has been at the quarterback position. And I think that's just continued to have trickle-down effects, whether it's to a guy like a Shedeur Sanders, whether it's even to a guy like an Aaron Rodgers. Like in most years, Aaron Rodgers would have been flocked to. I don't care that he led the Jets to 4 wins, the year prior. Like, people would be flocking, but they're not. And so,
yeah,
I don't know. I think that is just due to the amount of talent that's there, but
we'll see. It's interesting. Josiah said the Cowboys literally have nobody at running back, unless you like, the shell of Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. But you're right. If they draft a running back here, he's going to be pretty sought after.
They probably should go Mike Green, though.
Edge. Donovan Ezeraku, or Rookie, or whatever his last name is. He's kind of rumored as a first-round guy last night. They got him here. Basically, Dallas has addressed the offensive line and the defensive line now with their first 2 picks. We don't get the the storied Sanders pick, and we don't get the running back yet. We might still get a running back. CE says front offices just don't want to deal with Coach Prime. You think that's playing into this a lot?
There's 2 things that either happened. There was an attitude issue, or there was a lack of football acumen, which I'm not trying to come across that way. Those are the only 2 things. Because if we're talking about it from like a physical tools perspective, like Shedeur Sanders has everything that you would want in like your typical quarterback. Like, I mean, the fact that we just saw Tyler, what's his face? Shyler Shun, however you say his name, go early
Shun.
second. Shun. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, Edson has a point. He's like, the Browns are starting Flacco and Pickett. Mason Rudolph's a starter. This is the same league that let Lamar fall. I'm here to hear that argument. I think those teams are definitely QB needy for sure. I think one thing about the Mason Rudolph conversation is I know that there's still conversations happening with Rodgers. They are still trying to have conversations with Rodgers. Maybe that's just their plan, is we'll figure it out with Aaron later and we'll draft our team now. It's a dangerous game, but it's a gamble. I think at the end of the day, though, I'm with you, Caleb, man, where it's like Sanders, to me, there's a lot of baggage that is tough to carry when it comes to this. And in a way, for those of you that are basketball fans, I'm a basketball guy through and through, but this reminds me of like the Lonzo Ball, LeVar Ball, where like a lot of people didn't want to deal with LeVar. and LeVar was a talking point. I think maybe there might be some of this here, but I agree with you too. Like, if he was as talented as anybody else in the league, they probably overlook some of the personality, because if you're a superstar, we don't care. But he's not a superstar, so we might care a little bit more. Jonathan Taylor announcing the pick right now for the Indianapolis Colts. And with the 45th pick, they sent him out to announce JT Tuimoloau.
Oh yeah, let's go JT. Let's go.
Did
baby.
I hit that? Did I hit the last name, or was I way off?
Yeah, JT Tumola. Yeah, you said it right. Yeah, JTT.
Hell yeah.
Dude is. I'll say this as an Ohio State fan, for those that like, he has the physical tools to be. He should have been like a top 15 defensive end. Like, that's who he should have been. Part of the reason was the way that our defensive line coaching happened. Like, we play a lot more like in front. But he has the best spin move I've ever seen since Chase Young to come through Ohio State.
Really?
And he was like, that's who we projected him to be coming in. He had like one killer game against Penn State as a junior, and then was pretty solid. So it kind of sucks that he fell this far, because I think he came back as a senior hoping to be a first round pick. But no, I think landing on a Colts team where he'll probably be a better pro than he was actually a college player. He was pretty productive.
He can play opposite Latu, right? Latu is the one who they got last year in the first. Yeah, so it'll be pretty interesting. Edson, look, you've been here the last two nights talking about you want the Rams to get Sanders. They're on the clock right now. Sanders is on the board. This may be your dream come true here, Edson. I mean, this feels like it does feel like McVay should get a guy here, right?
It
potential
does.
quarterback of the future.
They haven't addressed it, and I mean, how many more seasons does Matthew Stafford have? 1, 2? Realistically,
1 or 2, and he's also not the healthiest of guys. It's just a matter of, really what it comes down to is, it's a matter of how much more valuable do they view a guy like Sanders versus a Milroe or a Howard or a McCord or one of these other guys later. Because I do agree that when you get to that lesser tier, it feels like a big tier of guys that can all be serviceable at the NFL level. Quinn Ewers. We haven't even mentioned Quinn Ewers either.
Oh, that's yeah, but I still have that's the thing though. There's just so many guys in this class that, and especially just underperformed. Like, I think that's the thing that, like, when we were talking Quinn Ewers, we were talking about Shadur, we were talking about even like a Jalen Milroe. Like, this could have been an absolutely electric quarterback class at the top, but it did not turn out to be. And I have a feeling, I know we start, talking about it from a dynasty perspective, but same thing's probably going to happen in 2026 as well, which is going to be sad. But I don't know.
Yeah, because if we're looking at 2026 right now, it's like, what's his name? Malachi. What's his name? Oregon kid.
Or Dante Moore.
Dante Moore. Who's the Malachi? Is he at Boise State? Where did he go?
Yeah, he's at Boise State, but he won't be a top one. It'll be Drew Aller back for Penn State, so that could be interesting. There's the LSU quarterback, Nussmeier. Newsmeyer. You have potential at Arch. He's not going to come out though, probably until 2027.
Unless a team, that's unexpected and they lands early, and then he'll probably jump. But yeah, I mean, it's another class where it's like, I don't know, bro. Like, I think we've been spoiled rotten with quarterbacks in the NFL over the last 4 years, probably. I mean, when you even, let's say 5 years, you stem back to that Burrow, Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, like, that class was insane. 2021 was, that was the Kenny Pickett year, right? No, Kenny Pickett was 22, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was 22. 21, who was in 21?
It was Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson.
Yep. Yeah, that was 21. Then
Not
22, yeah.
great, but you still got fantasy relevant guys in Fields and Wilson.
You felt like it was strong at the time. You felt like it was strong at the
Yeah,
time.
I meant Lawrence and Fields. Then
Yep.
23, we get why am I spacing it now too?
2023,
Stroud.
you had Stroud, Young, Erich,
Yep. So
Will
we still
Levis.
feel like we got guys, and then 4, obviously we got a shit ton of guys in
Ton of
2024.
guys. Yeah.
So
And so
we've been spoiled.
so Edison here in the chat says he owns 3 26 first to our teams that can bottom out. I think the question, and this is what's interesting, is I've seen a lot of people already like in the dynasty landscape say, "Oh, like sell your 26
saying like
first."
sell it because the class is bad. I've seen it too.
But it's also like what's the worst class we just discussed over like the last 5 years? It was 2022, and that class still got us, Garrett Wilson, Brees Hall, Drake London.
Yep.
Trying to think of other guys in that class. Chris Olave.
Yep, Chris Olave. We got a lot of decent guys in that class.
But like that's like the worst class that we've talked about in the last 5 years.
Well, and keep in mind, we were talking, also pick us in real quick for the Rams, but we were talking about this class at this point last year, saying this class is bad, and there's 6, 7, 8 guys that you really like in this year's class right now. Edson says, I've been buying, bro. As people keep saying that the class is bad, he's just going to keep buying. That's probably the way to do it. Happy birthday, Mikhail. He said, I want to shout out my son's birthday today.
Happy birthday, man.
All right. Wow. Bomb drop. Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon here to
Juicy.
be the tight end of the future for Sean McVay in this offense. I like this. This is juicy. Ferguson was a riser at the combine. His RAS score is off the charts. Obviously underperformed at Oregon this year, but 6'5", 247. This is very, very interesting, and he's probably a guy that's not going to get enough hype in rookie drafts to like go super early. So you might be getting a value in those tight end premium leagues here. I love this spot. This feels great to me. How do you feel about this one, Caleb?
Nah, I mean, he absolutely demolished the Big Ten. So, and I understand there's going to be people that say same thing of like, hey, he wasn't the number one targeter at Oregon. He was also playing with a ton of competition when we're talking through the guys at Oregon. I'm trying to think of where I would take him, like where I think he's going to be going in rookie drafts. Probably somewhere around like the 209, the 211 range.
My thought was like he's a late second, early third right now to me. And if you can get him in like that early third, that's a smash pick in a tight end premium. I like that a lot, man.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Tyler Higbee for Sean McVay be an absolute dog. And so I think Terrence Ferguson can be right along that path. So
yeah, and when you're looking at tight ends too, like trying to get those guys day 1, day 2, that's the sweet spot. Really, those guys that are after, it's not pretty, but he's right in the sweet spot here. Pat Pete, love Pat Pete, by the way. One of my favorite players growing up, Patrick Peterson.
He was
the Arizona
nasty.
Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back. Okay, there you go. That's what you needed.
Marvin Harrison's going to demand a trade because he got locked up by Will
Hell
Johnson.
of a value pick there.
That's so great. My thing is the argument was his knee is so messed up is what I've been hearing. Like the medical wasn't clean. That's why he fell.
Yeah, but at some point, like the value's too good, right? You just take the upside swing. He from a talent perspective, could be the best guy in this draft at the DB position. Edson says, as a Rams fan, this is solid. Higbee getting up there in age and coming off of a serious injury. Yeah, I agree. He said, I just really wanted Shedeur, man. We know you wanted it. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, man. We are in Shedeur territory right now. Like, it could be right here.
It's right around the corner for sure.
We've been saying it I feel like all day long so far, but we are right there, man. You know, the Cardinals needed some defense too, by the way. They got Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. That's a pretty damn good start to your draft.
Yeah, they definitely did.
So do the Raiders end up getting, oh my God, breaking news. Trade alert, the Las Vegas Raiders are trading this pick away. They send it to the Houston Texans, who want to come up and draft somebody. So the Houston Texans are coming up. They give up. Don't have it yet. Hold on. Any guesses on who Houston's coming up to get? Edson says, we've been saying that since yesterday, that the Sanders pick is coming.
Yeah, I know, that's true. No, they got to be coming up for like offensive line. Am I crazy?
Yeah, I just got it spoiled, actually, honestly, while I was waiting for the trade details. But
goodness.
they are coming up for O-line. They need that, though.
You know what? Sidebar. Trying to eat when you have 135 people watching you is a stressful feeling. I'm not gonna lie.
Makes you nervous?
It makes me nervous that and I'm like eating like pizza over here, but you know, it is what it is. I keep thinking I'm just gonna turn off my camera and take like 8 bites.
Do what you gotta do, brother. Yesterday, War was leaning off the screen to try and get his bites.
I know he was. I know. I'm like, I should have ate before, but I didn't. So that's on me.
I ate right before we started. All right, so I'm going to pull up the draft board, man, because I think now we are getting a little bit nervous for Sanders.
No, dude, he's making it to round 3.
You think so?
Oh, easy.
Look, War says, that's why I was sliding out of frame yesterday.
Didn't even notice bro's eating. Yeah, guys, I'm eating like a piece of pizza. I'm trying to grind this away. Here, I'll slide out of. Oh no, that's the wrong way.
Let's look at this though. Texans, Bengals, maybe the Seahawks at 50 for Sanders. After that, the next one is probably the Raiders at 58, and then after that, it's round 3. Edson said Mans was chomping last stream. Yeah, and I think, Edson, weren't you the one who was calling him out for vaping on it too?
I've been banished to the Shadow Realm.
Your camera went out of focus now too. It's just focused on the jerseys, which is fine. You got the Stroud jersey in focus on the Texans pick, which is cool, I guess. You know, I was debating what jersey to wear today. I was thinking like Puka. I was gonna wear maybe a Herbert jersey. I had a lot of jerseys in consideration for today, and then I ended up going with the League FFB t-shirt.
You know, you can't. You just got to go with the OG. You know.
What's the OG?
I was on the League FFB t-shirt. You know.
Oh, I mean, it's a classic, bro. It's a classic.
Listen, if we hit 10,000 subscribers tonight for the League FFB, Andrew will buy everybody in the chat a t-shirt.
If we hit 10,000 subscribers tonight, I will send you all a t-shirt for free. Everybody, I'll just send you all a t-shirt. I will go get 100, 200 t-shirts made tonight. Expedite that. Print it. Get it in the mail. Handwritten letter. That's what I would do. No, we'll get it to a point eventually where we can get this for people who are fans of the channel. They can purchase that.
They're hot to come by. I've been trying to get one for years.
I still need to get you one. I feel like this Texans pick has been on the clock for 20 minutes. What you think? Prediction? Actually, I said it was spoiled. It's O-line. What are we waiting for?
Well, I can turn off my
offensive lineman Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota. All right, Cincinnati on the clock. The Bengals. Let's talk about the Bengals, man. People have been worried about Chase Brown. You're a Bengals fan. Should people be worried about Chase Brown right now for fantasy value-wise?
Oh, for sure. For sure. But I think we'd be stupid that if we took a second-round running back right now, because there's our defense is literally Swiss cheese. And so it's probably, if I had to guess, a cornerback or safety. But or another defensive lineman, because who knows what's going to happen with Trey Henderson. I know we took Stewart last night. It was the dumbest pick I've ever seen. My Bengals. You think so? For sure. This dude is literally, he looks like a Greek god. He performed like a Greek god at the combine. Dude averaged 1.5 sacks his whole entire college career. So I don't care how good you look when you're running naked. If you can't get around an edge, I'm just serious. It's terrible. So anyway, as a Bengals fan, let's also roll this back. I'm just going into all of what I hate about the Bengals. We have a staff of about 6 people in our scouting department. Most other NFL franchises have 40 people in their scouting department. The reason we only have 6 is because we're cheap. We have zero money. Paul Brown is broke. So anyway, it's unfortunate.
All right, with the 49th pick, the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker out of South Carolina.
Okay, we did need a linebacker, but fine, whatever. Take a linebacker, I guess.
Edson says, I think the Bengals get a bruiser to pair with Chase in a duo backfield in the later rounds. Ollie Gordon with the Bengals would be fire.
Actually, Ollie Gordon would be. That's also somebody. Shout out to dude. Ollie Gordon was supposed to be
it's supposed to be the 101.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just had a summer incident, and then all of a sudden he's banished.
Yeah. What was it? The DUI.
Yeah, but to be fair, he did suck last year. Relatively suck.
Yeah. I think he's a little bit underrated right now by the community.
Well, if you tuned into my rankings, my pre-draft rankings, I actually RB10 is where he slid in for me. So
I think that there's people in the space that probably have him 13, 14, 15 range.
And I know we didn't do any rookie content together because you just never ask me. I'm just kidding. But I really when we start talking the range of the we said the Dylan Sampson to the Tootin to the
Giddens to the whatever.
To the Neil to Ollie Gordon. I am intrigued because I feel is this, with all the talent, our team's just gonna be screw it, I'm just I'll take, if we're talking
somebody
Tootin,
later.
Tootin in the 4th versus Ollie Gordon in the 5th, I'll just take Ollie Gordon in the 5th Not this, and is it going to cause with all of these running backs? Is it even a guy like an RJ Harvey? I didn't even mention Harvey, but like, is it going to push all of them down the board because teams are like, oh, there's just so many of them. Like,
So I'm thinking that it could be that they could push them all down the board because everybody's just like, ah, we'll wait. And by default, everybody waiting, it just makes them all go later. And then I also feel like there's a chance too that like people are kind of playing chicken right now. It's like, we don't want to be the first guy to take the running back today. We'll let you do it. And then they all wait for the first guy to do it. But there's a chance that once Sampson and Scatabo start coming off the boards, the floodgates might open and people start just going to get their guy.
you know, even Martinez, that's another day. I got letter jumping in.
Edson says, I agree. That's why I moved my 107 for a 26 first and the 209 last week, stacking them later picks to get Gordon's, Cam, Woody, Martinez, etc.
I do think, like, the thought of this year, that is the one thing that this year's class, when it comes from, it's just the depth at RB. Like, if you were an RB needy team and you didn't want to take Trevion Henderson at the 106, you wanted to go buy 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And you could take the shots, and get like we said, like a Cam Scattaboo, a Martinez,
Caleb Johnson, Cam Scattaboo, Martinez, or whatever.
And then you're like, what? I probably had the same upside of getting an RB1 finish as me just having this one early first. It's probably a fair process play.
Or like maybe it's like I'd rather have the 3 RB2s than 1 RB1. You know what I mean? Like I'll just take the 3 guys and just rotate them by matchup.
And that's something that, as much as like we were saying, like we would take last year's, class over this year's class. Like, I mean, when you were sitting at the 207 last year, were you feeling really great about that pick? Probably not as great as you're going to actually feel about the 207 this year at the pick. Now, is that because this year's 207 is really that much better? Probably not. But it's also like we know.
Although there was guys at the 207 last year, like I feel like people were still getting like Pearsall was still in the conversation. Like I feel like in some leagues, like he was going later. You were still getting like a Leggett later. Like those guys you still feel all right with, but like how different are we going to feel about them or like a guy like Jalen Knoll when Jalen Knoll gets drafted here and in the next round or two?
Yeah. I'm not a big Knoll guy. So that's also probably part of
I think
why
Knoll's
I'm
pretty solid. I also like Jack Besh.
I do like
a couple of
that.
These other guys.
Puka Nakua 2.0, baby.
Is Besh?
That's who Jack is. Oh, yeah.
Edson says, I have the 105 still too. And he said, exactly. I'm a running back needy team. So I got /have 3 seconds and 3/3. Just take a ton of shots. Now I'm in a league with Competitive Edge in the chat. And I've been rebuilding that one. I sold every running back on my roster last year. Got a bunch of seconds and stuff. And I'm just going to draft a bunch of running backs just to replace everybody.
Because that's the thing. Like Edison said, Tyrone Tracy was going in the 3rd round. Bucky Irving was going in the 3rd.
I got Tracy in a bunch of 4th rounds, dude.
Dude, that's crazy.
Seahawks pick is in. They select Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. That's interesting. I don't know how I feel about this landing spot. How do you feel about this landing spot with Arroyo going to the Seahawks with Sam Darnold there and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp? How do you feel about this?
Well, darn it, my Noah Fant shares are officially dead. Him and Cole Kmet, gone. No, well, I'm actually serious, but no, it's I like the landing spot. Super athletic tight end. I think he fits in. Probably be tight end 2 for the Seahawks next year. Probably take over tight end 1 at some point. And
Mike McDonald,
like we said,
having the history with Mark Andrews and those guys.
Oh yeah. And knowing what we know about, the part for me that I'm struggling to comprehend is we see Sam Darnold last year just launching the ball. We had go routes from, Addison and Justin Jefferson, like every play. And now this year, all of a sudden, Sam Darnold's now only going to be relegated to about 8 to 15 yards down the field based on this current roster construction.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you,
I better.
there's just not many guys in the NFL period that can call an offense like Kevin O'Connell. Is kind of just that way.
Well, but I just the part that I'm struggling with is it felt like Kevin O'Connell. Yes, yes, correct. I agree with you. Yeah, elite level play caller. But the fact that you had Addison, Jefferson, and Hawkinson, like it felt like they all complement each other. Like all these players they are assembling right now. I'm struggling because I'm like, okay, we got JSN close to the line of scrimmage, Cooper Cup close to the line of scrimmage, we got Arroyo close to the line of scrimmage. Yep. What's gonna give?
Chuba out
here,
dancing. 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton, D end out of Texas A&M. Not a bad pick.
Not a bad pick. And Chuba Hubbard's somebody that surprisingly I feel like has been undervalued in Dynasty. Just because I feel like his contract happening, during last year, it
in
went
season
under
like sneaky.
In season, it was sneaky. And we all knew it at the time. We were like, oh, like that definitely helped us.
The same thing happened to James Conner. James Conner got the in-season extension as well.
And people just forget. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm looking at Edson's because he brought up Benson and Brooks from last year, and we just talked about Chuba and Conner. I think the thing is recognizing Edson, the difference between the prospects, right? Like guys like Benson and Brooks are not the same type of prospects. And we kind of said that last year as like the Judkins this year or the Henderson or the Hampton. They're not the same type of guy. So like being able to, and this comes with time, seeing draft classes with your own eyes. You can have people like Caleb and I who are content creators and have done this for a while and can tell you like, hey, we've seen this before, trust us. But until you see it with your own eyes, it's hard to recognize those patterns. But guys like Brooks and Benson, I didn't take a lot of last year. I took Benson over Brooks more than, or I took Benson over Brooks a lot, not necessarily over him in my draft, but I took more of him because he was going a little bit later. But being able to recognize like those levels of running backs, and then these guys are worth it, these guys are not. So we're at the point now where, like we said with this class, if it's not Judkins, Henderson, Hampton, Genty, you might be better off just taking a couple guys later and just kind of letting it be luck that defers it or relying on the landing spot.
The other thing that we just I know you already hit on, but like Benson Brooks hadn't even gone at this point in the draft last year. And we're already sitting here with 4. So just shows in a deep class, which is crazy. So
Titans take Oluwafemi Oladejo. I hope I hit that, but I don't think I did. But that's who they took, edge rusher out of UCLA. Competitive Edge says closest thing to a field stretcher they have really will be Arroyo unless you found MVS. MVS equals clear out wind sprints. So we'll see there. I mean, it is a lot of close to the line of scrimmage, but if you ask JSN said the other day, he said he loves what they're cooking up this year. So we'll see.
You know why he loves it? 170 targets incoming for himself. Yeah. That's
the way to do it. We'll see, man. But yeah, I think when going back to the overall running back prospect, thing is, it is being able to evaluate a strength of those players. And just because it's a last year, which was a less talented class, I'm not going to say it's a bad class because we still had guys like Bucky and we had guys like Tyrone Tracy. But if you don't think the talent gap between Tracy and Benson and Bucky and everybody else, Corum, whoever you would have thought at that time was that large, you would have been a lot happier in hindsight just waiting and getting Bucky and waiting and getting Tracy and waiting and getting, those guys to land on your roster rather than reaching and using the second round pick on Benson, using the late first round pick on Brooks when you could have drafted guys like late first round guys, like we said, guys like Ladd, like you could have got Ladd in the late first and you took Jonathan Brooks.
Insane. And now if you own Jonathan Brooks,
go ahead.
Oh, you go.
No, you said now if you own Jonathan Brooks, what?
I mean,
dead?
you're essentially dead. That's all I was gonna
Yeah.
say. So
Yeah. Edson says, I've been thinking to move off of 105 because of the Trav hype down to 109 and picking up another second and hope Judkins or Henderson slides to me. I don't think 109 will net you that. I think if you move back, you have to move back to like 7. 7 would give you comfortability, but I don't think that 9's going to make it close. I think you'll be gritting your teeth, stressed out, waiting for them to fall if you go to 9. Do you think 9's too far?
oh, 9's for sure too far. I mean, he would. I would even say if you 107, like, are we even sure that's not too far?
Well, okay, so you take the top 5, the guys we said yesterday: Hampton, Ward, Trav, Genty, and Tet. And then you got what? Let's say
you're
7
right,
is
you're
just
right,
Judkins and Henderson. You get Henderson at 7.
Right. You get Henderson at 7. Yeah.
I
So
think you have to
7,
hope
7. Yeah.
7 guarantees it. If you want to gamble, you could do like 8 or 9 and hope somebody takes Matthew Golden and hope somebody takes, somebody else, a Loveland or a Tyler Warren. But I think if you want to guarantee it and play it safe, which I'm the type of player that likes to play it a little bit more safe like that, I would just go to 7. And even if you can't he says he wants to pick up another second. Even if the second isn't this year, get a second next year and just guarantee it at 7, 107. Because that second next year is still going to be a fine player. You can use that as ammunition in season to go buy a guy like James Conner.
I agree. I'm going to pass this back to you. How many more running backs do you think we get in round 2?
In round 2? Maybe one. I don't think we get any other in round 2. I think round 3, we might get 4. But I don't think I think Judkins and Henderson is about where we're at. Maybe Caleb Johnson in round 2. He says, I could have got Nix. So, yeah, the late first, you could have got Bo Nix instead of, Jonathan Brooks. He says, my league guy at 6 has JJ and Will Levis as his starters. So I was thinking he's def taking Dart. Maybe, but you have to bank on your team or on your league mate drafting need over best player available, which typically in rookie drafts, you do want to draft the best player available over need because you trade for need and you draft best players. Unless you feel like there's players in a similar tier that can fill both the need and that can be a tiebreaker. Like, for example, like last year, I viewed like Penix and McConkey in like the same type of tier, and I went McConkey because I needed a wide receiver. You could argue that maybe Penix is a guy that you would rather have based on the superflex position in a 12-man league or something, but McConkey hit, and that was the tiebreaker to me.
That's just crazy. Right. The Bo Nix thing. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Edson.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 53 select Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame.
That dude put Marv locked last year. So yeah, he was
kind of rumored as a potential first round guy, and they got him at the back of the second here.
Yep. That was a good pick.
He said, yeah, but my guy has a tendency to draft need. He's been looking at QB for a year. Now, bro, he's getting desperate. Fair enough. Don't let Shador go 3rd round to the Steelers.
Uh-oh. It's over.
All right, Green Bay's on the clock here. What do they need? They probably need to go defensive side of the ball right here, huh?
Yeah, probably, but they probably could add another wide receiver because that committee is so big,
Just go Golden and Reed and Jalen Knoll and everybody. I'm still
serious.
got JD5 and Penix last year and have T-Law now. Nix was a lesson. Sometimes we need those lessons in Dynasty, man. We need those lessons every once in a while. But yeah, your quarterback room's fine.
You know what you should do, Edson? Just BPA all the time. Don't even care about your lineup during the season. Doesn't matter. Just stack the positions of value. If you
I'll tell
have
you
5 to 6,
Start 10 superflex positions. Just run it. Best player available in the lineup all day long.
exactly. I mean, who are they going to start? Joe Flacco? You're over there with JD5 and Lamar Jackson because you've absolutely, hammered it. I don't know.
Right. Could you imagine a league like that? Just all super flex positions. You can play anybody you want, any position, as many of them as you want.
Oh my gosh, be insane. You're like the Spencer Rattler type players would be like so much more valuable.
So valuable.
Yeah, like
because if he starts, he's getting 20.
Yeah, and that's crazy.
All right, Jordy Nelson up here, huh? For the Green Bay Pack.
What a legend. Hot take. I mean, I really think Jordy Nelson at his peak was better than Devontae Adams. And maybe it was just me more enjoyable to watch. I don't know.
I don't think that's super hot of a take, to be honest.
But I mean, they did hit. I mean, that run of wide receivers is like
just be a QB league. That's all it is. Okay, no QBs, all flex positions. Tight ends, running backs, and wide receivers.
That's it. Glorified one quarterback at that point.
Anthony Belton, offensive tackle out of North Carolina State, to the Green Bay Packers. On the clock now, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. We got the Chargers on the clock.
Do we probably don't have anything. This is probably not a fantasy relevant position. I think Chicago.
Unless they want to go tight end, do they like a guy like, what's his name? Fannin? Do they like a guy like, I guess a lot of the other guys, Ferguson's off the board. Do they like Fannin? I think is the question. Do you like Fannin or do you want to wait on Fannin?
Yeah. I mean, you do have Fannin. You still got, I still like the Luke Lakey from the Iowa a little bit later.
Yeah.
Gunner. I know they're saying Gunner Helm.
Got 2 thumbs and traded up in the second to pick Knicks last year and then flipped him for May 90 days later. This guy.
So, Andrew, I was going to ask you this. Who, So you've been mentioning Noel a bunch. Are you a Noel over Trey Harris type guy?
I had Trey. I think I had them in the same tier in my pre-draft rankings. I can't remember, but they were very close. I can't remember who was in front of who.
Okay.
I actually, a guy that we haven't even mentioned yet that I liked was Jalen Royals. I like Jalen Royals a lot out of Utah State. I thought he was pretty solid.
Yeah, I still Trey Harris is my top one right now on the board.
He's the best on the board for you?
Yep. Also, we literally said Mike Green at the beginning of.
Oh my God, and he still hasn't been drafted.
He still is here. I was like, holy.
Well, he does have those 2 charges against him right now, or accusations against him right now. Chargers put that one in quick, guys.
It's probably Mike.
Is this Melvin Gordon?
No, it's Mike. Big Mike. I think
No,
John
this was
Harbaugh
Melvin Gordon announcing the pick.
Oh. Sorry, I wasn't watching. I was looking at the best players available.
Trey Harris. What do you think about that, Caleb? You got your guy. You said
we got
best on the board.
Oh, someone hire me right now. Hire me as a GM. Goodness. I like it. I mean, they needed a wide receiver. Clearly, they needed a clear X. I thought he reminded me a lot of some previous Ole Miss wide receivers, like not the same pedigree as an AJ Brown or a DK Metcalf, but still up there. And I think Herbert needed weapons, and I think he just got one. And I think these are the moves that me as somebody last year when we're sitting there in the first round and I'm like, please God, give Malik Neighbors to Justin Herbert or like maybe Mar Falls to land on the Chargers and then, they get Joe out and we're all like, wow. These are that move last year makes this move possible this year. And I think that's the part that's exciting. So I like it. I like it. Doesn't hurt Lad for me. Just only
Yeah,
enhances Herbert.
I think this is the thing for me, man, because you saw this. They said that's a great spot for Harris, fantasy relevant. It says he's a guy that I would take if he fell to like the 205. I think this is definitely interesting because it's like this is a good spot for Trey Harris, but this isn't a good enough wide receiver that worries you about Ladd McConkey at all. So like, I feel like Ladd McConkey can still go out and give you those high-end fantasy football finishes. He's going to be the target hog. This is a guy who's a big play guy. He can stretch the field downfield. He can be a red zone threat. I think what this tells me is that if you had hopes of that, maybe a tiny step forward from Quentin Johnston last year, a guy like Trey Harris can come in and kind of take Quentin Johnston's lunch money. I think he can do a lot more things than Quentin Johnston could. However, they could exist because Josh Palmer was kind of a field stretcher and they lost him this offseason. Trey Harris can fill that role. This is interesting. I think this is a guy that I'm willing to take a dart throw on in the second round. I mean, by no means getting the landing spot in the draft capital to push him up really high, but I'm interested. But I like the fact that it's good for him, but it doesn't affect Ladd, who I have a lot of exposure to Ladd right now.
I've been trying to get more exposure to Ladd. No one's trading. It's frustrating, but it's okay. Here we are. But so this is good. Like I said,
first two picks for the Chargers are Hampton and Trey Harris, huh?
Yeah. So where do you slide it in? Like, how does this? I know we just talked about Caleb Williams with getting Luther Burden, but how do we feel about Herbert now with this? Because it feels like now they're trying to surround him with weapons, which is very clear.
Yeah. And I think the sentiment yesterday was, they added a running back and everybody was like, they're just going to run the fucking football again. Like, that's just what they're going to do. But now they add a wide receiver and it's like, let's stretch the field a little bit. I think it's going to be a little bit of I think they want to be more like they were in the second half of the year last year. And that's when they were throwing the football pretty well. And it was opening up a lot of lanes rushing for J.K. Dobbins. Having guys like Hampton and Najee is going to be a significant upgrade to what you had last year in J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. I think Herbert, as a guy who for a while early on in his career, we all felt like, hey, he's a top 5 guy, a top 3 guy, top 4 guy. Like, we thought about him the way people are thinking about Joe Burrow right now. There was a time in my life when it was like Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Justin Herbert. That was the grouping of guys. And I think it's closer to, that low-end QB1 type of range, but I feel very safe if Justin Herbert is my QB1 because he's going to still give me those, QB 9 weeks, QB 8 weeks, some spike weeks when, they really need to play from behind. But I feel good about Herbert. I feel good about this offense. And I love this for Ladd, and I like this for Trey Harris.
No, I definitely do. So this made me think of a question because we just talked about dynasty rankings a little bit. Do you have Justin Herbert close to Drake May, or like how do you view those two?
Yeah, they would be close. I think they should be close, honestly. Like I think probably right now I'm a little bit less reactive in the way that I rank and I play fantasy, so I still kind of want to see it from Drake May, so I would still put Herbert over him, but I would not be shocked if by the end of this year, May has surpassed him. But I think for now, I'd still have Herbert above him, but they're probably in a similar tier. What about you?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was reading the comment about Trey Harris here from Good Old Competitive Edge, but no, I have, right. I mean, if you would have asked me probably yesterday, like before the draft, I would have said May. I would put May just because you feel like he's got a little bit more rushing upside. But now that we're seeing these weapons starting to be put around good old Herbert, I'm like, I've always felt like he's been kind of a depressed asset a little bit. So I think
he's undervalued right now.
Yeah.
And I think I think there's an issue that we get sometimes in the fantasy space, both redraft and dynasty. But I think dynasty we kind of deal with that a little bit more at times because we get wrapped up in narratives and we're thinking about this year round. But I think last year early on, all the talk was Herbert and Harbaugh. It's going to be a run heavy. Nobody wants Herbert. And then he actually went out and performed really well, I think, last year in the back half of the year. But for whatever reason, that pre-draft thought of Herbert and the Chargers isn't going to be good for quarterback play, people still think that way a little bit, which they've shown us it shouldn't be that because Herbert performed and Ladd performed. And that was with a weaker wide receiver room than they're going into with this year.
It was I think it was the second week of maybe the first week of the fantasy football playoffs. Whatever week they played the Patriots, the Chargers, and freaking Ladd McConkey went absolutely wild.
Nuts.
They literally, he was like running wide open post routes down the field, and you're like, where the heck is a cornerback, a safety, somebody? I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's zero things to worry about in this Harbaugh offense, especially for Herbert, but overall.
I bought a Ladd McConkey jersey because he won me multiple championships.
Crazy. He went off. How many was it? Did he score 2 or 3 touchdowns?
2 touchdowns, and I think it was 200 yards or something like that.
Yeah, my gosh.
Seth Rollins out here cutting a promo. Crimson Mass Pro Wrestling gets a plug with the WWE. Competitive Edge says it's going to be play action all day. They have the pieces for it. I think they're going to run a really good offense there in Los Angeles. I like it a lot. All right. The Chicago Bears select Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle out of Boston College.
That guy was supposed to transfer to Ohio State last year, and he never did.
Oh, really? I'll tell you what.
Yep.
We got a pretty decent opportunity right here. Denver on the clock, needs at wide receiver and needs at running back right now. Probably could be a pretty good fantasy pick right here for whoever is selected if they go wide receiver or running back. What would be the best pick here for you from a fantasy lens? I'll tell you what, Caleb Johnson would smash here.
That's the thing. Like, if Caleb Johnson goes here,
does he jump? Would Caleb Johnson jump Travion for you?
I don't think so. Just based on prospect profile, and I think Travion has a lot more home run ability. But man, that's a hard one.
What if you got a guy like Kyle Williams here in the second round with Bo Nix?
I like that too. I think giving more weapons to Bo Nix, because he made it work last year. Portland Sutton as your number one. I guess
it was Sutton number one, and then it was just by committee with everybody else. Mims and Vele and Franklin, and I think even at times they had Josh Reynolds in there running around. Like, there was a lot of Lil Jordan Humphrey was out there doing stuff. Like, it was committee. So I think this is a good landing spot to go get maybe an established number 2. I do really believe, I know you said you don't like him as much. I think Noel would be a great pick here. Wait a minute. We got a trade. They said the Lions are on the clock now. So the Lions are on the clock and the pick is in. Denver must have moved out. I'll have to look for compensation here.
Well, that's good for all my Greg Dulcich shares. Greg Dulcich. Oh, I'm kidding. That was a joke, because I remember I was trying to poke fun at that, but he's on the Giants. Couldn't make it with the Broncos. I'm an idiot.
Who?
I made a comment about Greg Dulcich, but then I forgot that he's no longer on the Broncos.
Yeah,
he's on the Giants.
They cut him out.
That was me and Andrew. Was like, I convinced you on that one. Mr. Three-Legged Greg, I bought you in, and then it never happened.
Whatever.
He could still be
traded up. I don't know what the compensation was, but they traded up with Denver. They're going to be selecting here.
Dude, it's got to
And
be Mike. It's got to be Big Mike.
could you imagine him and Hutchinson?
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's why I think it's him.
Getting USA chance.
USA. USA. Don't let him fall to Baltimore.
The Lions select Tate Ratledge, guard out of Georgia. Go O line.
Okay.
They already
Okay.
have an elite offensive line, and they're just gonna keep adding to it. Why not?
You win in the trenches. And I think as you saw, I mean, even last year with like the
That's what
Chiefs,
Dan
like when you
Campbell likes
battle,
to do, man.
yeah, and if you battle injuries, you lose a guard, you lose a tackle, you got to move around. Like I think having quality depth, especially on a guy that played for Georgia, like can't
Well,
be bad.
and a team last year that struggled with the depth later in the year as the injuries piled up. No, he's a pretty solid offensive lineman. I heard a lot of talk about him early on in the process, but um, yeah, I mean it's not sexy. But we got the Raiders on the clock. Do I say it?
No, you don't because it ain't you know what? I just I man, the league must hate Dion. I don't think it's a Shadur thing at this point.
You think so?
Because let's be clear, like Shadur Sanders. Okay, this is me asking you this about your like when all the Malik Willis hype was happening in 2022. Like I would look back and I didn't think Malik Willis was the same quarterback as Shadur Sanders.
Yeah,
Like I have Shadur Sanders as a better prospect easily,
yeah,
and so and Malik fell to the third. I think
right.
Shadur has to go here soon. I think they do it, or they go Will Howard.
Dude, I like Will Howard. Edson says if Brady don't draft Shadur in the second, shaking my head.
Shiloh is cooked. He's not getting drafted.
He's dead, bro. Shiloh said that last night. They said if they treating you like this, I ain't never getting drafted.
Mm.
All right. 58th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver out
Oh
of
snap!
TCU. Okay, we get Besh, who gets to go here and be the number 2 wide receiver next to Jacoby Myers for now, play with Brock Bowers and Geno Smith. I mean, using second round draft capital on him, this is a riser through the Senior Bowl process, a riser through, the draft process in general. This is interesting, don't you think, for fantasy purposes?
No, this is super interesting.
What do
I'm
you
trying.
I'm trying to think from like a pick perspective. Does he kind of start leaning into that early to mid second?
Yeah, I think he's like 204 to 206. That's kind of where I had him. And a lot of
Be-
people comped him to like Puka Nakua.
Besh in Las Vegas or Trey Harris in Los Angeles?
Trey Harris still for me though.
But he'd be right behind him.
Yeah. I mean, I think Trey Harris is right now. If I'm thinking about it, like my rookie, I think Trey Harris will slide in around like 202 to 203.
What would you like, are you taking Mason Taylor, that went early to the Jets in the second round, or are you taking Besh?
Besh.
trying to think who else. Tyler Show or Tyler Shuck or Besh.
Yeah, I'm
You got
probably
to
taking.
take
I'm
Besh,
I'm
right?
probably taking. Probably taking Besh. And to be fair, like I think not that I don't like the Mason Taylor landing spot, but it's also like just it's just how much passing volume is this team going to get, and how much opportunities are you going to get year one for Mason Taylor specifically. I didn't love that landing spot for him, or even like a Terrence Ferguson. Like I know he said is probably later second.
Yeah,
It's
I
interesting.
think that's interesting. I think you're right though. Besh is like a player that probably is like I mid second. It's gonna be tough to tell, man. I think a lot of these running backs can pass him even if they get third round, fourth round draft capital though.
I know JD here in
Like
the chat. He
if
said
I was gonna say if Scatabo goes like fourth round to like Washington Commanders, Scatabo to the fourth round of the Washington Commanders, are you still taking him over Besh?
no, I'd take Scatabo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I think a lot of these running backs can still pass.
Yes. No. I just think what's gonna, I mean, clearly I think these second wide right or the second round wide receivers, it's gonna be them and these running backs. Like that's all the second round's gonna be. And what as someone who needs running backs, what running backs would you take Betch over?
I I think it's gonna
Um
be tough to tell until we see where those running backs get drafted, honestly.
yeah,
But
because like a
I will
four
tell you, I will tell you this, Edson. Tomorrow, um, tomorrow night after the draft is over, I will be doing a recap slash updated rankings. So by then, tomorrow, I'll know where I'm putting Besh. You like Torrey Horton?
no.
You don't like Torrey Horton?
I know everyone loves him. I have not
I
been on the
love
Tory
him.
Horton chain.
I think he's a stud, man. We'll see where he goes though. This is the Ravens
But
gonna
no,
get
I
Mike Green.
I think so, and that's gonna piss me off. But it's like
What were you
it's like
saying?
it's like no, I was just gonna say the fact that JD comment of saying that Best is such a Brady pick, like, yeah, I mean, if Brady watched him and said, yeah, man, that's Edelman, that's Wes Walker, like, goodness gracious.
It's a big moment for them, though, man. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Jack Besh story, but Jack Besh's brother um, passed away here this summer. There was that accident with the car in New Orleans during Mardi Gras, and Jack Besh's brother was one of the people that was killed during that time. And Besh was at the Senior Bowl, so yeah, it's a very interesting story. I mean, obviously, very sad story, but feel good story to see Besh go early. In the draft here in the second round. Crimson Mass
We're
says
making
Denver got to be taking Caleb at 60 to piss me off. He wants Caleb Johnson to the Bears. Not liking Torrey Horton is like saying you don't like dogs. Crazy.
That's crazy.
Who's on the clock right now? The Ravens? Yeah, we have it. All right, we're
Yeah,
good.
I just feel like it's like we started getting going faster, and then they've started milking it again.
Yeah, and then they're gonna cut the time for these third round picks again here soon. I mean, in all fairness, we're 2.5 hours in. Yesterday's stream was like 4 and 20 minutes, 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's probably gonna be somewhat similar, but we'll get through the 2 rounds today. Don't they cut the clock in the third round?
Yeah, I think it's what
Like 4 minutes or 3 minutes?
4 minutes. Yeah.
The internet is funny sometimes, man. I can't even tell you what I just saw, but people were making fun of
Yeah.
Jackson Dart in the Giants pick. New York lost. The New York media lost their mind seeing Jackson Dart be the guy that they traded up for.
Yeah.
It says Lakers game about to start. Shaking my head. Damn straight, dude. Thoughts on Higgins to the Texans? Maybe I'm just a homer, but I like him over Burden and probably over Golden too. He's got to be at least in the conversation now. I would not take Higgins over Golden. I think you could have a conversation about Burden, but I would not take him over Golden. What do you think there?
Yeah, I wouldn't take him over Golden either.
See, he says Harmon likes Torrey Horton.
Hey, I respect I respect Matt Harmon. He has had a ton of success.
You know who else Matt Harmon likes a lot?
Beach.
Jack Besh.
Besh. Yeah. Well,
I think it's Besh,
hey,
right?
Is it Besh? Is it? Maybe I just like
Besh.
to say like Beach. Is it Besh? Am I saying it wrong?
I think it's
I
Besh.
probably am. You know me and my pronunciation. I couldn't say Achan for like
What were you saying?
Achan. No. Ah, crap. I can't do it now. I can't.
No, you weren't saying
Achan.
Achan. No, you weren't.
I don't know. I couldn't. How was it said originally, Devon? Like everyone in this space was saying it wrong. Shane. I don't know. I don't even know how else you would say it.
Now I can't even think of. It's Devon H. Now I can't.
But like
even
I
say it the
literally,
way
I
it
wouldn't
is.
even be able to. I it took me a half a season to be able to say it right.
Baltimore Ravens are about to be making their pick here. Pick 59. Baltimore Ravens select Mike Green.
Oh snap!
Yeah, just get a top 20 player in this draft at 60 and call it a day.
It's official. My Bengals are screwed. Screwed.
C says I got blackout drunk at Remedies last night. Don't even remember manhandling my wife when I got home. Had to lift. CE says don't drink and drive. Insane behavior.
When he says manhandling his wife, is that like abuse or is that like you just maybe you were looking so fine it just like she came onto you, you know?
Let's hope it's not that. C says a lift is way cheaper than a lawyer. Damn straight. Him
That's
and
a great
Tucker on the
comment.
same team, though, oof. Yeah, optics wise, not great. You know, seeing the SA charges and then drafting a guy who has that as well. Baltimore said we like talent. We don't care about off the field.
You know, back in the early 2000s, and honestly, up until about the last 5 years, the Bengals, they used to. We always used to joke in Ohio that they used to go into the local jails, and that's how we found our defensive players. But you know, that's okay.
Fair.
It's okay. But you know what?
right.
I say that, and Pac-Man Jones has turned into an outstanding citizen. So
Somebody said, can Luther Burden and Travion Henderson just trade landing spots for my sanity? Put
Actually,
Henderson with
yes.
the Bears and Burden with the Patriots.
oh my gosh, Travion Henderson, and I'm still like adjusting to the fact that I'm thinking of him in a Patriots uniform.
Yeah. All right, we got the Broncos on the clock here. Monty Ball about to announce the pick.
Is it going to be Caleb?
60th pick. The Denver Broncos select RJ Harvey. Folks,
What?
this might be the one. This might be the one, folks. This is one of the running backs that just jumped up your draft board really fucking far. I'll tell you that. This player has juice. I liked him as a sleeper. Did not think second round draft pick to the Broncos was in the range of outcomes, but holy shit, we love this. Caleb, talk to me here, brother, because I'm a big Harvey fan, and that was my favorite running back landing spot in the whole draft.
You know, the thing that everyone was always comping on him was that he was 24 years old. Like, that was the kind of the biggest in the dynasty landscape feeling. Now that we have this second round draft capital, pretty clear backfield to go take over. Holy crap. I'm just trying to think, like, 110 is probably where he's going right now. If I have to guess. Like, I mean, okay, question for you, Andrew. Are you taking RJ Harvey over Emeka Egbuka right now?
No. But every player that has been drafted today, I think I'm taking him over them, except for Judkins and Henderson.
Yeah, I'm on that same page. So, what, like 108?
Yeah, somewhere around there. 110, 201, 111.
That's crazy.
I can't even think straight. Fuck this. I can't even think straight. That is so insane. That was so insane. All right, the Commanders, they picked Trey Amos.
I was talking about him early in the second round. That's a good pick there by the Commanders. Dude, RJ Harvey ahead
JD
of...
says drafted over 200 best ball drafts on Underdog pre-NFL draft, and he's my number one drafted player overall at 32%. Let's fucking go. Wow, dude. I can't even think straight to the point of, like, where am I drafting him? My gut reaction is going unreasonably high, but I think my mind is going to pull it back a tiny bit. But, like, there's nothing here that tells me that we shouldn't not consider drafting him that high, because this is a dream landing spot, and this is a really talented player. I mean, the tape is great, but Jesus, man, this is awesome.
Hey, you know what? If we got a guy like an RJ Harvey going off in the second, the third round's about to be absolutely ballistic. 5 running backs. That's my prediction. Third round.
Denver might have just opened the
I think they just opened the floodgates. Someone else, come grab Caleb Johnson and let's get this show on the road, baby. Let's go. Also, shout out to Competitive Edge for putting that in the chat. We do appreciate that. So I do appreciate your boldness.
We got the Bears on the clock right now. War's been saying Caleb Johnson all night. Are we going to get a wish here?
I don't know. I don't know how people
would you feel
view
if they draft multiple running backs, though? How do you feel if Harvey gets competition later? That would annoy me.
It would annoy you, but at the same time, like, they drafted him first, so.
Yeah, Harvey was already a player that I was looking at, like, mid-seconds, and I think he's pushing his way to early seconds now.
I mean, he might be late first.
Now that RJ was drafted, would the 105 slide to 109 be bad if I picked up the 208 as well? So do you move back? You may miss out on Judkins and Henderson, but you might get Harvey at 109.
It definitely just made the late first a little bit more valuable.
I'll tell you what, though, I would still rather just draft Trav at 105. If you can actually get Trav at the 105, I'd rather just draft Trav.
The Bears pick is in.
God damn, dude, that was crazy. I did not expect that shit.
That's kind of been like the first, like, eye opener pick for me for the fantasy space.
Yeah, like,
so
that
far.
was the first one where we're like, damn, that's a That was the first one of the night.
that was the same feeling of Penix last year. Like at the 108, like whoa, wasn't expecting that one.
The Penix one, I'll be honest, I was in that room at the BDG office. I don't think anything will match that Penix shock because of Nick's boiling blood at that point. That was insane. But that was I think that one is the biggest reaction I've got all draft so far, for sure.
I was waiting for last night, like a Nick tweet, and it never came after they traded away their future first.
Oh, he said they drafted the best 2 players in the draft. He said we got the top 2 players in the draft.
You know what? All I need to make my friend. I need Caleb Johnson and Tootin to go here in the next. Dude, Caleb Johnson in these next 2 picks would feed families. Because Caleb Johnson honestly is like the new age Kareem Hunt.
I'm gonna need RJ Harvey's gonna be one of those players where, like I said last night, where like I have to go sleep on it and let it simmer. It's gonna be one of those, but this is a good one. Like this is like I'm let me calm down because I'm really getting high on Harvey. I was high on Harvey already. I was waiting to see what happened, but this is like the best. I couldn't have imagined any other. This is the best of the best of the best of the best scenarios for RJ Harvey, and this is insane.
It's just like, how high is too high, to rank him?
See, he says Sean Payton hates you enough to draft another running back in the 3rd. Judkins or Tet? I'm personally going Tet, but I think it's a close conversation.
I think it's close, but I do think you got to go Tet. I mean, like we said earlier, I know, Corey, you probably weren't in the stream earlier. We were talking about kind of Tet McMillan before the draft started, but he's still that elite prospect. Like he's not the same as like we were saying, like a Marv or a Neighbors type, but he's still on that Drake London type trajectory. And so I would still do Tet with all the targets that he's going to have for the Panthers.
100%. Edson says 26 late first and a couple fourths to trade for a late pick this year. I'd do it. I'd move up this year and just get your guy this year. Cost you just a couple fourths. The Chicago Bears pick 62 select defensive tackle Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M.
Well, that's sad.
They went offense with the first 2 picks. They went Loveland and then Burden. Like you said, there's guys in the 4th round. They can just grab another running back in the 4th round or the 3rd round or the 4th round or whatever. This was their 3rd second round pick, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. They had the 2 earlier, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Or did they trade? They traded one of them back, didn't they? I don't know. I can't remember.
Let me pull up. Yeah, we had, because they took Ozzy. Yeah, they had Ozzy, and then they took Luther Burden. So, yeah, that was their 3rd, second.
Yep. War says we going to end up with Scatabo. Shift and focus.
It's
All right,
okay.
We got the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock now.
This is what's interesting. This one, I felt like they were close to taking Henderson, but Simmons from Ohio State fell, and they were like, let's just get the. And honestly, Simmons is going to be a high quality left tackle for them. So
I think so too. Yeah. But no, I agree. I didn't expect Simmons to be there, but I thought they might have been in the Henderson conversation early.
I think it was like if there wasn't a player that fell that was like super elite, then it was like. But then like when Simmons, who should have been a top 15 pick, just has injury concerns, and you're like, screw it, we'll do it.
Yep. All right, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee, at 63. So 64, pick 64. This is the last pick, folks, In the second round, it's your Super Bowl champs, the Philadelphia Eagles. Caleb to the Chiefs. I mean, Caleb Johnson would have been interesting too. But they're waiting.
Dude, a mark
That pick,
absolutely. Oh, sorry.
65, the Giants pick, that's going to be like, if Caleb Johnson's there, that's scary for Tracy. But you're right. Like, if they can get past 65, you start feeling good about Tracy.
Don't jinx it. I just feel like the Giants have too many holes. Like, am I wrong?
Way
like,
too many.
we could use another wide receiver for the Giants. We could use. They already addressed the defense. Could use some more offensive line. They could use some offensive line help. A tight end.
What is that emoji? Shador falling to the third is what? What is that?
Is it electric?
Racist?
Oh, wait.
What is that? What is that, Edson?
Dude, this is honest. Like, dude, Shedeur Sanders, he might just quit football at this point.
Oh, he said it's a troll.
What?
I don't know. I don't know. All right. Oh God, dude.
This is crazy.
He said it's a troll. All right, all right. Pick is in by the Eagles. They're just gonna milk out the TV commercial time. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
My brother is a Raiders fan. He said, why the hell would the Raiders take that white boy over Kyle Williams or Shador? He wanted last night after Sanders fell out of the first round. He was like, dude, Sanders to the Raiders in the second round would be dope. Like, Genty and Sanders would be dope.
Third round, baby. Third round.
Still on the board for you.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
How does Genty, Jack Besh, and Shador Sanders in the third round sound?
Chip Kelly is in his bag. Him and Tom Brady are like, oh yeah, we're cooking.
But he wanted Kyle Williams. He likes Kyle Williams. Oh my God, dude. I still can't get over that troll fucking emoji.
Yeah, I was shook. I was like, okay. That's too much. Harvey to the Broncos. I'm still, wow.
We got a little bit of spice that picked up here in the back half.
Dude, I didn't even have him. Like, if you would have asked me a month ago, I didn't even have RJ Harvey in my top 10 Dynasty running backs. It's insane.
Edson says, you know how Bill would always get flack for drafting mid receivers all those years? What if it was Brady all along? Do I go Hunter or Henderson at the 103? I would go Hunter.
Ooh, I would go Hunter. And we were discussing earlier at the 102. Would you go Hunter or would you go Hampton? Where are you leaning, Andrew?
My 102 technically is Cam Ward. I would go Cam Ward too.
Okay.
In Superflex.
So 103,
I would probably go Hunter
over Hampton.
Yeah, and then I would go Ted 4, and then I would go Hampton 5.
You would push Hampton all the way down to 5. Is that purely because you just don't think he's going to get the production year one, and that's going to hurt his value, or? Just
Yeah,
you
a
prefer
little
the other.
bit. Yeah. Also, it's just I view Tet as a very good prospect, and I've had viewed Tet that way for a while. And he got elite draft capital, top 8, in a situation where he should see a ton of targets. Like, he's a wide receiver in dynasty leagues as well. Like, he should see a pretty good life cycle there. I think Tet's a very good pick.
JD, get
Caleb,
off my
don't ever
back.
admit that about Harvey again. You didn't even
Get
have
off
him in
my
the top
back.
10 is what you said, right?
I did. He was my RB11. I literally like it is what it is. But to be completely honest, RB like 8 through RB12 is like one giant tier. I had to do it for a video for DLF, and I was like, "Oh crap, okay." I don't know.
Yeah.
At the time too, like I do like Devin Neal, I like Cam Scattaboo, Dylan Sampson.
Realize I didn't even announce this. Eagles pick is in Andrew Makuba from Texas, safety. So we're in the 3rd round now. Giants are on the clock, folks. All right. All these private workouts for a QB that falls to the 3rd round. What the hell? Did you really need to spend all that money to figure out he sucks? I have Caleb Williams and T-Law in Dynasty in the 105. I know that Ward is going to fall to me, but I'm leaning Tet. Thoughts? If you don't need the quarterback, I don't mind you going Tet. Because I would view him and Ward in like the same type of tier, so I don't mind that at all.
No, Corey, I would go Tet. How are you? This is when ESPN realizes they should have kept Todd McShay and let Mel Kiper go.
Last night, Shador said he was getting drafted today, and we know that he should have been drafted last night. Should he have not doubled down on his arrogance? I don't know, man. This is a rough scene. I mean, Tyler Shuck got drafted in the 2nd round. Edson says 105 is a keeper is what I'm getting from you guys. Yeah, I'd be keeping 105. To me, the top 5-ish picks of this year's draft, maybe the top 6-ish picks of this year's draft, feel like there's a different level of player than outside of that.
Yeah. Top 6. Super flex. Hey, but shout out to anybody that's playing on some 1 QB this year. The top 5 picks are looking pretty good.
Yeah.
That's not every year that happens in a 1 QB league.
All right, while we're at this break here on the 3rd round, I'm going to use the restroom.
Go use the restroom. I'll monologue here.
I'll take the comment off the screen. So it's not just sitting there.
No, it's good. It's good. Too bad I can't move a comment, I don't think.
Chat, entertain Caleb for a minute.
Yeah, someone asked me some questions because I'm over here now freeballing without our commanding captain. But starting this round 3, we got the pick in for the Giants. I guess not round 3 technically. We are at the beginning of round 3. I'm just being a dummy. Are we going to see Tyrone Tracy's value get absolutely obliterated? And competitive says Tet equals London in high heels. I mean, I feel like they're saying similar prospects. Honestly, if you look at my grade for Tet after getting top 10 draft capital is very similar to my grade for London. I still think London was a better prospect in my personal opinion. But guys, Tyrone Tracy, this could make or break my shares. Oh, snap. Okay, cool. We are good. We're good. We got Darius Alexander goes for the Giants. We're feeling good about that. Okay, we got Edison says gonna start we got Sanders at 67. War says potentially. Who's at 67? Well, we got the Browns. That could be a spot. You also got the Saints coming up. Potentially the Raiders as well. We got Edison says gonna start a 1 QB dynasty this year. Second football dynasty. I'm sucked in. No more redrafts. Yeah. Honestly, dude, dynasty's the best. Honestly, I prefer Superflex. I just think it gives a little bit more fair value to all positions. I think a lot of people think that Superflex gives the advantage to the quarterbacks, depending on how you set the points up. Yes, of course, the elite level guys, Lamar Jackson's, Josh Allen's, they do get a bump. But I do enjoy Superflex because it kind of helps make the quarterbacks and all the positions a little bit more valuable if you do Superflex tight end premium. We got Dixon said favorite picks so far, sleepers you're excited about remaining. So a sleeper that I'm really excited about is Tootin, Virginia Tech running back. I guess he's not like a sleeper, but at least that's a pick coming up that I'm really excited about. I really like his speed. We look at favorite picks so far. I mean, I did really like the Quinshon Judkins to the Browns pick. That did really make me excited. I like to see good old Travis Hunter not end up on the Browns, end up on Jacksonville yesterday. Those are some of my favorite picks. I hated my Bengals pick, though, Shamir, so I did not like that at all for our defensive line. Corey says, I traded London for the 105 and Waddle. I mean, I think if you did that probably when everyone was saying that the class was super weak, that's good. Because Waddle, I think, is gonna hey, you're back. They're entertaining me with their questions. So we got the one. Corey said he traded.
What happened to the Giants pick? Did Tyrone?
They took a defensive tackle. Nope.
All
nope.
Right.
Took a defensive tackle, and then the Chiefs just picked an edge.
All right, we're on Cleveland. All right, where are we at, Captain?
We're here with Corey. He said he traded London for the 105 and Waddle. So that's what I was discussing.
All right. That's not bad. I like the 105 and Waddle side.
I mean, I think this is what I'm saying though. Like, if it was pre-draft, you probably were like, you didn't feel comfortable with the 105, so you're probably like, oh, I'll give 105 and Waddle for London. And now you're probably sitting here like, oh gosh, like the top 5 is locked and loaded, and I got Waddle.
You might get Ted. You might get Hampton plus Waddle.
And you're like, ooh, nice.
I prefer Superflex, but Commission said on 1 QB.
Yeah, Edison was saying that he's doing a 1 QB dynasty, so I gave him the benefits of why I thought Superflex was a more top tier platform.
I don't think Sanders can handle this level of being humbled. Like, he will probably hate whichever team even drafts him at this point on the principle of not taking him earlier. Yeah, it's not good. It's not ideal. Caleb is a Rome owner. What's your strategy now? Bears added 220 targets in Loveland and Burden.
Well, as a Rome owner, I feel like I have sunk cost fallacy. We're definitely, he was sliding in right now around like wide receiver 16 to 18, depending on who you probably talk to. I mean, honestly, Rome's probably like wide receiver 22. He kind of falls into that like Waddle area for me. Not that I don't think he can be elite. I know a lot of people are already saying like, hey, there's a chance DJ Moore gets traded away. I don't think that's the case. I think they're just giving Caleb Williams all the weapons possible, and of course it's going to hurt Rome. Still has the top 10 draft capital, but as we all know, like, you can't wait on Corey Davis anymore till year 3. Like, if it doesn't happen for Rome this year, I mean, the dynasty community is going to be so far off him. So, but you can't sell him, because if you sell him now, you're even losing any more value. So you're kind of stuck holding.
Stacked at QB and wide receiver and Superflex. I have the 102, 103, and 112. Need running back bad, but not sure where to go. I know Hampton is locked in for the 102 pick. Best value would be Hunter 103, maybe Harvey at 112. I mean, you are kind of hit the nail on the head. That's kind of what you'd probably be looking at right now. Sounds about right to me.
Yep, that's what I would do. And then 112, I mean, Harvey, we just kind of talked about it. I don't think Harvey's going to make it to the 112.
You don't think he makes it there, huh?
No, I think he goes earlier than that. Because I think, honestly, are you taking a round 2 running back to a juicy landing spot like the Denver Broncos, or are you going to take Golden? Like, that's kind of the conversation that happens, and I think a lot of people are going to choose RG Harvey over Golden. I mean, I would take Harvey over. Dare I say it? Like, depending if you don't need a tight end, like, you could even look at him over like a Loveland or a Warren. I'm not saying that you should, but I'm just saying that that's going to be in the consideration now. So,
yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that, honestly. Where we at here? Anthony says, "What up, OGs? Solid holding down the stream for 2+ hours. Hell yeah, rolling on actually 3 now. It's 3 hours now that we're in.
Yeah. No, Anthony, I
Bob
dude.
says I have a serious question for Caleb. This sounds serious. I'll be
Oh
honest.
gosh, he's coming at me hard. I feel it. Yeah, Anthony, I agree with this. I do think Will Howard goes before Shadur.
Chat, what the hell? What the hell, chat? I leave for 5 seconds. I say entertain Caleb, and y'all put more questions in here than we had all night. What the hell's wrong with y'all?
It's because this is the thing. Maybe I should start hosting, and then I'll let you answer the questions. They're just so sick and tired of you asking me the questions. They were like, fine.
They said we've heard Andrew's takes all year so far. We don't give a shit anymore. I would give caution to Harvey. Sean has a way to fuck up fantasy production for his running backs. Draft winners this late. Howard has a natty. Bob says.
Bob, goodness gracious, do I look like a midget in this way? It's probably just because I have, like, I can scroll it down. Listen, I have a standing desk that I use with my setup.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh snap! We are back, baby.
David and Njoku,
Bob,
who?
I'm 5'9", 5'9", by the way, but that's okay.
You didn't have to tell on yourself over there, bro. Harold Fannin Jr., tight end, goes to the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland already has David and Njoku. They're going to go with the 1-2 punch maybe with the Fannin. I mean, a lot of people were excited about Fannin. This definitely has to kind of kill that excitement a little bit, right?
No, the only thing that it makes me excited for is Quinshon Judkins thinking that we are laying out some 12 personnel here because we don't have any
Fannin's
quality
not a good
watch.
blocker.
But Njoku can be.
Fair.
But I also understand you don't want to use Njoku, your best pass catching tight end, as your inline blocking tight end, but
unless they view Fannin as their best pass catching tight end now.
Yes. I don't know. I'm excited for. I think that's a good pick. Where do I think I mean, he was probably an early third in your super flex, rookie draft.
I'd lost my earbuds. I was laughing at that fucking. Why did Bob have to do that, dude?
Yeah, dude, Bob did me so dirty. You know what? He came in, he put that in, and then he left. I'm pretty sure.
He said it was a serious question too. He laid it up the right way.
He did. I was prepared. I was ready for some good. And then he's like, "Why are you so small?" Oh, here we go.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State. They said, we don't care about Sanders, bro.
Dude. Oh, man. Dude, Sanders has to be crying in a bathroom right now. I shouldn't be laughing, but he 100% is.
They've stopped cutting to that camera. Like, remember yesterday, they were cutting to the Sanders camera a lot. They're not cutting it to it anymore.
So I think they broke the camera.
Well, they kept the cameras on last night when he was rapping his songs and stuff like that last night. Did you see all those clips on the internet?
No.
He was having an after party for his first round draft party where he was rapping and stuff. Corey says, I'm bored until the Steelers draft a running back soon. Bob says, hey, real talk though. Where is Shaduki Sanders going to land? Bob, come on now. Probably the XFL. Legendary third round is what we're going to see, is what he says. CE says, we talk for 45 to an hour every day, Andrew. I don't have anything to ask you. Fair enough. Let's go to the next pick. God damn, dude, I'm not gonna lie. My mom sent these to the house. That slapped, dude. It's like a Jack Link's beef stick. Slap, dude. I kind of want another one. Where are we at? Patriots pick. Another running back to pair with Travion Henderson.
Is it a wide receiver?
Maybe. You know, Sanders is documenting all of this, and it's going to be out in a couple months. Maybe. I mean, his brother for sure is recording everything, right?
Well, if it doesn't work out for him in the NFL, as we saw with Jello Ball, you can make it as a rapper if your first dream doesn't work out. Anthony, I would like that landing spot.
New England Patriots announcing the pick right now. 69th pick.
So at what point did the
Kyle Williams to Drake May? This is nice. This is a nice fit. This is really good. Not elite draft capital by any means, but the fit here is amazing. I like Kyle Williams here, learning from Diggs too. This could be sneaky, man. I like this a lot, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. How do you feel about it, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I like Kyle Williams is I really do like his yak ability. I think that part for me is like, I mean, he clearly is going to slide in as the number 2 for Drake May.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where the upside is for, like, I mean, there is upside for, of course, fantasy football production because you're going to get that pretty quick.
I'll tell you what, he's a better receiver than any guy they took last year. Polk and Baker and those guys, he's better than any one of those guys already.
Yeah. Yeah. Where would you put him? Would he be like, I mean, I think he probably slides in like wide receiver 32 to wide receiver 36 range in Dynasty rankings right now.
Dynasty?
Yeah.
It's tough to tell, but I just think scheme-wise, fit-wise, it's a nice fit, man. It's pretty good. We'll have to see. They're moving fast now. They already got the pick in for Detroit. Here's a question from Sober Thoughts. Dynasty Superflex, are you trading Nico for the 105 in Kraft? I would rather have Nico.
Yeah, I would rather have Nico too. Like, I mean, you're talking Judkins and Kraft. I'd take Nico over that.
Edson, this is deja vu, bro. Every round you tell me that the Rams are going to draft Sanders. Every round you've said it. You said it first round, you said it second round, you said it third round, bro.
What's insane is Jack Sawyer from the Buckeyes is still on the board. Crazy.
Whoa.
That dude should have been a second round pick.
Isaac Tesla from Arkansas goes right here in the third round to the Detroit Lions. Interesting. Tesla, he's a player that Matt Harmon said he liked a lot. We've had some Jameson Williams trade rumors potentially. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but this is interesting. Probably makes Tesla a third round dart throw, in my opinion. Early third round dart throw. What do you think?
Yeah, third round up. I mean, I really looked at him. I thought I'm actually surprised he went this high.
Me too.
I thought he just gave off like this dude would be a productive like backup, like Jake Bobo type like
Fair.
production. And like, I mean, I'm not just trying to compare him to another white guy, but I just I don't know. I mean, clearly you get this early third round capital. They saw something in him. There are like shades of Puka Nacua in his game. I will say that, but we'll leave it at that. Tim Patrick replacement. Anthony, let me know how you think. Let us know, you Detroit Lions fan. Or is Anthony a Detroit? I forget. Anthony's Detroit. No,
he's not. Anthony's a Falcons fan. Johnny Detroit's the Detroit guy.
Johnny Detroit's okay. I'm getting them mixed up. Sorry, Anthony.
No, Anthony's a Falcons fan, I think. Saints pick is in. Yeah, we could go running back here for sure.
Saints, we need to start accelerating some of these running back picks because
we need to see a couple of them come off the board here pretty quickly. Also, if we don't get more of these wide receivers off the board here soon, this wide receiver class is going to get really ugly really quickly. I mean, it already wasn't great, but like I'm thinking of like Io Manor, guys like, I mean, Jalen Royals hasn't come off the board. Jalen Knoll hasn't come off the board. Torrey Horton, like some of the guys that I kind of liked, it's going to get bad quickly. And I think Isaiah Bond is another guy that's probably not going to hear his name, but yeah. JD says every comp. God damn it, I give up. What are we talking about here, JD?
Yeah.
Oh, he said Carolina and Eagles fan.
I bet, Anthony. How can you cheer for two teams? That's like cheating. That's like you're probably a Carolina Panthers fan, but you enjoy rooting for a team that wins.
Oh, he's explaining it right now here, actually.
Oh, here we are.
Grew up
Okay,
Eagles,
sorry. Yeah.
hooked on Panthers when Kerry Collins drafted to Panthers and beat Cowboys as expansion. Big Steve Smith fan, ice up.
Okay, I respect that. I understand.
Sober says Young / Puka or Stroud Nico, Dynasty Superflex. Stroud Nico.
Stroud Nico, 100%. I mean, Nico's what, like 2 spots behind Puka maybe in Dynasty rankings, depending on who you talk to, and then Stroud's way.
I'd put Nico
over Puka, just because of Adams.
I had Nico a top 5 guy already.
Interesting. Okay, so let's just call it a wash then. It's a wash. We'll say Nico and Puka's a wash because I prefer the Puka side. But
we could say the same tier. We could say same tier.
Same tier. But then I mean Stroud's way ahead of Young, so.
Yeah, I mean obviously I viewed Young and Stroud similar coming into the NFL, but year 2, Stroud down year, Young gets better. I think it's you have to take Stroud, but I could hear why somebody would say that with a down year from Stroud and an up year from Young, maybe they feel like they're trending closer to being equal. Especially with Tet being added there too and stuff, right? Like I could see, but I don't know. I was trying to type some shit and kept fat fingering the send button. Oh, every comp. God damn it, I give up. All right, it makes sense now as it goes. Well, I was gonna say Sanders to the Saints, but they already drafted Tyler Shuck in the second round. Does Caleb know he has a framed Stroud jersey hanging behind him while he sounds shocked at Nico over Puka?
Well, I love me some Nico too, but I just I'll say this.
Here's the theme here, JD. He's the 2 guys that he has back there, Garrett Wilson and CJ Stroud. Those are Ohio State Buckeyes. That's why he likes them, not because he's a Texans fan.
Yeah, we gotta root for the OHIO all the time.
Pick 71, the New Orleans Saints are selecting Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle out of Texas. Don't care. Grew up outside of Philly, but now reside Atlanta area for later years. Go Dogs. I'll tune in once the Rams pick Shador. Gonna catch the Lakers game. All right, man.
Yeah, shout out to Luka Doncic.
Luka Dog.
I just still can't believe that they got at him. That's ridiculous.
Got the Buffalo Bills on the clock. That's interesting, Anthony. That's interesting is if Buffalo takes Caleb Johnson here.
One way to put the middle finger up to James Cook in those contract negotiations.
Yeah, that's one way to get you I don't know. Maybe not to get James Cook to sign those negotiations. Dang, this is going fast, bro. Buffalo Bills are selecting here at 72. They put that pick in quick, though. Landon Jackson, edge rusher out of Arkansas.
Mm.
The Jets are on the clock. Marshall, I'm going to let Caleb answer this. He says, which side, Drake May or T-Law and Kittle?
I mean, the win now move technically would be for a T-Law Kittle, but I think I want the Drake May side personally.
I kind of agree. Now, he's asking this because he sent me this offer earlier. I have a team that maybe isn't so win now. It has T-Law and Kittle on it. He wants to give me Drake May. But I feel like there's still just a tiny bit of value on that T-Law and Kittle side.
Yeah.
Maybe it just needs a little tiny buffer of one little thing.
Something to grease the wheels.
We'll see. Headed to the gym. Thanks for the stream, boys. Caleb, I'm a foe with you.
Appreciate you, JD.
This pick raised my eyebrows. Why did this pick raise your eyebrows here? Doesn't that guy play for the Celtics G League team? Who? All right, pick is in for the Jets here at 73. The Jets select Azareye'h Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State. Supposedly, the Steelers will take either a running back or quarterback with their pick. I think they would consider Sanders if he fell to them. I mean, if Sanders goes to the Steelers in the 3rd round, what a fucking steal by Mike Tomlin.
I just need to see some running backs. That's what I need to see.
Yeah, I want
So we got the
come off the board too.
We got the Broncos. No, probably not.
Denver.
49ers, probably not. We got Cowboys coming up. Cowboys could be a spot.
Yeah, this Denver pick though could be a wide receiver. We could get a Jalen Royals or something to go help. Jay Kizzy says, in a 12-team, 1-quarterback league, who you think I should target as a trade-up for someone? Combo of Waddle / Pickens Ayuk.
Like all 3 of them?
Who
Or
do you
just
think
like
I
2 of
should
them?
target as a trade-up for some combo of... Who should I target as a trade-up for some of them?
I think some of them. So let's just say, like, hypothetically, I would just hold Ayuk because his value is so low post-injury.
Agreed.
So therefore, you're going to be trying to trade Waddle and Pickens. If you try to trade Waddle and Pickens, I mean, you could throw it in, keep trade cut or whatever. But I mean, just off the rip, could you get up into a? Could you get Drake London, Garrett Wilson type? Or is that
Probably
too
not.
high?
I think it's a little too high.
So what are we talking, like Rashee Rice?
You could probably get to a Rice. Waddle and Pickens for Rice. That it sounds fair. Could you go like Waddle and Pickens, play 40 chess there and go Waddle and Pickens and try and go get like a Ted McMillan or the pick that could draft Ted McMillan? Something like that. But yeah, I'd be keeping Ayuk. His value's too low. And Pickens' value isn't great right now either, let's be real, but I'm not excited to like hold on to Pickens either.
No, I think value went down, but there's a good chance it goes even more down. I still some days, Andrew, regret the trade that I made for Lamar Jackson, giving up my sweet prince Drake May. Got me in my feels, Marshall. Got me in my feels.
It was what? It was Jackson. I can't remember the trade. Jack Sawyer being passed over is a shame. Underrated linebacker.
Yeah, I think the issue, yeah, he's too slow, or not too slow. He's not big enough and dominant enough off the edge, so you're kind of forced to have him on the side. So it's unfortunate. I mean, I honestly thought he was probably a second round pick, and now we're in the third, and he's still being pulled over. So
Dude, they hold these picks so long during these commercial breaks.
they do that on. It's so annoying.
Like, it would be better if they just announced the pick even while the commercial was going. Like, so we could see the pop-up on the bottom. Yo, we got like 190 people in here, bro, and we got 12 likes. If we could get some people to hit that like button, man, I appreciate it. And if you're watching over on X, which I think we do got a good amount of people watching over on X, tap the YouTube link, man. Come on over to YouTube, League FFB on YouTube. Hang out in the chat with us. We'd love to talk with you.
Honestly, this is the best independent channel on YouTube right now in the fantasy space. In my humble opinion.
My humble opinion.
Yeah, what the heck?
Like, Broncos pick, man.
We've just been like chilling. I don't understand why it went. Roger Goodell fell asleep, and they said, "Slow it down, slow it down."
What in the hell? All right, it's not. I going out of focus now.
We just gonna keep high fiving.
Maybe. Whatever.
Oh snap! Here we go.
Pat Bryant out of Illinois, wide receiver. I'll be honest, folks. We do not have a Pat Bryant graphic. I did not think he was a day 2 guy. So sorry, but Pat Bryant, Illinois, goes to Denver. How you feel about this, Caleb?
Who's Pat Bryant? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Listen, can he be?
Bro, this pissed me the fuck off.
No, you're good. Can he be Cortland Sutton? I don't know. There's other wide receivers right now that I would much prefer. Like, what the heck is happening? Did we just have such a bad like Isaac Tesla, Pat Bryant over guys like we said, like a Knowles, a Noel, who else is still on the board? Like I know you guys all like Orton, so we can throw his name in there. Like
Jalen Royals, yeah, all those guys.
Even like Alec Amore. I don't know. It's crazy.
There we go.
There we go. It's back.
Damn, it's because it was focused on the bookshelf back there, and I couldn't get it to stop focusing on it. That was crazy. All right, so Denver, yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, guys, I don't got much for Pat Bryant because I didn't think he was talented enough to on day 2, and maybe that's just overlooking on my part, but I'm not crazy on him. I don't think he's better than like Vele and Franklin.
No. Anthony, I appreciate the kind words, but I am no longer an independent channel. I actually joined DLF in 4for4, so I will be making content over there this year, which is kind of sad. I haven't told my channel yet, so I know I made a post.
He's been grieving.
But I've been grieving. I've been grieving it. It's good. It's good though. There's some life news, some life things,
man. It's progression, man. At the end of the day, look, if you can do this as a part-time, full-time, whatever type of role that fits you and your lifestyle, and you can get paid to talk about fantasy football, you're fucking winning.
No, for sure, 100%. So big things this year, but Anthony, I'll make a post and you can tune into Andrew. You can find me. I'll still be out here in the streets. Maybe
All right.
I've been begging for a spot, permanently on the League FFB, Anthony. But every time I say that, Andrew just he kindly turns me down, and then he'll send me like a hey, come for a guest appearance, every so often.
I need to pay myself before I pay anybody else. That's what I got.
Hey, whoa! I didn't ask for any money. I just said, hey, let me come on the channel and hang out.
Oh, you want to work for free? If you want to work for free, you can work for free over here. He said, I figured when I saw you pop up on DLF, keep grinding.
Yeah.
By the way, the Niners, they did pick Nick Martin. I don't know if I said that, but they picked Nick Martin, and now the Cowboys are on the clock.
Here we go. Can we get a running back? No, Anthony. So
this would be a great Caleb Johnson's landing spot.
This would be such a great. Yep. Yeah, Anthony. I'm on DLF, so I'm making about a video to 2 videos a week, and then I'm gonna be the main content creator for the 4for4, their redraft channel.
Siobhan Revel Jr., cornerback out of East Carolina.
Goodness gracious! What I think the depth in this running back class is gonna hurt everybody.
It's kind of getting to be a little bit of a shit show for fantasy, bro, right now.
Yeah, like it's and maybe I'm wrong, but it felt like when we started round 2 and it was like Judkins, Henderson, we were like, Henderson. we're starting. We had to take the law to RJ
Harvey. Yeah.
And then I was like, I literally just said, oh, we're hitting five third-round running backs. I think we might get 2.
Well, and then it's even like the wide receivers we're getting right now are like Isaac Tesla and Pat Bryant, and like these aren't the guys that we've wanted, or like the Jalen Knowles, the Jalen Royals. Like we're not getting those guys.
Oh, Panthers just traded up.
I don't know. They didn't trade up. Did they trade?
Yep. They just put the pick in.
I thought they were on the clock though already.
Well, who's picking?
Carolina.
Well, why? Am I crazy? I thought a trade.
Oh, they did trade. They did trade. The New England Patriots just traded it. Yeah. So 77th pick. Princely Umanmielen, edge out of Ole Miss.
Goodness gracious. Can we get a running back, please?
Not here. This is Arizona. We want Trey Benson to at least survive.
You know what, though? To be completely honest, there's not a lot. Like, I mean, if this is... like, how many more years does James Conner have?
He's going to be like Derrick Henry and just go forever.
Bro, whatever drugs he took when he was battling cancer is, like, giving him, like, LeBron James longevity.
Hell yeah. Corey says, what's the other guy's name from BDGE videos? Not Nick. I think you're talking about Adam. I think that's who you're talking about.
I actually got to give a major shout out to Adam. About a month ago, he walked me off the edge. I was about to overpay for some Breece Hall.
Oh,
and
did he?
And he literally, I was like, please. I was on a stream with him and Mike, and Mike's like, no. And then Adam was like, Caleb, we love you, but don't trade some X amount of first for Breece Hall. And I was like, okay, fine. Honestly, I should have done it now looking back, because I was just worried about Genty, but now knowing that none of these guys are here, then
so what's the last pick in tonight's draft? Goes to like pick what, 100 something
tonight?
Yeah. Don't they do like the third round? Don't you get the compensatory picks at the end of this round, or is that not this round?
No, I don't think it's this round. I mean, you go until 102.
Tonight.
Yep. I
Yeah, so
think.
there's some comp picks tonight because 32 teams would have went to 96, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some comp picks, about 10 of them.
Yeah. Man, are we going to be
No,
here until midnight?
6 of them, probably, dude.
Goodness.
No, I mean we're at pick. We're almost at 80. We got 20 more picks. They'll probably speed through. Oh, I don't know if they'll speed through them, but we'll try. We'll see.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the
If you got to
100 and
go at
like.
any point, you
No,
can
you're
go if you
good,
got to
bro.
go at any point.
No, you're good.
Mr. Irrelevant, Sanders quarterback, Colorado. Is there, I mean, really, the way that I'm viewing it right now, dude, it feels like there's not many guys that can get drafted right now that really, I feel like, shake up that top 12 anymore. Like, that top 12 feels like it's pretty set. The first round should be set for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Caleb Johnson has fallen like this, ridiculous.
Where
Not
does he
not
have to
actually
go?
ridiculous, but
Like, where does he have to go for you to feel like to get really excited about him? Like, do you get really excited about him if does it have to be like a Dallas or something like that?
I mean, I think it'd be Dallas. I think it would have to be the Bengals. I wouldn't really be excited for the Bengals. I'd be like, he's like, whatever. Um,
Corey said, "What were you gonna give?" I gave up 103 for Brees.
what was I gonna give?
Hmm.
I was debating sending like a mid and late 26 first for him.
I accidentally just hit that, but it was good timing, I think.
He was. And I literally was like, nah, I can't do that.
I was trying to start the music again.
Because to be fair, this is how I do view Brees. Like, I do think Brees is a top for talent at the running back position. Like, I'm only taking Gibbs, Bijan, and Genty talent wise over Brees. I mean, you could say is Saquon in his prime. Like, if Saquon wasn't older, like, sure, I would agree with that. But
Does he have a ton of shares, Anthony? I didn't
I
know that he
guess
was like a big
maybe he does.
okay.
You know, I always, this sounds crazy. I know a lot of people hate on Matt Kelly. I do want to do a piece of content with him someday because I have always listened to him for a long time.
Jordan Birch, edge out of Oregon, by the way, for the Cardinals. We are now on to the Texans. But no, I agree. There's a lot of people, honestly, in the space that like I would ideally like to do content with if people have time. The problem is, man, it's like I feel like we are in a space where a lot of the times where it's ideal for us to make content together are like the busy points of the year, like NFL draft season, or like in the summer when people are starting to prepare for like redraft and things like that. Like, it's tough. And then in season, forget about it. If it's in season, you can't make content with other people because you're just too damn busy. So it's like you got to catch people in a small window, and it's tough to catch some people in those small windows. But there's people that I would love to make content with. I've reached out to Matt Harmon on multiple occasions to try and get Matt Harmon on the show. You were very blessed to get Andy Holloway. I've reached out to Andy a ton to try and get Andy Holloway on the show. I've reached out to like his producers like Al Borland and some of the other guys there, but would love to get him. Just a bunch of other people. I think there's so much content that you could make. Mock drafts, best ball drafts, do whatever you want. But like, and I've been meaning to get another piece of content. Garrett Price and I from Dynasty Nerds have been telling each other for 6 months we want to do content with each other, and then we don't do it. We just keep saying to each other, "Hey, I want to do a video with you. Hey, I want to do a video with you," and then we don't do it.
The whole thing with Andy that was still crazy, but it's only because I want to I like want to bet with him on a tweet.
Ooh.
So
Jalen Knoll to the Houston Texans.
Okay.
This feels very much like the Tank Dell replacement, to be honest. he can do everything that Tank Dell did, man. This is a really good fit. And you reunite Jalen Noel here with Jaden Higgins, Iowa State teammates going to Houston together. This is interesting. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like this one. Yeah, I mean, Christian Kirk is there, though. How do you feel, Caleb? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, Christian Kirk doesn't run a 4.39 40-yard dash time, though.
Yeah,
I know that
true.
was unofficial. But I just, yeah. Hopefully you sold your Tank Dell shares. Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, this tells you for the most part that they are pretty comfortable with the idea that Tank Dell might not be the guy anymore.
Yeah, which is sad for anyone that has Tank Dell. But hopefully you were able to sell. I think there's people in the space saying you were able to sell Tank Dell for an early third, even late second earlier this offseason. I 100% would have done that.
Colts on the clock. 80th pick, the Colts select Justin Wally, cornerback out of Minnesota. Okay, we're picking up speed here, Caleb.
We are.
They hit a couple
not with
back-to-back.
running backs though. Just not with no running backs.
We got Jalen Noel though. That's a decent spot, man. I think he's interesting.
Yeah, he's probably like 204.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But let me tell you this though, because I think a lot of people viewed Christian Kirk as like a sneaky dynasty buy this offseason. Does this are you not interested in Kirk right now?
No, because I still think Kirk
traded a 7th round pick for him. They didn't trade anything of value for him.
Yeah, but Kirk's I agree. But I mean, you also can think the Bills traded a 5th round pick for Amari Cooper last year. I do think it's just part of that. His ass. But so I agree with that. But this is my thing.
God damn it, bro! Did we just get the? It just did the fucking thing again. Look, it maybe. There we go. And look at this.
Bengals pick is in.
I get up for 5 seconds. I'm getting my chair snatched.
Yeah, my dog's sleeping at my feet. Here we go.
Bro, we're going. I think we're going.
This has to be Caleb Johnson. Dude, Caleb Johnson.
On the clock.
Not even an early third? What the heck?
81st pick, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard out of Georgia. Or Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia. And we keep on running. Where's my running backs, man?
No running backs. My Ohio State Buckeyes are falling down the board like it's hot. What the heck is happening? Apparently, when Quinshon Judkins got the call today from the Browns, he was not in the room. People are saying he was taking a dump.
Oh, what the hell?
He came walking back in.
To go to the bathroom, bro.
Yeah.
CE says, Texans get the Iowa State wide receiver room. Neither can play offensive line. Corey said, did you say Darian? Yeah, I think I said that instead of Dylan at first, but it's Dylan. Nice pickup, Caleb. Pittsburgh is on the clock at 83. What the fuck are we doing, dude? Caleb Johnson and Shedeur Sanders make sense.
My goodness. Sneakily, Tony Pollard has kept and maintained some value.
Yeah. I wasn't really worried about them taking running back though, because I think they are content with Spears and Pollard kind of for now.
I mean, but yeah, goodness. I mean, the Houston Texans getting Nolan and getting Higgins. I mean, they're out for blood.
I mean, they just needed to revamp that wide receiver room, to be real. You like Hampton or Henderson more at the 102? I like Hampton more than Henderson right now.
Same, John. I like a good old Hampton. Put him with a Greg Roman running offensive scheme behind an offensive line that is top 5 in the NFL. Give it to me.
Anthony says I like Tajee over Pollard personally. I think Tajee is more talented as well, but it seems like they want to run Pollard.
Agreed. Pollard has a contract. But I think his guaranteed money runs out after this year, so.
Did Tennessee hasn't grabbed another wide receiver yet, have they?
Mm-mm. Some good ones on the board.
Go get Cam Ward another weapon. He probably needs one. I don't think Ridley and Tyler Lockett are going to cut it out for you.
Yeah. You got
I don't care if it's round 3. If Pittsburgh takes Shador, I'm finding a new team. John says, I wish I wasn't a Pats fan. He just wants Henderson. Look, if you want your guy, trade back a little bit and get Henderson, man, if you really want your guy.
Are we even sure guys like a guy like a LaQuint Allen running back or like a Jarquez Hunter, like are these guys even going to get drafted?
I have no idea.
The way things are going?
The problem is there were so many running backs that we liked that there's just not enough. I said this to Brandon. We play in a league with Brandon, but I said it to Brandon the other day. I said there's probably 8 running backs that will land in a situation where you like it. And then everybody else, even though there's like 19 running backs we all kind of like in this class, everybody else is going to be like, we don't care. So there's maybe like 6 to 8 guys that you end up, man, I really like that. But everybody else, who cares? Pick is in for the Titans, though. This would be a good wide receiver pick. The Tennessee Titans are selecting Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State at 82.
Okay.
And now all eyes are on Pittsburgh with Sanders still on the board. And Mason
Sanders is still watching.
He better be on the fucking phone right now is where he better be. With Mike Tomlin. And Mike Tomlin better be saying, hey, you had a couple slices of humble pie over the last couple days. Let's just get to work. I see Pittsburgh taking Milroe as the Fields prototype replacement. They could, dude. I think quarterback is definitely in play here for Steelers. Whether it's Shador or not, I don't know. But Sanders was saying earlier last week that the best quarterback wide receiver duo in the NFL was Sanders, DK, and Pickens. He said that earlier this week, bro.
He just thought he was going to be drafted in the first round, not the third.
Yeah, well, here we are. All eyes on us.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but
I mean, it's pretty dead, right? The Sanders dream's pretty dead right now.
Oh my gosh. I mean, in Dynasty, even if he gets drafted here, dude, are you taking him? I'm not taking him in the second round. I'd take him in the third, maybe.
I'd take him like late second, maybe. Here you go. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa. Drop the bomb on this one.
Let's go.
It's a pretty damn good landing spot there for Caleb Johnson, folks.
That is.
He's still going to kind of be in a committee. He's not going to be able to do it all. Jaylen Warren's still going to have some value in this backfield, but Caleb's going to be that Najee early down grinder. He's going to get the goal line work. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more of the same. The running back by committee, but Caleb Johnson has some more juice than Najee did, to be honest. Don't know if he's a better running back, but definitely has some more juice. What do you think, Caleb?
No, for sure. I'm just glad I didn't ever accept your trade of you trying to throw Warren and try to sell all the high price, saying that he was going to be the bell cow. So I'm just
Well,
I'm just
I
I'm
had
just
to
kidding,
do that
Andrew.
just for my own.
I know
dynasty,
I
bro.
know
Jesus.
I know you did. No, but I like this fit for Caleb Johnson a lot. I think it'll be interesting to see kind of what those splits look like with Warren, and I do think Caleb Johnson has a little bit more explosion, of course, at this point than Najee did. So, plus
That's what I'm saying.
add
I
in
don't
the
know if
fact
he's
that
a
we don't.
better running back, but I know he has more juice.
Yeah, and I think the other piece of this that I think not a lot of people are considering is like, yes, last year was not maybe the most ideal for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Running back points per game wise, I mean, you had Fields starting kind of for the first 6 games, and then Russell Wilson. We'll have to see what the quarterback situation is, but I do like this landing spot for Caleb Johnson. I actually think, though, to be honest, this landing spot kind of where it's at. Do we think Caleb Johnson's like a early second now running back in rookie drafts?
Yeah, I don't mind the 3rd round draft capital. I like the landing spot. I think he's still a guy that we should be viewing as maybe running back 6 right now. Do you take a Harvey over him?
Easily, yes.
So it's Harvey and then Caleb after him, maybe early second. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Parrish, cornerback out of Kansas State.
Nice.
On the clock now is the New England Patriots. Wide receiver still on the board for him if they want it.
I think this might be Royals.
Who was their last pick? Didn't they get Kyle Williams?
Yeah, but they need all the help they can get at the wide receiver position.
Another guy. Oh, trade alert.
Oh, snap.
The New England Patriots are trading this to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are coming up.
Is this a Tootin?
Who do they like?
Could be Royals. Could be Cam Scattaboo.
This could be interesting.
I'm intrigued by this. If this is where the running backs start
Kansas
heating
City,
up,
when Kansas City comes up for somebody, they have somebody in mind. All right, 85th pick. The Kansas City Chiefs are selecting Noel Williams, defensive back out of Cal. All right, man.
not who I would have chosen, but you do you, boo.
Chargers are on the clock. We sped up, man. I think NFL said wrap this shit up, bro. We'll see you tomorrow. This is for Anthony, by the way. I still got him. Still rocking him.
I don't think Shedeur goes tonight.
I don't either. And honestly, I just am not interested in Sanders at all if he doesn't go tonight. Like, even tonight, I have very minimal interest, but like, I think there's going to be people in fantasy leagues that see the name Shedeur Sanders and they're going to draft him higher than he probably needs to go just because of the name, and I'm just not going to be interested. I will have 0 shares of Shedeur Sanders. There's not going to be one place where I have him. Who gets picked first, Sanders or Scatabo?
Scatabo.
Probably. You definitely had a graphic for Noel Williams, right? No, did not, because we don't do defensive graphics, Anthony. Only fantasy relevant. Sanders to Jacksonville. Watch. That would be gross.
I mean, at this point, he can go to any team because he's a backup.
A backup, yeah. He just goes anywhere. You know what? Actually, no. Fuck that. I don't want that. I was going to say send him to the Vikings. Fuck that, though. I don't want his ass there. But our backup quarterback right now is Brett Rippon. And so I told my brother that I actually wanted Will Howard as the backup. But at the same time, I feel like with JJ McCarthy on the roster, you probably need to have a vet that's the backup. And the best free agent right now, quarterback maybe that you could bring in as a backup would be like Carson Wentz, which I don't hate Carson Wentz as the backup to
No.
JJ McCarthy. And if Carson Wentz plays games, Kevin O'Connell will have him looking like fucking MVP Carson Wentz again.
Well, see, that's the thing. You don't want Will Howard drafted to the Vikings because he'll be the QB1.
Relax. To be honest, though, I wouldn't care who's QB1 as long as it gets us to a Super Bowl.
Exactly. Well, you guys are building. I really like your guys' team this year.
I mean, you
John,
know what they're calling that offensive line, right?
What are they calling it?
It's a really fucking cool name. The Great Wall of St. Paul.
Great Wall of St. Paul. That is pretty nice.
Insane. I love it. But they got... I sent a picture today of like all the PFF. That offensive line is insane. But the Great Wall of St. Paul, and then they got a good D line. It should be fire. But Anthony says shots fired. To who?
Was it my Will Howard?
Maybe Will Howard being the better player, maybe. I'll tell you what, Anthony is a big McCarthy fan. He told me McCarthy was QB1 in the class last year.
See, this is I guess this is my thing. And like we don't need to make this a McCarthy segment tangent, but I'm about to make it one. I'll
talk about McCarthy all day long if you want to.
First off, I from a dynasty perspective, the fact that he's with Kevin, like everything about the situation is amazing. So like I'm 100% on board. The thing that I have never understood is if McCarthy was so good, why Michigan did not throw the ball more than they did. Because like I understand they won the championship. I understand they were ground and pound. They won it that way. It was like, dude, if you have a superstar QB, which I mean, I think we would all say JJ McCarthy had the potential to be. It's like they didn't unleash him, So
that's what he said. No, I hear your argument. I'm gonna go back to I've had this argument with Gut on draft night because he tried to press me about the JJ McCarthy hype on draft night. But like, to me, it's not a matter of if you did or you did not. It's a matter if you can or you cannot. And I think JJ McCarthy showed in the preseason game that he played. I know it was only one game. In the pre-draft process, in his workouts, he can make the throws. It's not that he did make the throws in college. He could make the throws. And you put him in the right offensive system. I mean, obviously, he's throwing the football to Justin fucking Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and all these other guys. He's going to be pretty all right. Like, I think the floor for him is pretty damn high just based off of the situation around him. I don't know if he's a superstar. He gives me superstar vibes, his aura, but I think overall he's going to be a pretty damn good player. Jamar Caldwell for the Los Angeles Chargers, defensive tackle out of Oregon. It's going to take us to the home team tonight. That home team is going to be the Green Bay Packers.
I'd also like to clarify, I think drafting a guy like JJ McCarthy last year, I don't know, whatever, you drafted him at the 110?
Oh, you're talking about rookie drafts?
Rookie drafts, yeah. And then you just held him.
Drafts, he was like 107 to like 109 range, I think, for the most part.
And then if you just held him, dude, he didn't even play and he's still getting value. Like, that's the thing that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if you bet on any of the quarterbacks last year that got drafted in the first round, all of them saw value installation immediately. Like Penix, he was the guy that we thought we had to wait 2 years for because Kirk Cousins was there and he's increased his value already. He's a top 15 guy. Bo Nix, obviously his value insulated significantly. Jaden Daniels is QB1 in Dynasty right now, I think, or QB2 only behind Josh Allen, I think. And it's like all of these guys saw value installation, and I don't disagree with it. Now, the problem is, like, then you follow it up with a class like this where, like, most of these quarterbacks are probably not going to see any value insulation at all. Like, maybe Dart gets some value insulation because he's going to be probably not valued that much right away because he's going to be a backup. But, as soon as Dart starts, like, people are going to get excited about Jackson Dart, whether that's valid or not. But I'd say there's very few quarterbacks in this class that are going to see value insulation. In fact, I think Cam Ward might be overvalued right out the rip, and I think Dart might be undervalued right out the rip from a market standpoint.
So you just hit on Michael Penix. Would you rather have Michael Penix or Trevor Lawrence?
I'd rather have Trevor.
Where would you slide him in? Like, would you rather have Michael Penix or I guess I don't even know who's like in the similar
as them?
I mean, you're okay. So like, I guess the question is, okay, you're probably taking JJ McCarthy over Penix.
Yes.
And then probably Baker. That's probably the last guy.
That's a tough one. I think I'd have a real sit down conversation with myself about Penix and Baker. What about you? You taking Penix over Baker, or are you taking Baker?
I think it depends on my team.
Kind of have to lean Baker because of the production that he's had the last couple of years.
Yeah, but
Penix isn't necessarily young either. Oh god,
no,
damn. Gross. The Green Bay Packers select wide receiver Savion Williams out of TCU. They get another wide receiver to go with Matthew Golden. Savion Williams, 6'4", 222. Not that good of a wide receiver, if I'm being completely honest with you. The analytic profile is pretty red all over the place, and for the record, red is not good. It's just another guy in a wide receiver room that's going to have 5 or 6 guys. He's going to slot in as like wide receiver 5 behind all of these dudes. But how do you feel, Caleb? I was pretty harsh right there, but to be honest, that's just the reality of the situation, in my opinion.
Well, I think Jaden Reed's dead right now. That's my reaction. But as I'm trying to think through this,
is dead.
I mean, how they're drafting? We've gotten 2 wide receivers in the top 3 rounds for the Packers in a team where we're already having all this rotation.
I would feel more. Christian Watson is toast. He's probably not even going to play this year because of the injury. Christian Watson's done. And I would also say that Wicks, the dream is dead. Wicks is nothing for them. So I think it's Reed, Golden, Dobbs. That's kind of how I think they're going to roll out next year. Those are going to be the 3 guys that I like out of them.
The question that I have for you is: are we worried? How does this affect Tucker Kraft? Because I think there's a few of us in the space that have been pushing the Tucker Kraft narrative, and I've been one of those people. And now we're. I still think he could be there though.
He's been overvalued. He was overvalued. He's probably still going to be overvalued, and you should have, could have, and will be needing to sell him. That's my opinion.
Man.
But I'm not a Kraft believer by any means. Jaguars are selecting Caleb Ransaw, cornerback out of Tulane. Let's address this comment from Anthony. He says Kafka quarterback coached Mahomes and now Dart, plus mentorship of Wilson and Winston. Dart's upside is real. Let him sit like Jordan Love. I will agree. I think tools-wise, he has a lot of tools in this class that translate to fantasy success. There's not many other guys that have the tools that translate. He has a big arm. He has some mobility. He's young. There's a lot, I think, to like about Dart. It's just a matter of letting it all click at the next level. I have Zach Wilson-ish vibes from the kid, but it is what it is. I will take shots on Dart. I'll take shots on Dart, though, if he's going for the right price in rookie drafts, for sure.
No, I agree. Sorry, a friend just sent me Stephen A. Smith's tweet.
What?
I shouldn't even read this. But he says, "This is a damn disgrace. How in the hell is Shedeur not off the board, not drafted yet? Y'all think this doesn't have anything to do with the team hating on Deion Sanders? This kid's a first rounder. In a different way, this is Kaepernick all over again, being kept out. A damn disgrace. I don't care what anyone says." And then someone else, Lily, I love X, back-to-back tweets. Someone says we'll get GTA 6 before we get Shedeur. I shouldn't laugh. That one actually, that last tweet just made my night. That one.
Shedeur or GTA 6, crazy.
Oh, did you see what Sleeper I didn't see this was
Zach
from
Wilson is
earlier
Miami's
today.
QB1.
Oh,
Miami Zach, number
Miami
0.
Zach. Dude, he entered, MILF Hunter himself entered Miami hot to try. I think he's going to perform. I think this is the bounce back.
Did the Jags have back-to-backs? They did have back-to-backs. They just won a DB and they're back up.
Goodness, don't take a running back. Don't kill Travis Etienne, please.
'89th pick, the Jaguars select Wyatt Milam, guard out of West Virginia.
Man, I'll be honest, Andrew. This draft has sucked for fantasy football.
I'm not very excited. I'll tell you I'm gonna be trading out, I think, a lot of my picks this year. If it's not like a top 15 pick in this rookie draft, I'm probably trading a lot of those out for next season. Just re-roll it next year.
Well, the part that I find interesting, and maybe you will have a different opinion on this, was like typically your rookie picks gain value. Do you think I would argue that if you had a mid to late pick, if you traded that like back in February or even January, that they had more value then than they're probably about to?
I mean, I think they might have had a little bit more value last week than they do right now. Like, I think last week you probably were going to get the most that you could have got for them. I don't think that they're bad. Like, I'll be honest, like the best thing that you can do is if there's players in this draft that you're not super comfortable with and you don't like their landing spot or their draft capital or their analytic profile or whatever it may be, you can trade these guys for vets. People are always going to be itching to get rid of your James Connors and your Calvin Ridleys and things like that. If you think like those guys are going to have some value this year, 2 years, a 2-year window, I don't mind you as a team that's trying to compete, go and get those players. Because like there's going to be players in this draft that tomorrow are going to get some decent landing spots. I mean, keep in mind, like, we don't know everything that we know right now. A couple years back, Amon-Ra St. Brown was drafted in the 4th round. Puka Nakuas was drafted in the 5th round. Kyron Williams was drafted in the 5th round. Like, these guys happen. You're going to have 1 or 2 of them that hit tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, if you don't like what you see and you don't love it, trade out, man. That's the way that I would be operating right now. CE says, absolute head scratcher of a draft from Green Bay. I pulled this up and I realized we didn't even talk about it. Sober Thought says, so Kansas City not getting a wide receiver in the first 3 rounds should be a good sign for Rice, right? I mean, yeah, good sign for him, but I wasn't worried about them, deplanting Rice anyways. You didn't have any Rice concerns, did you?
0 Rice concerns. I think I was trying to buy more Rice because everyone was pushing him down. I literally saw, like, maybe, I forget, a few weeks ago, he got all the way down to like wide receiver 18 on keep trade cut for like, I was like, why?
Yeah. Because people were worried about legal stuff or whatever. Like, it is what it is. That's going to be there pretty much for Rice until it's not. John says, should I sell DJ Moore? I'm not selling DJ Moore right now. I think his value is a little bit low for what the potential could be with Ben Johnson. If DJ slots into that Amon-Ra role, he could see 100+ targets this year, and it could be pretty solid for him. Got the Rams up on the board. What do the Rams need, man? What are they doing here?
They could use another running back.
You don't think they have trust in Corum anymore?
It's crazy to me that McVay, as much as like he comes from that whole tree, like he does love himself a bell cow. Like he loves giving 80% touches. So I do. If anything were to happen, I mean, granted, I know they took Blake Corum in the 3rd last year, but I don't know if he showed anything to.
I mean, he got hurt about the time that Kyron got down, and banged up, and it was unfortunate because I think Corum would have got a lot of run in the playoffs and like leading up to the playoffs, but we'll see. I liked Corum last year. I think he's fine. Anthony says I traded Neighbors for Nico plus Rice, torn on it. I think I prefer the Neighbor side there still.
Well, it depends. Like
but
when he
it's
says that, like
close.
was that recent? I mean, if this was like during the season, like I probably would have leaned. I mean, if this was when Nico and Rice were both, yeah, you could have convinced me on that. But if this was like recent, yeah, I'd probably still lean Neighbors. But
And Sober says Rice is wide receiver 19 right now.
go trade some
Still a buy.
Rice. This is the thing. If Rice played, granted, I know whatever, he would have been probably what Dynasty wide receiver, top 5 Dynasty wide receiver right now. If he kept off the pace, even if he didn't, he's still a top 12 wide receiver. But the reason he's not is because of all the legal concerns and the injury, which it was not a full ACL. I understand you tear any type of L in your knee, you got to rehab. It's not good. But the other thing that I think a lot of people aren't considering is like, did we want Rice out there week 1 or did we want to give him a few more weeks? You know, I don't know.
Agreed. The 90th pick, the Rams select Josiah Stewart, edge rusher out of Michigan. Anthony says that was pre-2024 season.
Yeah. That's fine.
Probably
Anthony.
even before Rice broke out. That was probably even before Rice broke out.
That was that you won it for a few weeks and then it turned around. Josiah Stewart, fun fact, dude was absolutely unstoppable in NCAA this last year. So off the edge, this dude
add
was
him
unblockable.
right next to who was that first round pick last year? Jared Verse. Add him right next to Jared Verse there for you. And Brandon Fisk.
Oh.
Braden or Brandon? Braden? 91, Baltimore on the clock.
I'm going to say it, and I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but they could use a backup running back.
I mean, why you got to say that any type of way? Just say it the way it is. They could.
Well, I didn't want you. I know you know, we got a bunch of people in here with Derrick Henry shares. I didn't want to offend anybody.
It's life cycle of Dynasty running back, buddy. Get used to it.
I traded Bijan for Brees. Oh.
The 91st pick, the Baltimore Ravens select Emory Jones Jr., offensive tackle out of LSU.
Juicy.
John says, I traded Bijan for Brees in the 102 during the season last year. I hope Brees gets traded for something. Brees in the 102, that's a pretty solid trade, man.
Yeah. If you could flip Bijan into Hampton and Brees, I think most people would do that.
I'll be honest, I don't even think Brees needs to be traded anywhere for you to win that. Like, I think Brees can stay where he's at.
Yep.
Especially considering we're probably going to be getting out of the 3rd and 4th round here without the Jets even thinking about running back. It's just going to be Brees, man. Brees, and I know they got Braylon Allen. Braylon Allen's a good change of pace guy for him, but like Brees is still going to see a majority of that work. The Ravens have been getting some values, man. Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Emory Jones, they've been kind of killing it, man.
I feel like the Ravens have taken on the kind of the same mindset of the Eagles. Like just take the best guy. Just
the best guy. It doesn't matter if they're falling. It doesn't matter if they have concerns. Just take them. Who cares? John says, true. Seattle's pick is in. We're moving on to Seattle at pick 92. And that puts us to the final 10 picks here tonight. There's only 10 more.
There's no way Shadur Sanders is still watching this. He's crying.
Cleveland has a pick in 2 picks.
I bet you Cleveland takes Milrow or Will Howard.
92nd pick, the Seattle Seahawks select
I shouldn't have looked down at my phone.
Jalen Milrow out of Alabama to the Seattle Seahawks. This is interesting, folks, because they got Sam Darnold on this little sneaky 1 year plus deal where the money isn't super loaded into the back end. If Jalen Milrow comes in and outplays a guy like Darnold, which I don't think is out of the range of outcomes, this could be sneaky. This is definitely a player that in rookie drafts I'm going to be taking shots on where I can get him. What do you think, Caleb?
Yeah, I think back into the second, early third. Take some dart throws for sure.
I'm definitely down to take some dart throws here.
Because
that's nice. The rushing upside's insane.
The rushing upside's insane. Like we said, all it's going to take is Jalen Milrow to start 1 week, and you will recoup a second. Like that's all it's going to take.
Let me do the obvious here though too, and I'm going to throw out this coaching staff came from Baltimore with Lamar. I'm not saying Jalen Milrow is Lamar, but if a team is going to know how to learn and cater an offensive game plan to a rushing mobile quarterback that needed development coming into the NFL and developed as a passer when he got there, it's going to be a coaching staff that had their eyes on Lamar Jackson early on in his career. And this is interesting. And now Shedeur is QB 5 in this class, 6 in this class. Anthony says, LOL. New Orleans and Cleveland approaching. New Orleans already drafted their quarterback in Tyler Shuck, so they're not going to have Sanders on there. Cleveland maybe. John says that's crazy. Shedeur has been best available for quite some time now. Yeah, because we're looking at fucking Mel Kiper's rankings, and Mel Kiper had him as QB1 in the class. And then Anthony says, I like the value pick of Milrow. That is an intriguing pick. I'm not going to lie. For fantasy football, that intrigues me.
No, for sure. And like we said, it's going to take one opportunity for him. And he'll go shooting up in value for Dynasty, so...
Bryant says, great value pick by the Hawks. Agreed.
On X right now, Pro Football Talk's trying to figure out if Shedeur can withdraw from the draft and go transfer to another school not named Colorado to play. And I was like, nope. It's funny that that's happening on X. People trying to make excuses.
There were people very, very loud about how good Shedeur Sanders was. There were some people very, very loud about it.
Dan, that's a legendary comment.
Getting a raise regardless. He don't give a shit. Take Milrow early, 201 to 205, and wait.
I mean, that's risky. I mean, this is the thing. We're talking about a third round quarterback. Like,
yes. What is your confidence meter in Sam Darnold being the guy in Seattle? Confidence meter from 1 to 10.
5.
As somebody who sat there and watched Sam Darnold up close and rooted for Sam Darnold all year and has a Sam Darnold Vikings jersey in my closet, confidence meter is like a 3 for Sam Darnold in Seattle right now, bro.
But the thing is was that before the playoff game or was that after the playoff game?
Both.
New
Orleans Saints select Jonas Sanker, defensive back out of Virginia. Nobody's taking these running backs, man. They don't care. But what were you gonna say about Darnold?
No, I just don't know how. Like, yes, we talked about the weapons. We talked about the fact that there's no like field stretchers and we got a bunch of slot guys. But then, even if we throw Milrow in there, like that's not that doesn't help him. I mean, his deep ball and his athleticism, those are like the two things that Milrow has going for him. So, tell Cooper Cup, play X, go deep. Hope it works out, I guess.
I think it's more of a testament to kind of how shitty this class is starting to make us feel when we're getting real excited about Jalen Milrow in the third round.
I know. Because we have had 0 running backs off the board.
It's been in the third round. We haven't had a. It's only been Caleb Johnson in the
Caleb
third round,
Johnson. Right? Yeah.
And then we had the two obvious with Judkins and Henderson, and then Harvey.
When who's where are we?
And
at?
we haven't even had fucking any of these wide receivers like that people have kind of liked. We haven't had any of those guys come off the board either.
Do you think your Vikings are a spot for a running back? I feel like you guys could use one.
I'll be honest. I think they could take one, but the way that Kwesi and Kevin O'Connell have talked about Jordan Mason tells me that even if they draft one, they kind of want to just roll with Jones and Mason this year. And I don't blame him. Mason looked good last year, and I think he fits our scheme pretty well.
No, I'm excited about that.
Shout out to the Browns. They crushing the draft this year. They doing all right.
You know who a sneaky winner of this draft is?
Who?
Javonte Williams, baby.
Miles Sanders, baby.
I just, it's like so funny. Like Jerry Jones drafts Zeke Elliott, top 5, becomes an absolute legend. They don't win anything. And then he just goes, screw the running back position. That's essentially what he's done.
Pretty much. Any other, you think we get Howard today or Quinn Ewers today, or you think we get any QBs today? No more QBs?
No more QBs. Yeah, I think we're done on QBs. I think we get one more running back.
Who is it going to be? Tootin, Sampson, Scattaboo?
I think it's Scattaboo.
Damian Martinez?
It could be Damian Martinez. I do like some Damian Martinez. I like all these guys. Like it doesn't even matter actually. Just say running back and I'll be happy.
Wide receiver wise, guys like Royals is a guy that I like. Horton would be the other guy that I like that's still available, but I don't know if he goes.
Where the thing that's crazy is like
there's nobody left tight end either, really. Yeah, I mean we're getting like for fantasy football purposes, unless we start seeing running backs start flying right now, like it's getting scary. I mean we're gonna need to see tomorrow morning as well, like when the draft starts in that 4th round. We need to see like 4 or 5 guys come off in the 4th round, because when you get to 5th, 6th, 7th, like it's a shit show. But 4th round, like you might be all right.
Yeah. Can we also? I'm like looking through, just scrolling back up. The Dallas Cowboys. So we talked about the running back position. They haven't drafted a wide receiver. So like CeeDee Lamb, 200 targets incoming. Like goodness gracious.
Are they gonna get lucky and get like a Jalen Royals that just falls all the way to them in the 4th round, and they just get a lucky guy there?
I just don't understand why they didn't take anybody at this when they took Siobhan Ravel. Like, why didn't we take a wide receiver there? Like, they could have taken Noel, or they could have taken.
Is that Quinn Ewers' house? This man wasn't kidding. He said he liked hunting. I thought he meant like I like hunting. No, that man has every animal in the fucking world. The Cleveland Browns have found their quarterback, and his name is not Shedeur Sanders. It is Dylan Gabriel of the Oregon Ducks who is going to be going there in the 3rd round to compete with Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. And
That was
my
a reach.
God, a reach, and one of the ugliest quarterback rooms I think I've ever seen assembled in the NFL at this point. Holy hell. I can't. I'm trying to formulate words here, folks. At this point, the Shedeur Sanders stuff, though, is a little egregious. He's a much better player than Dylan Gabriel is.
Oh, but the thing is, I would take Will Howard. I would take Shedeur Sanders over Dylan Gabriel for sure. I would take Quinn
Kyle
Ewers.
McCord.
Yeah. This is just insane. Also, Shedeur Sanders
Anthony
tweeted
says,
out.
Wow. Brian says, damn, unbelievable. This is actually crazy for Shedeur. Crickets. Oh my God. Crickets. At least he got his jersey retired. They go unretire that shit, bro. I have 0 Dylan Gabriel shares, by the way. What did Sanders tweet out?
He said, what did he say? He said, thank you, God, for everything 13 minutes ago. Well, goodness.
Jesus.
Insane.
Take the wheel. Dylan Gabriel, QB1 for the Browns, not QB1. I don't think he beats. I really don't think Gabriel's that good of a player, but the lack of talent in that QB room does make him okay dart throw, I guess.
I just dude, the Saints could have waited a whole round on a quarterback. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, going Tyler Show in the 2nd and then having Will Howard available in the 4th is going to be ridiculous.
Or Shedeur Sanders in the 4th. Nail. So Shedeur is actually book out.
The New England Patriots are selecting Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. This is just... I just don't know what to tell you, folks. Folks, we got 200 people in here. Appreciate you guys being here. Hit that like button, share it, subscribe, do all those good things for us. But, man, dude, the Sanders slide, I thought he was going today. Like, my wife was asking me because we watched Coach Prime on Amazon, and she asked me today. She said, "Oh, he didn't get picked yesterday. I thought he was supposed to be good." I was like, "Well, they definitely think he's good." And I was like, I'm talking about Dion and Shedeur, but I was like, he's gonna go today. Like, my guess is he goes whatever. When you opened up FanDuel this morning, my degenerate betting ass opened up FanDuel this morning to see draft odds, and you know who was the highest odds to be picked first in the 2nd round today?
Who?
Shedeur Sanders. He had the highest draft odds on sportsbooks this morning to be the number 1 pick today. And we are getting out of the evening, and Sanders is sitting at home. This is insane.
So Heath Cummings, one of my favorite fantasy analysts over at CBS, just tweeted out and said it. I'm not trying to be mean, but maybe the Saints should draft Shedeur in the 4th round to compete with Tyler Show.
100%. Oh, did we get a trade? I think we had a trade because now the Falcons are on the clock. Xavier Watts, DB out of Notre Dame. And folks, the home team, the real home team in our hearts, not the team in Green Bay that's ugly and green. The real home team in our hearts is on the clock now, the Minnesota Vikings, baby. This is just, at this point, man, like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you about Sanders. There's just not much I can say, man.
But can we just talk about how the Cleveland Browns, I gave them props earlier in the stream. I said, hey, trading away, trading down 3 picks, you get an extra first. Like, Andrew Berry's making up for mistakes. and then just straight up goes out there and takes Dylan Gabriel instead of Shedeur Sanders or Will Howard. Just make it make sense. Make it make sense.
You know, the Raiders have back-to-back picks here. Is there a way in hell?
I think they take Will Howard because Chip Kelly likes Will Howard.
He does. Oh, my God. And you know what's funny is right before Dylan Gabriel's pick, you said, there's no way we get any other quarterbacks tonight. And then we got Dylan Gabriel right away. Okay,
So
hold
maybe
on. Traded
snap.
the Minnesota Vikings traded it to the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans are now on the clock.
Okay, Anthony, I don't care that Gabriel was a Heisman contender. He's 5'10". He does not have arm strength, and he's not a good prospect.
Agreed.
Anthony,
The Houston
if
Texans select Jalen Smith, DB. We've got like 9 DB picks in a row, bro.
Anthony, I will Venmo you $50 if
Proceed,
Gabriel
Anthony.
ever becomes a top 15 Dynasty QB.
All right, back-to-back Raiders picks. They could go QB here, man. It's just... This is getting sad, bro.
We were hyped up about this running back class, and it's let me down.
So let's recap here. How many guys do we have with day 2 or better draft capital? We have the 2 first-rounders and then 3 second-rounders?
So 5.
No, and then the third-rounder as well. We got 6 guys with day 2 or better draft capital.
Okay, 6.
And 5 of the 6 are the guys that we expected. The Harvey one was one we didn't expect. We thought maybe Scatabo could sneak up there, but it was Harvey. I'd say for the most part, man, this draft has went as expected at the running back position. For the most part, it's went a little bit underwhelming at the wide receiver position. That has already been an underwhelming wide receiver class. It went as expected at tight end, and it's went underperforming at the QB position because Sanders is sliding so crazy and Howard wasn't a day 2 guy so far. And yeah, so I'd say for the most part, this class has went a little bit worse than we expected to for fantasy purposes. And the only people that really are fine are the guys that we already expected to be fine. Henderson, Judkins, these guys, like, they were already fine. We expected that. We're just not getting any of the late. Usually you get a couple guys that get, whatever prospect profiles, but they get good landing spots. Usually you get a couple of those guys, but we've got the one. It's just been Harvey, and that's it. Nobody else. Even guys that we liked, like Noel and things like that, they're not getting great landing spots. But anyways, let's go to... He said hot take in the Rolodex. Saw the Gabriel pick and had to jump on this stream ASAP. Insane. Dan says my Shedeur hate was one thing, but the last thing I imagined was him praying to be a third-round comp pick. And then Anthony says it's not about top 15, it's opportunity cost. He's competing with Flacco and Pickett, correct? Correct. But where are you going to draft him, Anthony? Like, what's your opportunity cost for you? If you shooting a third-round pick at him? Darth says, do you think Judkins is ahead of Henderson now? I think I'm there. I think I'm about to put Judkins over Henderson in my rankings.
I'm with you.
And if not over them, they'll be in the same tier. They'll be the same type of player, whereas pre-draft, I had Henderson in a different tier. Caleb Johnson's about to be in that tier by himself, huh?
Yeah.
Or is Harvey in the tier with him? Or is Harvey a tier above him? Is that what you're looking at? Maybe Harvey's in the tier with him.
I think they're in the same tier, but I still think I lean Harvey.
I'm still just shocked by that fucking Harvey pick, man. I can't wrap my mind around it.
The thing that's crazy, they could have waited a whole round, and I think they still could have got him. I don't think anyone was taking him in the third.
I don't think so either. Best quarterbacks available: Sanders, Howard, Ewers, McCord. These are like some of the best fucking college football quarterbacks last year, folks, that you're looking at on the board. Anthony says a third or fourth. If he starts re-roll into seconds or late first, he's still a Heisman contender. He did it above average at Oregon and UCF. I don't think you'll ever, even if he starts, I don't think you can get a first for him. But I hear your argument with the seconds. The Raiders pick is in. They're back-to-backs, mind you, folks.
Or just take Will Howard and Shadur Sanders right here.
Have them compete. Crimson
It's
said
like
had to pop back. '98th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Caleb Rogers, guard out of Texas Tech. Edson came back. He came back. He told us he would be back when Sanders was drafted by the Rams, but he says Shador undrafted. Crimson Mask War says Gabriel, what the fuck? LOL. He had to come back after he saw Gabriel get drafted. And then we got Nahal who says, what are the odds we get a long snapper before Shador gets drafted? We might, man. The funniest outcome is that everyone thought the Shador hate pre-draft was a smokescreen. Turns out it was a smokescreen to hide just how much they actually hate him.
I like genuinely like I'm not trying to like I never pray for somebody's downfall at all.
No, like I even said earlier, I said it's sad at this point, to be honest, that like this is kind of what he's been put through. It's because he obviously felt like he was going to be a first round pick, and now he sat here for 2 nights in a row and just saw that not happen. So it's unfortunate, but
Oh gosh.
I don't know, bro. Raiders are back up on the clock. We only got 4 picks left, 4 picks left in tonight's draft. So, and I'll be honest, it's coming at a good time because us East Coast folks over here, Caleb, it's getting a little late. I'm a little bit ready for bed.
I'm a little hungry. I had like half a piece of pizza, so I'm gonna go.
Las
Could
Vegas
this be a
Raiders
quarterback?
select Charles Grant, offensive tackle. Raiders just said fuck the quarterback. We don't care.
I think they said they'll be there in the 4th round.
They'll be there tomorrow. We'll get them tomorrow. Says he's almost in dart throw territory. I mean, at this point, like, I'll be honest with you, War. Like, I know you and I will probably talk about this, but it's to the point right now where there's not much interest that I have in drafting Sanders on my fantasy teams at all at this point. Like, the NFL has told us how they feel about him. Whether you agree with it or not, the NFL has told you how they feel about him. I don't see that becoming fantasy football relevant. It's a pretty bad bet. Anthony says, watch the Eagles take Sanders. Just put him as QB2. Why not? Edson says, y'all can catch second half of the Lakers game. Might need to watch a little bit of that, honestly, and eat. I'm with Caleb. Eat some food, watch the second half of that Lakers game, and go the fuck to bed, bro. I'll be honest, man. Look, the folks at home, I don't think y'all understand. Sitting here and streaming for like 5-6 hours at a time, it's tough, bro. Like, it's not. I've seen like people on Twitch and shit like that. Some of these younger kids that are like, say it's harder than a 9 to 5. That shit ain't harder than a 9 to 5, but Streaming is tough, bro. That's why you see me hitting these cough drops and stuff. My throat hurts, man. Like, you get tired, your back aches, you want to get up. Like, maybe I'm just an old fucking man. You agree, Caleb, or what?
Hey, I just enjoy being able to sit here and like it's your channel. I let you carry the conversation. You get to just fill in all the silence, and I just get to be here, interact. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah, when you're the one doing what Andrew's doing, it's definitely can be a little bit more tiring for sure.
Well, and going back to back, I think from like last night to tonight, and like doing, because like it's like in the last 24 hours, I've streamed 10 plus hours. It feels like at this point now. So, yeah, it's tough, but it's fun. I mean, this is what I want to do. So, but yeah, like I woke up this morning, bro. I was like, I know I gotta drink liquids all day long because I know I gotta be good. Like, I slept in a little bit today. Nahal says, I don't watch college ball. Is he actually ass? I don't think he was a first round talent. I'll just be totally honest with you guys. I don't think he was a first round type of talent. I thought he was a quarterback that was worthy of a second round pick. So the fact that he's not being drafted right now and we're getting out of the third round, I don't agree with that. I think his talent was second round worthy, but I didn't think he was a first round guy. I'll tell you what, Nahal, him and Jackson Dart were the same were the same level of talent in my rankings pre-draft. So I viewed him kind of the same way that Jackson Dart was viewed. So maybe a little bit after where Dart was drafted is where I would have predicted Shador to go, but not here, man. Not here. I think it's off the field. It is off the field stuff. I'll tell you that. That's why he's not being drafted now. I can pretty much sum that up.
Someone tweeted, because someone just asked why on Twitter, and someone says, why would you want to draft a backup that's dad's Deion Sanders? I was like, yikes.
Hold on.
Oh gosh.
You can't see it, but it says they crossed out round 2 and it says day 3.
This is I mean, straight up, this is literally like Brady's story here. You can get drafted in the 6th round.
I mean, this could very well be like Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott went what, 5th round?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this could be Dak Prescott like if it all pans out the right way. Dak needed a Romo injury to happen in front of him before he took the job, but it was the Romo injury, right, that got Dak on the field?
Yeah. Which then Dak came in and yeah.
Sanders would have to have, be a 4th or 5th round guy that goes somewhere the starter gets hurt and Sanders comes in and says, hey, watch this. Any of y'all watch UFC? If so, who y'all got? I definitely watch UFC. I'm a big UFC fan. But what fight are you talking about? 49ers? Upton Stout, Western Kentucky.
Man, could we get a player that we like?
Are you talking about the new BMF? Nahal, are you talking about the new BMF fight that they announced with Poirier and Holloway in Louisiana? Because I think I'm going to go Poirier in that fight. His special draft room has turned into a rage room. All right, Caleb. 3 more picks. 2 more picks, actually.
And we're not getting anything we like.
Ian Gary. I would go Gary. I'm a Ian fan, man. You watch UFC at all, Caleb?
Not at all. So I'm out of my. Honestly, to be honest, it's just because I feel like I'm just as I get older, I'm just becoming more and more invested in like smaller things. So like I say like, or smaller things in the sense of like, okay, like I used to be able to watch like baseball, basketball, college football, NFL, and now I'm like, just dwindling and becoming more serious. So like it's really only like college football, NBA, and
Fair.
NFL.
It's just
So
less time on
yeah,
your hands, I think. Ian
yeah.
fan, like not like I'm a big Ian fan, but like I'm a fan of Ian in that fight. Like Ian's not my favorite fighter by any means. My favorite fighter is currently I would say my favorite fighter is Poton, but he's my favorite fighter right now. But he just lost not too long ago. But he's my favorite. The Eagles traded the pick to the Denver Broncos. By the way, the Denver Broncos come up and they drafted. Savion Jones, defensive end out of LSU. Heavy metal. That man can't fight though. You don't know the lore behind it, Caleb, but there's some lore behind it. Crazy fact, Tyler Shuck gets reunited with his college tight end Juwan Johnson. Insane, because Tyler Shuck is like 97 years old already.
This draft has been so crazy. So crazy.
All right, my Vikings are back on the clock. Finally, because we traded back last time. You know what, though? I'll tell you what, Caleb. I would not mind a Dylan Sampson pick right here. We brought him in for a top 30 visit.
I would like it. I mean, he instantly, if you draft Dylan Sampson here, he's like the 201.
How he at it again, stockpiling bait or trade bait and picks. Poton will be back. He'll destroy the walking frog. I agree, dude. I agree. I also want to see I do eventually want to see that Poton and John Jones fight if we can ever get it. But John needs to get off his ass and go fight Tom Aspinall. Well, we're speaking a different language right now, Caleb. My bad. This is just where we're at.
It's okay. It's just point of the night. Hey, we're like we said, we're almost 5.5 hours in.
How many picks did we say? 106? 100, 106 picks?
Yep.
All right.
Or this is 102. Sorry.
Yeah, baby. We get that skull chant. Gronkowski says Dak was a 4th round, so we got the round wrong by just a little bit.
Shout out to you, Rob. Thanks for being here.
All right, Ty Felton. We take a wide receiver. Minnesota takes a wide receiver though. We get Ty Felton out of Maryland. I'll tell you what, the last wide receiver we drafted out of Maryland, his name was Stephon Diggs, and we got him later in the draft too. So this is interesting. I think only because he's going to be a big play kind of guy that can stretch the field a little bit. Is it fantasy football relevant? Probably not too much. There's a lot of mouths to feed right now, but you add another weapon to this offense. Not crazy, but sneaky. I think Anthony said it best. Sneaky pick by Minnesota. What do you think, Caleb? Do you watch much Ty Felton in the pre-draft process, or not too much?
I didn't watch much. Honestly, he was my wide receiver 10, kind of is where I had him. So, kind of falls right in line here.
Relax,
Wait, what did Gronk say?
Addison, stop it. Now let's move over Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore was the one we just signed.
Rondale Moore, get back on the bench. He's a really good businessman, Rondale Moore. So maybe he'll have to go back to learn that. But I mean, I don't really have much to say here. I feel like he's just gonna be a rotation guy for you guys. So
yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's a ton of upside.
Like I said, bro, what did we say earlier? Trust the teams that draft wide receiver, or there's a couple teams that draft wide receiver well. Trust those ones. Minnesota was one of those teams. I agree with you, Nahal. I did not expect wide receiver. That was like not necessarily a need that I felt like we needed to draft. But I would have preferred a Dylan Sampson. I think adding another running back to that room wouldn't have been bad. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's not special, not sexy. I think Felton, he'll be a guy that maybe people start looking at in like late seconds, early thirds. Maybe people like him there. But Brian says, you think Lamb for Bijan is a fair trade straight up? I think it is fair straight up.
I want Lamb.
And I think depending on team build, you could make an argument either way, but straight up in a bubble, not knowing your roster, I would take Lamb over Bijan.
225 targets this year, I think. That's what he's going to get. Yeah, I like that competitive edge. I agree. Jalen Wright.
My AirPod just died. I'll tell you, we've been doing this too fucking long. All right, we should be good, though. One of them still has some juice.
Yeah, I thought, well, I would say that's competitive edge. I mean, there's so many running backs still out there. Man.
Was that the last pick?
Yeah, we're done.
Damn, what happened to the... I thought the Titans were on the clock. Were they next up? I think they were next up tomorrow, right?
Next up tomorrow.
Interesting. All right. Well, Caleb, what we did last night is we kind of just quickly recapped it at the end. But I don't feel like there was a ton of crazy things today. Competitive Edge says low-key winners, Jalen Wright, Marshawn Lloyd, guys who got picked last year maybe. Shador to the Gong Dong Tigers. Great job until the next one. End of day 2. So I'll tell you what. We let's just go through, try and remember off the top of our head. Running back wise today, we had what? Quinshon Judkins early, Trevion Henderson, Caleb Johnson, and RJ Harvey. Those are the kind of the running backs that got drafted today.
Yeah, and Caleb Johnson. Did you say Caleb Johnson?
Yeah, Caleb Johnson. The 4 guys, right?
Yep, the 4.
Biggest surprise had to be RJ Harvey where he went, and obviously a good surprise because that's going to be good for fantasy drafts. Other than Harvey being the surprise, is there anything there that you dislike, anything there that you like, or is that all pretty much what we expected?
I mean, all what we expected. I would have loved a better spot for Trevion Henderson, but, beggars can't be choosers. We're happy that he got early second-round capital. So, at the end of the day, that's fine. I'll be fine with that.
Agreed. We got the quarterbacks today of Tyler Shuck, whatever, however you say it. I think it's Tyler Shuck. We got Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe, and Dylan Gabriel today. No Shador Sanders. That's obviously going to be the biggest trade, or I guess the biggest talking point, but it's been exhausted at this point, so we're not going to bore you with that conversation. I think Will Howard probably deserved to go today. He didn't. But other than that, I don't have any big gripes with any of that. I think the only guy of those ones that we mentioned that I'm even interested in fantasy football wise will be Jalen Milroe. Everybody else I'm not really interested in. Wide receiver wise, we had some early guys, but there's still guys like Jalen Royals sitting on the board. Guys like Torrey Horton still on the board. Lots of good players still on the board. Scatabo, Sampson, Tootin, Jordan James, Ollie Gordon. Tomorrow should be a running back just bloodbath. It should be running backs all day long tomorrow. But overall, I know we kind of talked about it. You're not loving the way that this worked out for fantasy drafts so far, and I'm kind of feeling the same way, right?
I think if we could have had what's about to happen. I thought we were about to get a bloodbath in the 3rd round of running backs, and then that didn't happen. And so now if that happens in the 4th round, I mean, that's fine, but we're still not going to love it as much as if it would have happened today. And I think that would have solidified the class a little bit more because, like we said, the top end talent wasn't necessarily the same as in previous classes. So we were hoping that the depth was going to play out, and it's seeming like we're not going to have that depth, the same depth that we thought we were going to have.
100%. And we got some tight end picks today. In a tight end premium league, you might get a couple guys that you liked, with Fannin to Cleveland, Mason Taylor to the Jets, Arroyo to the Seahawks. There's some interest there, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Look, I'll tell you guys this. I'm not streaming tomorrow, the day 3. We are, I'm going to watch it, and then I'll be posting a video tomorrow night about kind of my day 3 reactions and updated rookie rankings, kind of after the NFL draft has concluded, so you guys can see that, because I know a lot of these rookie drafts are going to be starting here either on Sunday or Monday. A lot of ours start on Monday, but I know that's kind of the way that that's going to go. So I want to get you guys my updated rankings as quickly as I can. That will be tomorrow night in a video, so keep an eye out for that tomorrow night after the 7th round concludes of the NFL draft. Other than that, Sunday we are going to be live streaming again. It's going to be some Dynasty rookie mocks. We're going to do some full rookie mocks with the Discord, so if you guys want to be a part of that, keep an eye out in the Discord. We're going to post the links to those so you guys can come in and draft with us. And then Monday, it's going to be right back to normal content. So we'll be right back at it, give you guys updated, all that stuff. Anyways, it is what it is. But it is 11:30 at night, and we have been live for 4 hours and 56 minutes and 47 seconds, and Caleb and I are ready to get on out of here. So appreciate everybody who's been here. 200 plus people in here tonight at certain times. You guys have been really fucking dope. It's dope to, you know, have done this 2 years ago where we were getting 25 and 30 viewers, and now we're at 200 viewers that are watching us, you know, on all platforms combined. Hit the like button for us, hit the subscribe button for us. We're going to keep growing this fucking thing all the way to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. We're just going to keep going and going, and you guys are all here supporting, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you guys. Caleb, they can check your content out at DLF 444, all that place. Plug your stuff, man.
Yeah, man. 444 DLF, guys. We're gonna be putting out some dope content. I'll probably be back on the channel at some point here with Andrew this season, and then you can also find me at X at @CalebDME_. Like I said, appreciate all y'all fellas hanging out tonight.
Hell yeah, appreciate you guys. And Caleb, I'll talk to you later, man. But let's go get some rest, buddy.
Let's go get some food and go to sleep. So,
all right, bro. Peace out.